here. You don't check him from up above, and he is gonna rain. Now, right angle should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, Mops and all. Find himself falling. Tap away. Here we go. The last couple of rounds, he will be this time too. Last play, multi-kill. Getting the camera right. Nemesis able to find up some triple kill action.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here when Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todson and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
For free, what they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. The unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
So West Foxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. How does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, insane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attention. Stamp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Stekman get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous too. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
But he wants to choose. Oh, it's going to be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is going to rain. Should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, mops him. Find himself falling. Tap away. Here we go. The last couple of rounds, he will be this time too. Last play, multi-kill. Able to find up some triple kill action.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get two big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swiggy with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just thought that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, making a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2, and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill.
they're just gonna move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the one, make it two, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
to suss things, it will They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn, trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double too, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it, gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
But he wants to choose. Oh, it's going to be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is going to rain. Should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, pops him. Find himself falling. Tap away. Here we go. The last couple of rounds, he will be this time too. Last play, the multi-kill. Able to find up some triple kill action.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Totson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. the stairs. Lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third. There's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and a snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1. Make it 2. And there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Double kill. Multi-kill.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Getting himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a 3rd there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
So by Spoxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy. What?
but he wants to choose. Fine, it's going to be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is going to rain.
Now, right angle, should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, mops him all.
Find himself falling. Another Matthew. Tap away. Here we go.
The last couple of rounds, it will be this time too. Last play, multi-kill.
Able to find up some triple kill action.
Hello and welcome to all of you. Good evening and once again welcome to the CrossFire West League. The group stage is over. This is do or die for all the marbles, really. Myself and Penguin are here to witness the beginning of the playoffs on the road for these teams for EWC. Penguin, first of all, how are you doing today?
All good, all good. How about you?
I'm doing great. I think that this is probably the best time to start talking about the season, how things have started, and we can have a bit of a discussion, right? Of course, the games at our hands are going to be the third and fourth teams, so the bottom two from the elite stage, and then the top two from the contenders. In a twist of fate, you wouldn't actually have thought that this is going to be the case when we started the season. It's actually going to be Anubis from the elite side, and funnily enough, the contender side is going to be TEC. And on the other game that we'll be having today, our second best of 5 at that, is going to be Nemesis from the elite side, and unKnights also from the contender stage. So surprises all along the season, but maybe you can start with probably the biggest of all of them. Anubis making it to the elite group, not doing too bad. Yes, they didn't really have the best of times once they got to the elite group, ending in third place. But even then, that itself, going 6 and I believe 4 all throughout the season is such a great start for their season.
Well, in my opinion, Anubis did very good on the league group because they only lost to CFWL. They beat Vitality and they beat Nemesis, so that's kind of huge. And this is one of the biggest upsets that we've seen. Vitality again losing the last game in the phase 2. We've seen it last season when they lost to unKnights, and now they're losing it again to Anubis. In one of the best games that we've ever watched for Anubis. Maybe 2 or 3 years, because that's how we would love to see them playing. So that's the upset for me. And yeah, you exactly said that there are a lot of surprises that we've seen, especially that you're talking about TEC gonna be playing versus Anubis, but the one is on the contender group is TEC, not Anubis, and Anubis are now on the elite group, and actually they beat Vitality and they just maybe break their undefeated record once again, because we've seen it from unKnights. They break their undefeated record on season 1, and again here Anubis just break it. And coming here versus TEC with such mentality while beating Vitality, I guess it's gonna be very, very tough for TEC.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even need to talk about Vitality. We can definitely talk about TEC though, because if it was not for unKnights doing the Turks a favor, they would not even be here, right? It was a 4 and 6 spy in terms of the series scores between TEC and Imperium, and it came down to just map difference. Right, it was 13-13, so no map difference for TEC and a -3 for Imperium. Of course, Imperium also being another one of the surprises of the season with their performance really all throughout this stage 2. But for TEC, this is a bit of a worrying sign, right? They lost to unKnights, lost to Imperium, and just because their record was actually a fair bit better in the phase 1, they were able to qualify, but phase 2 was definitely a letdown. Only that win against Swamp ever felt like they were competitive, that they were decent. Sure, they washed Swamp away, and of course with Swamp this is a season to forget, but for TEC this might be their backs against the wall, right?
Yeah, exactly. It might be also a season to forget for TEC because we haven't seen much from them. And talking about TEC making it into the playoffs, yeah, exactly. They won because of the set difference. The guys that had the better placements. I remember maybe season 1, we've seen 3BL going into the playoffs with 3 wins or 4 wins. Now we have a team relegated with 4 wins. This might be the first and the last time you would ever see a team with 4 wins and yet to be relegated with Imperium. That's why TEC are very lucky to be here in the playoffs and be just fighting for it. Because yes, as if we're talking about Strong Gaming, yes, maybe it's a season for them to forget because they never got a single win. But TEC also, this is one of the most, or maybe the weakest performance that I've ever seen from them, maybe in the last 3 years or 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is the first time that they go underneath the top four in quite a while. And, well, we'll have to wait and see how things actually do end up performing for today. But at least for where we have here, like for our trivia of the day, is that Vitality, even with that loss, even with a bit of a shaky look in phase 2, still looks as dangerous as ever, even when someone like Snare or Horus, for example, might not have been having the best season. Snake is still able to perform, come out on top, and that's really one of the reasons why everybody's scared of Vitality. And perhaps then the tangent would be who's supposed to be the copy or the player role for role in TEC that fits that position, the typical number 2 team, and the performance of players like Flex, like Spoxy, not really being up to par when you compare them to their counterparts on the Egyptian side.
Exactly. Maybe Spoxy is not having his best season. Maybe we're talking about also Zane is trying his best, but it's not enough. But if you're looking at Vitality and we were looking at the 3vs, Snake is doing one of his best seasons. And I mentioned that Snake is just doing an extraordinary job. Even from the first day when I watched him playing versus Imperium, and he was just the only consistent guy from Team Vitality, I just felt that this guy can have one of his best seasons, because if he can continue keeping up the same momentum and keeping up the same, let's say, a level of playing, he will be definitely one of the best players in Vitality this season. And right now, right here, we are going into the playoffs, and yet Snake is one of the best players on Vitality right now, especially that we are having some ups and downs from Snare and also from Horus.
Yeah, and we'll have to, I guess, wait and see how things are going to develop. And speaking of the developments, the playoffs are going to award CFS points. Those points are what leads you to both the regionals and, as you can tell, EWC for the top 3 teams. As things do stand right now, Vitality are most likely safe. Nemesis and LCK on their heels, unKnights with 95, but 3VL, I would say the team with probably the best pathing in this playoffs. More than likely to guarantee top 3 for this second season. And if they get a third, that means it's 110 points. Adding to their 80, it's 190, and then suddenly the position where teams like LCK and unKnights and hell, even Nemesis, if they don't do too good in their opening game later today, might be in a lot of threat.
It might drop if you're talking about the EWC, because this is the closest, let's say, international tournament that we might be facing. So definitely, if LCK and Nemesis, one of them has to fall, and if one of them went to the loser bracket, because there are chances that we can see LCK fighting versus Nemesis on the loser bracket if Nemesis wins versus unKnights and loses to Vitality, and they drop to the loser bracket, and if LCK, or maybe you're talking about, of course, Titans, if they lose today to Anubis, they will be fighting on the loser bracket, so one of them will have to leave. So I believe it's going to be very tough for them, because yes, 3BL, they're going to be bypassing the first round, but still they might also force one of them to leave early.
Yeah, and we can definitely talk then about the rest of the league. Of course, as you can tell right there, that the different qualifiers are going to be as such. The top 4 teams in terms of TFS points get a direct invitation to the regionals, and everyone else, including the remaining teams in CFWL and the top teams in Open, get a chance to the qualifier. And that means that there's really still a chance for teams like Anubis, Imperium, and then you go down into the Open, teams like 999, Blue Shirt, Mapogo, and Everest. All of them are still in contention to actually somehow make a miracle run. And I believe that the one thing that is the asterisk that we actually don't talk about that much is that while Swamp isn't doing too hot on points, they're nearly guaranteed their spot in the NA regional, just because of how small the regional is in comparison. And I think that they're the only American team actually here in that league. So then they are pretty much guaranteed their spot.
Yeah, definitely they guaranteed the spot, and they're going to be playing the North American qualifiers. But if you're talking about the CFS qualifiers, and yeah, we might be seeing some surprises from the open teams. But looking at now our elite group and contender group, of course, Vitality unmatched. Honestly, I would be looking more into 3BL and Anubis in these playoffs, because I believe that these guys were trying hard so much, maybe lately in the past few days, probably weeks. They were the only teams they were grinding, staying up late nights, sitting in gaming houses. They have their coaches, they have their full management. So they're definitely going to be preparing for their next matchups. Yes, 3BL, they're going to be watching today TC versus Anubis, and they're going to be playing the winner. So they're going to be only watching and relaxing, but Anubis today, they're going to be warming up earlier. And in my opinion, when I was playing, I used to love playing earlier and just warming up myself for the next games. I used to be the underdog, and I love the underdog stories. So I would go for those two teams because I'm looking forward. I'm pretty sure that one of them going to be surprising us on the playoffs, because we might be seeing one of them on top 3. Probably top 2 as well.
You say that. I think the road is a lot easier for 3BL, right? 3BL basically have an amazing record against both TEC, of course, and even Anubis, right? And that's why I was saying, hey, like their playoffs for me is nearly guaranteed the top 3. Whoever is gonna win, 3BL have already beat before. And hell, 3BL were able to beat TEC even in Season 1 when they didn't look as good as they are looking now. But then the other side, really, of the upper bracket is where things can be a bit different. Right, you're saying teams spending the time going to the gaming houses. unKnights have extensively talked about how much time they are putting nowadays. Whenever we've had Famous on the interviews, that everybody's hitting the streams, putting in like 10 plus days, 10 plus hour days of like scrims and prag and streaming the game and just playing extensively, and that could be a pretty wild factor, right? Because unKnights, of course, on paper, should be as dangerous as teams like Vitality and 3BL. And for Nemesis, who didn't look that bad, but didn't look that good when you consider their run in the elite stage, I think that this actually could be a tricky opening game for them.
Well, it's Nemesis are very shaky. You're right. Sometimes we see them playing very good when we've seen them versus 3BL in the last game, but before, when they played Vitality and when they played Anubis, they were very shaky and they lost their games. So Nemesis, that's the roller coaster game that we'll be looking for. But if Nemesis fails one time on these playoffs, I'm telling you, these guys might lose a lot of their mentality, because they're going to be so much pressure, because they have to get into top 3. Otherwise, 3BL or Anubis, because we mentioned that, will be taking the place. So that's why I'm saying usually 3BL and Anubis. I know that 3BL, they beat Anubis and TC, and by the way, they beat them with clean sweeps. None of them got one map or a single map versus 3BL on the regular season. But on the playoffs, it's completely different, because we've seen TC last season. They're sweeping 3BL in phase 1, also everywhere, but then suddenly 3BL just goes to the playoffs and sweeps them in the first bracket round 1. So that's why I'm saying playoffs is always different.
Yeah, of course, playoffs, I guess, graduating from the best of 3s and going to the best of 5s. This is where things can be a little bit dicey. TEC, even if they're not having their best day, the depth of their map pool is probably going to be a factor in play here when we are in that playoffs. The same thing, I would say, could go for the favor of Nemesis. We've seen unKnights being very shaky in their map pool. Even if they're an experienced team, maybe their calling have been on and off considerably this season.
Yeah, well, the map pools, that's a different topic I want to be talking about. Maybe we'll be talking later on such topic, because right now Anubis is having the best map pool among the 6 teams. I was about to say 5, no, 6 teams playing the playoffs. It's Anubis, they only have the best map pool among all the teams, in my opinion. Maybe Vitality as well, but Vitality usually put them out of the picture. That sometimes I see some weaknesses from Vitality in a few maps, but Anubis, they are consistent on all maps. I'm not saying they are the best, but they are consistent. So if you play the Black Widow, as we can see, Anubis, they have 80% win on Black Widow, they can win you. And if you play them versus the 100% win rate on Eagle Eye 3BL, they still can win. And if you put them into New Compound, which Vitality has also 100%, they also can win. And looking at their sub bases, last time they played versus Vitality, it was insane. So that's why I'm saying, yes, the map leaders, we're seeing 100% from some teams, but still Anubis can fight back on such maps.
Yeah, and speaking of Anubis, their game against 3BL, even when they lost on the sub base, it was a 10-8. It was a really close affair as well there. So definitely, I would say a solid map pool, but unlike a team like 3BL and like Vitality, they've always been the team for me that struggles to close the game, right? You look at most of their scores, even when they're winning. The other team is at the bare minimum getting like 6 rounds in, if not even more. And perhaps that could be the ticket for more experienced teams like TEC in question here today to actually capitalize on that. And one of the things that maybe they would have been otherwise able to capitalize on, but it's not going to be the case today, is that New Mexico. I'm almost 100% certain that Anubis are going to immediately ban it. But then that opens the question of, well, what else is going to be on the agenda? It's been the map that they've been avoiding like the plague. And luckily enough for Anubis, they got a couple of teams that also don't like playing the map as much. When you look at 3BL, when you look at Nemesis as
so
well,
they're gonna be banning
that's where
T2.
they've gotten some advantages. But here, it's not going to be the case against TEC.
Definitely, and that's the map pool I want to talk about, because Anubis, they need to ban New Mexico, because New Mexico, we've seen TC, they playing versus Vitality, they beat them, they win New Mexico. They played versus unKnights, they beat them, they win New Mexico, so they have a very good run on New Mexico. Unlike we maybe we got used to see them winning on Eagle Eye more, but now that's not the case. Also, since season 1, probably in the past years, they were winning more on Eagle Eye, but right now it's a shaky map for them. So Anubis, they go for Eagle Eye, they pick Eagle Eye, they go for Eagle Eye, that's good, but they need definitely, if you're talking about the map leaders, they need to look at this and they need to ban New Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that. Look at how far back this actually goes, right? It's going to be a pretty intriguing one at that. Like Anubis, of course, maybe we didn't talk about them that much in season 1 because their playoff run was a little bit forgettable. So if we're gonna go there, what went wrong in season 1 and actually what made them now look that much more dangerous? Is it just Gainer basically stepping up to form, or is it a bigger, more stylistic change to the team that you think actually got them where they are here today?
Honestly, of course, we're having here the matchup from Anubis and TC. The last time they faced each other in the playoffs, it was in the lower brackets, and TC just won 3-1 in favor of Anubis. But what changes Anubis made in this season, in my opinion, it's only two things. Gainer is the first thing, and this is the only thing that we need to highlight. Second thing, I'm not going to be saying Noor 100%, because yes, Noor did a very good, powerful impact on IGLing, but we haven't seen a change from maybe from Anubis in the play style, because they're playing the same play style. So it's not definitely only the calls, but it is the experience. They got the experience, they learned how to play together, they learned from the mistakes. That's why I'm saying that Anubis is having a very, very good improvement, and a seen improvement actually from them throughout the entire season. So that's why I'm saying what only changed from Anubis season 1 to Anubis season 2 is only that these guys are playing more together now, with Gainer just popping off. That's why I'm saying Anubis are now just going skyrocketing with their improvements among the all teams that we're having right now.
Yeah, and you know, you're talking about Noor. I think that there's even a bit more to talk about there. You talked about how Noor fits the style. I think that's probably one of the biggest reasons why they improved quickly with him in the roster. I think that Yusuf already employed a lot of good strategy. I would say that whatever they explored there in the pool, it was really decent in season 1, and we were always like, hey, this is the team that always disappoints just because of how good they start, but they don't seem to have the firepower to close off the games. It has been much, much better this season around, but to extend to that, Noor fits a weird pocket in terms of all the IGLs, right? Like, not so much you would see an IGL playing as the lurker, being put in the clutch as much, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little bit critical of him in the server, in game, in terms of the firepower and for the position that he's put in. But tactically, I think that he's absolutely fit the team like a glove. But I want to know how you feel about it, how you feel about him playing the lurky roles as in general, and whether or not you think his firepower is going to be a factor today.
Well, if you're talking about a lurker, then the firepower of the lurker is not the one that's making the difference. I used to be a lurker for 3 or 4 professional years, but it's not always the lurker firepower. It's the pressure that the lurker makes. He's the IGL, and he's the lurker, so he makes more pressure than the firepower. The firepower is only from Gainer. This guy was 1.22 KD with Muffin as well. These guys are making the firepowers for the team, but the Noor is usually the guy that's going for spaces. He's usually going for pressure. He goes to try to take control. For example, if you're playing on car and we've watched the game versus Vitality, he tries to go for maybe hotel take, and he's trying to take this area alone and just pressuring Vitality to the max, and he's letting his teammates go into the A side with more ease and more maybe an easier way for them to put the C4 on the side. So that's why the pressure from him is actually what's the making difference for Anubis, and also his calls. Yes, I said his calls is one of the things that make Anubis also good, but I said that they haven't seen the change from Anubis playstyle. They're still playing the slow playstyle, but now they have more experience with the slow playstyle. So Yes, we are kinda having a slow playstyle with the two sniper setup. One of them is moving forward, which is Muffin trying to get the picks, and Dirty is trying to cover. But before, the experience from the guys was not the best, and maybe they didn't have the synergy together. Now they have it. Now they have the experience. They play together. They won versus all of the teams, I guess, because they beat 3BL and TEC on season 1, and season 2 they beat Vitality and Nemesis. So all the top 4 teams that they watched or they played against, they beat them. I guess only unKnights maybe they struggled against.
Yeah, but no unKnights in their future for now. And then we can definitely take that and I guess contrast it to the other side of TEC. You know, you're talking about how good Gainer is at times. I think that obviously it would only be fair to talk about the Zane on the other side and how much of an impact this guy's been having. Because I'll be real with you, I think that there are a lot of things that have gone wrong with this team. I don't think that Spoxy's played bad, but I think that the two things that have definitely hurt the most is that Flex have gone absolutely quiet in terms of his impact, and the project that was Kiko perhaps isn't really panning out as much as perhaps we would hope for it to be.
Exactly, you're right. Maybe Kiko's not doing the best that we expected from him, but you cannot expect putting one guy into your team and for season 1 and he's going to be popping off instantly. No. Even on season 2, he's going to be trying to get into, especially that you're putting him in one of the top tier teams. So he's going to be having some troubles. He's going to be having some difficulties because he's having an IGL, a new IGL right now, a new coach. So he's trying to adapt with it. What I'm pointing my finger at is, again, is two. Spoxy and Lineclaw, because Spoxy, he's not doing bad. Definitely he is not, but he's not consistent. We used to see the consistent Spoxy. He's always top fragging or probably second guy on the scoreboard for his teammates. Now he's kind of shaky a bit and we haven't seen the multi-frags from him, and his global side is very weak and his first bloods is not appearing on the map, and we haven't seen any impact from him. The pressure, the map control and everything that he used to make for TC is not here. So I said it on the beginning of season 2. Flex will not be able to play perfectly good unless Spoxy just steps up, because that's how they work. It's like you're putting two machines together. You need Spoxy to go in and try to put some pressure and try to get some kills in order for the enemy team to be focusing on Spoxy. That's when Flex will be going on the other sides and do some damages. Other than that, if Spoxy is not doing anything in the map and he's not doing any impact, Flex will always be dying in mid game because he will be the guy who's proactive, trying to do his casual thing. But right now the teams are waiting for Flex. They are not waiting for Spoxy because Spoxy is nowhere to be found on the map. So that's why I'm saying Spoxy, he needs to step up a bit. He needs to be more consistent. He needs to be more aggressive. He's doing very good. Now he needs to go aggressive again as he used. So he pressures the enemy team. So he gives some space for Flex to move. Of course, the Zane, I have nothing to say about this guy. He's doing very good. And the guys who are criticizing Kiko's having 1.0 KD. And he's maybe the third on the team. Lineclaw and Flex, I said that Flex will not be able to perform and adapt and just play simply unless Spoxy just steps up and plays the same way that he used to play. Aggressive, play style, control, and let Flex control the other side of the map, or maybe pressure and punish the other guys.
Look, I'll go on a limb and say some of those KDs are a little bit boosted after that game against Swamp yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that was just an absolute annihilation from the side of TEC. But I'll say this. It's not that I think that Kiko's bad. It's not that I'm saying that he's a bad player. Not at all. I just think that just like players, for example, like Gainer, like Omega from 3BL last season, like there's a lot of expectations. We're waiting for them to, I guess, have a metamorphosis and evolve into one of the best players in the league. And that's not what we've had so far. Yes, Kiko has been good. Yes, Kiko have been, I guess, impactful at times. But I thought that he would fill a role like that of Snake, for example, on the side of Vitality, or what Hunt is doing currently this season on 3BL, where he's just one of the most lethal closers. And he looked like that on Inner Circle. It looked like that at times with TEC in Season 1. But he's been looking okay, but not like he is going to be a world beater, not like he's going to be one of the best players in the league this season.
Well, regarding Kiku, he's doing very good in my opinion. He's doing what is needed from him, but it's the matter of that the synergy between him and the team is not the best. Looking at maybe like Lo, he's having maybe a rough season, and it's quite normal to be honest. If you're having a team of 5, you can't have everyone on top form. Otherwise, you wouldn't be on the contender group. You'll be on the league group, right? First place as well.
Yeah.
So it's the case that the guys the synergy, there is something wrong. We feel that they are lacking confidence. Spox is lacking his confidence. So if Spox is lacking his confidence, he's not getting the kills. He's not making his team comfortable. So Kiku's not having his confidence as well because he might think that he's the problem because TC was winning everything before he comes, and now they are struggling. But this is not him, so it's also affecting his confidence. So they need just to start winning. They need to get back in the winning streaks. They need to get back into the maybe sweeping streaks because they need not only to win but win with, for example, if they win versus Anubis today and they sweep them 3-0, I'm pretty worried that 3BL might not even also stand a chance versus them. It's all building the confidence for these guys to get back into the level.
Yeah, but I guess that means that the time is now, and well, for that time, I guess we have our own head-to-head between the two teams. As you can tell, like statistically speaking, they are nearly neck and neck. Like just the difference of 0.01 in the KD, the same kills per round, almost the same kills per headshot. I would definitely say, like, yeah, as you can tell from example, some of the stats in the round difference, when DEC win, they win a little bit cleaner. But Anubis, since they were in the elite group, they had to face.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to mention this.
So, like, yeah, it's apples and oranges, kind of in that comparison.
Yeah, exactly. Because like TEC, they played Swan Gaming last game, and yeah, we've seen how good they played, and they boosted their maybe stats because otherwise. And Anubis, they're playing on the elite group. They played Vitality, 3BL, Nemesis, and they lost to only 3BL. By the way, they lost only to 3BL. They beat Vitality and they beat Nemesis. And they're still having a very good KD. So the guys, yes, the wins are also not that convenient wins, or maybe not sweeps from Anubis, but they're in the league group, so you cannot expect them just sweeping everybody. They swept Vitality, then that's enough in my opinion.
Yeah, I'll definitely say, like, results-wise, they've been rather impressive. But hey, all of that now is, as you said, in the back burner, so let's focus on what's ahead. We were talking about the veto a little bit. We expected New Mexico to be banned from the side of Anubis. Eagle Eye is definitely going to be in contention, I think, a little bit later in the best of 5, maybe like maps 3 or 4. But what do we expect out of TEC? Like, what do they ban if you're going up against this Anubis? As you said, they've basically been playing everything that is not New Mexico, and maybe that's going to be a problem for TEC.
That's why I'm very worried, and that's why my prediction, which is gonna appear right now, I went for Anubis, because if I'm looking at the map veto for TEC, it's quite impossible for me to know what should I ban. New compound ban from TEC should be coming. New Mexico ban from Anubis should be coming, because if we are looking about how last time they played, Anubis, they lost the Mexico game 10-7, and they beat them on, I guess, Port 10-8 and Eagle Eye 10-8. So Eagle Eye was one of the best maps for TC, and yet they beat it. They beat them and they win. Also, Port was one of the best maps for TC, and still Anubis won. So I'm saying that Anubis, they have a wider map pool. Okay, you'll tell me that Anubis might be going for a new for the sub base ban. Why? What's the reason banning sub base? They beat Vitality, one of the best teams. Is the best team in our region plays sub base, and they beat them. And TC is one of the teams that are very cheeky on sub base, because 3BL, they beat them and sweep all them on sub base. unKnights, they sweep on sub base. Nemesis, they sweep them on sub base. So they're not that good on sub base. So why would Anubis ban sub base? They would target the best map for TC, New Mexico, and probably, I believe that a new compound ban gonna be coming from TC. So that's why I'm saying the map veto is quite difficult from TC side, and it's very, very, very comfortable for Anubis.
I mean, well, if then you're Anubis in that terms, where do you start the veto? Do you actually hope that they're not gonna ban sub base and start there? What are the other options? I mean, Black Widow and Port are also choices that I think I have not seen the best out of TEC on Black Widow. And that's the map that we don't talk about much, because usually it just gets banned in the second phase, right? And it's going to be much more open here in the best of 5. And as we said, we're expecting New Mexico to be taken away. You said compound. I don't disagree at all. I think it's between compound and sub base, to be fair. So do you then take the other one, or do you go somewhere else, right? Like, as I said, Black Widow is an option, Port is an option. Like, do we
Yeah.
expect those to be in the first two picks, whether it's gonna be TEC or Anubis, or are they gonna just be later on in terms of the veto order?
Well, I'll tell you one thing that we are expecting New Mexico ban, right? And we are expecting a
Yeah.
new compound ban. So definitely Black Widow gonna be on the table. And it's gonna be picked probably by TEC. Because Anubis last time, the first ban was Black Widow. But they left New Mexico. And they've seen how good TEC right now in New Mexico. So what they need to do is they need to get away from this map and just try to play Black Widow because they are not that bad on Black Widow.
Yeah, you know, of course, I am the sole TEC believer, I guess. So I'm gonna take my moment in the limelight and just talk about why I actually think that they're gonna win. I think that Anubis is probably gonna go pretty far if they go down into the lower bracket. I just don't know about them here today. Even if they're, as you said, their play has been better. I think that TEC has been having a great resurgence in the last few weeks. Whether it is their other results, maybe have been a little bit shaky. But when they started in the contenders group, I was not really that impressed by them. Right? They lost to Imperium 2-1.
They lost 2 and they lost to
But
unKnights.
yeah, but the game against unKnights,
The
I'll
only-
definitely say was pretty close,
Yeah.
right? I think it was only Eagle Eye that they lost. I think that
Yeah.
Eagle Eye is probably going to be pushed very late in terms of this veto. Both teams are
Yeah.
willing to play it, but both teams are also going to be respecting each other in playing it. So then I'm looking at maps like Ankara, that was a really close affair between them and unKnights. I'm looking at New Mexico, that, as you said, might actually slip through. And yeah, I think it's just going to be the ping pong between the two sides, right? There's New Mexico and there's Ankara. Then on the other side, there's Compound and Black Widow. And whichever is going to be banned, the other one is going to be picked first by the other team. And that
Exactly.
is
Yeah.
going to put us in a pretty intriguing position where, like, are you playing for the Punishers as much? I feel like it's a lot more difficult when you're actually on that side of Anubis, but we'll have to wait and see how things go. Apparently, we will know just this second. It is going to be New Mexico and Compound taken away by TEC and an Ankara start for Anubis. Perhaps expected off the game against unKnights, but TEC actually choosing to play that Black Widow over the port, leaving Eagle Eye to be all the way in the back burner, just as a necessity if needed for map 5. And then my question becomes, would you choose sub-base to be the starter for Anubis or Ankara? Because that's where things can be a bit dicey for me, at least. I feel like sub-base is going to be the more comfortable one, and I wonder why they didn't start there.
I'll tell you one thing. I'll remind you when 3BL played versus TEC on the low bracket on season 1, second time. What did 3BL pick first map? It was sub-based. 3BL picked their first map as their best map as their first map. And then I knew it's gonna be all falling apart because if they lose the first, they have no option of getting coming back, and they instantly they did.
Yeah.
Yes, so sometimes, maybe some captains of the teams, they prefer to take an average map as first map because they need to warm up, and they leave their best maps on the second and third because that's where it gets very, very, very risky. If you pick one of your average maps on the first map, that means if you be able to win it, technically you won the series. So what mistakes 3BL did is they picked their first map as their best map as their first map, and they weren't ready, and they weren't probably warmed up, and they were probably just getting into the games because it's best of 5, and usually when you go in a best of 5 you don't put 100% effort on the first map. They lost it, and it was the best map, and they said they lost it in the V2, and it was the mistake from them in the V2. And now Anubis, they picked Ankara, and they let them pick sub-base on the third map. So that's why I'm saying that's the butterfly effect from Anubis. They beat Vitality on sub-base, they are picking it versus TSC. It's either these guys are going 3-0 or they're gonna get 0-3 because it's nowhere to get close. I guess this matchup is all about who's gonna be having the momentum. And now we've seen that Anubis, they have the momentum because picking sub-base, because only beating Vitality on sub-base last time, that means that you are playing on the momentum that you took from the Vitality's win.
Yeah, okay, so I guess that we're saying they're not a house of cards. They're playing for the long game. So what are your expectations? I think it's going to be, like, at the bare minimum 3-1. I'm actually thinking it's going to go all 5 here.
Yeah.
I just want to know what you think. It's going to be a 3-1 for Anubis. Okay, so that's what they're going for now.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe 3-1 for Anubis. I believe that Anubis, they have the better map V2. Yeah.
So, any final words on map 1 that we're going to be heading into here? We talked about Ankara a little bit. 10-7 was the score last time the TEC played it. And whenever Anubis were playing Ankara, they were looking solid. Who do you think we should look out for in the two teams?
if Anubis just went in 100% focus and played the same way they played versus Vitality on Ankara, just forcing a side pushes and leaving everything only to Noor mid or B long, I believe that there is going to be no chances for TEC beating them on Ankara.
Yeah, and for TEC, do you think it's just going to be whether or not Spoxy shows up, or is there a little bit more to talk about here when it comes to this match, just before we send it to the cast?
Spoxy needs to just play the underpass more aggressive and to shut down the mid aggression pushes coming out from Anubis. I said this versus unKnights, and it was on phase 1. They played unKnights, they lost, and they went to play them again. And they did the same. HDZ just got the better of Spoxy on both games, and he beat the both games because there were no pressure coming out from these guys on mid. So if you lose the mid pressure, the A side and the B side going to be very, very weak because they're going to be lurkers. Noor is going to be hunting, and also maybe Muffin is going to be hunting you as well. And that's when you lose the map control when it comes to the Blacklist side.
Is he going to be hunting on that GR start? Like, that's the question that I guess I'm thinking about, right? Okay. So you think Anubis are going to be more proactive then?
Muffin is going to be hunting everybody, and Spoxy needs to match him. If Spoxy, just the first 2-3 rounds, you watched him staying in his position, is just doomed for TEC.
Okay, then I guess that's the guess. Penguin built a lot of anxiety over that result here for TEC, and I guess it was not the best day in the office when England went out, but somebody's gonna staying in. And Travis, I hope that you're ready for this one because this is about to be a pretty long one. Lads, let's take it away to Travis Sekiro.
Come on, man. Did you have to start a double VO5 day like that to remind me and give me PTSD like that off the rip? Come on. I'm already tired. We're getting ready for this incredible day of CrossFire. 2 BO5s. Obviously, the playoffs is where all the business end really begins with these tournaments, Sekio. I'm excited for it because I need to see TC look plainly better. Because, for me, they've been the disappointment of the season.
Yeah, for me, it feels like TEC. Like, I remember their last interview, they were talking about, like, yeah, we were pretty sure that we were not going to be in the top 1 and 2 after week 1, so we just went with the whole split to just, like, walk through it or do whatever the things that we can do to just at least find a solid ground to start with in the playoffs. So we'll see how it goes. Like, we have seen them speak, we have seen their gameplay, but hopefully we see a different beast here in the playoffs. Like, you're not going to be expecting them to get out of the race very quickly or like early on the tournament.
Yeah, I think it, like, I don't know. For me, they need a good start as well. I really do like the logic of the desk talking about how you wouldn't want to have your best map as map 1 if you're Anubis or TEC necessarily, because if you start slow, then you're in trouble for the rest of the series, obviously, and you have nothing to fall back on, nothing to rely on anymore. So, yeah, I think I refuse to believe this is going to be an easy game for either one of these two teams. So, yeah, we'll have to see who edges it in the end, and I don't see it being a 3-0. If anyone's going to 3-0 it, it will be Anubis, but I don't see it being. It has to be a close game. I'd be very, very surprised if it wasn't. And already, as you can see, a bit of a slow start, feeling each other out here, trying to detect what's going on for the Anubis side.
To be honest, like, it feels like Anubis been having some really good run, at least in phase 2, and also Ankara is one of their favorite maps to be playing in, so I'm expecting a lot to come from that team. And, like, yeah, sometimes you might need to start slow, but it looks like that TEC are not going any more slower here. Immediately trying to get some more control into the B side. You got me, you got Spoxy on fire, and I believe only Gainer remain in this picture. He is in 1v4 situation. Probably it will be not the hardest one to take. Like, they're pretty low on HP, but Flex will just spot him out. One wrong move and the whole roster is dead.
Yeah, Gainer, even Gainer, maybe a little bit too much for him, right? I think the main thing that is talking point for Anubis' progress this season is how Gainer can be a star player for them, and Yeah, I think moments like that is a bit difficult, but let's see how it goes. I'm sure he'll improve over the rest of the series.
This is the first round, but I like here the catch on Spoxy. Really good one here, but the Zane just goes for the spray from downtown here, trying to catch another one, but Muffin is holding the stairs. They're going between weapons. It's not going to be an easy task, but Dirty joins the fight. Now it's a 3v1 situation with Lanclo actually not even having the C4, but I believe none of them actually know where the C4 at. So I believe if he could try to take like a couple of 1v1s, it would be a lot easier for him to deal with, but it looks like the Anubis are just stacking at one side. And yeah, bro, like you forgot the C4 back in the base. I mean, yeah, like yeah, he still got 1 minute to play with, but it looks like he's not even considering winning this round. Lanclo goes running gun in here, takes the first one, and Dirty just deals with it. Like, yeah, I understand why he didn't take the C4. Like, I understand.
Yeah, unfortunately there was no chance to clutch that at all, right? Considering the fact that they were all packed together. There was no chance to take a clean 1v1 and get away with it. You can see their immediate trades. Yeah, good stuff. And the very obvious starts to a couple of these previous rounds for Anubis are exactly what Penguin spoke about on the desk, right? Muffin's going to be searching, and if he's successful, invariably it'll end out in a round win. And Muffin is successful again. 3 kills already in the game for him. Last couple of rounds, it's been him starting it off. And Flex will drop, and that is one of the improvements we want to see from that duo that can bounce off of each other between Flex and Spoxy. Most importantly on maps like Eagle Eye, if we somehow get to that 5th map decider, it's usually been a map for them where we see that strength for them. We see them deliver. We see them go for that style where they play off each other perfectly. But that's a fall off we've seen this season. It's not been there. Spoxy will find Gainer. That's a really important one to grab. And with Lionclaw finding Nor, they've managed to wrestle back the advantage and a bomb plant.
Yeah, still plenty of time for Anubis to try and play this one. Still waiting for the util to run out. But at the same time, TEC goes for the plan. But here's the catch. Like, he still got the ace out like backdoor to try and get into that one. And also you can go with a very separate style, but the problem is you will be caught in a blink of an eye. Muffin just tries to play the tight angles perfectly, trying to wait for anyone to catch him off guard, and also they're triggering them to a different part. Muffin is trying to catch them, and actually will be in this side. The stairs are here, the Zane is taken out, and Lionclaw is the last man here, just trying to plant it, just trying to stick it, goes for the swing, and I believe he actually made it. No! Last
just
shot
not.
came from Lanclo and closed the round to TEC.
So close, and probably the right call to make, because 5 seconds on the clock, there's no other way you're defusing that. So you may as well, when you're in that 1v1 situation, even though you know you're going to be faced, even though you know you're probably going to die, just stick it. And he tried it. Fair play to him. But TEC are battling pretty well early game here. The brawls they're taking are going pretty evenly back and forth. Anubis are not dominating yet, and the ramp up for TEC is critical for them. As we said, for the poor regular season, who would have thought at the beginning of Season 2 that TEC would be the last team to qualify for playoffs, right? That 6th team coming in 2nd in the contender group. And look, they can improve a lot from what we've seen in previous years, but I can see how it goes for them. Good start here, though. They've asserted themselves early, which is the main thing.
It was very close interaction in the previous couple of rounds. It looks like they found their hidden gem, which is just trying to play around A, and I believe Anubis are not particularly sending more men to cover that spot, but I believe they have the disadvantage, still plenty of util to play with, and a little bit of time, only 30 seconds on the clock, so they need to just jump in. They don't want to lose a lot of time like the previous one, but on the other side you see the Zane is actually holding B main, but at the same time watching them marching here. Muffin waiting for anyone to come into his crosshair, but it looks like it's not going to be an easy task for TEC to play versus that guy. And for me, when Muffin is ready, when Muffin is on fire, Anubis are winning most of the rounds.
Very nice there. That patience was really good from him. You could tell with that smoke in the middle of the site, he didn't need to go too aggressive on that. He could just chill, take his time, wait for them to make a move, and then when he had to go a little bit more aggressive to make sure they saw the advantage, when he had the information of where one player was, he took it. So, nice choice from Muffin. 8 kills already to start the game. How about that? Flexible entry dirty nicely. That's an aggressive move that we were talking about that he needs to make a bit more, but he doesn't stay alive, doesn't choose to fall back, or at least try to anyway. Then will push him out and keep in response. In comes Doom to hold the line. 3v3. Until now.
No, yeah. Actually, I didn't catch the
kill.
until now, but actually in a blink of an eye, Doom just sent it from a 3v1 situation into one, but I believe that Lineclaw knows that Doom is very low in HP, is only 4 HP, so it would be a lot easier for him to just try to catch his leg, and exactly, Doom did a really good job here in the final round, but it was not enough for his team to actually catch more on the round department. But I like how Anubis are starting this game. They have like a couple of rounds. I believe this one will help them a lot once they are at the attacking side. It will be easier for them to catch more rounds. But here, Lineclaw jumps in, use the boxes to his side, and he's making some real damage to Anubis.
Yeah, that was nice. That was a good start to a round, and we are seeing some individual step-ups here at the beginning of this BO5. Now we got into playoffs. There's a couple of round pups. Flex started with a couple of 2 opening kills. Lineclaw's now up to 9, and it's only round, 6? So, yeah, I'm happy with what I'm seeing so far. He's only 20 HP, though, after his hard work, however, so we just need to see him hold on. We'll be caught in the open by Nor, and that really activates this retake. It's the Flex Spoxy duo. Can they bounce off of each other enough to hold on here? Gainer, Dirty, and Nor trying to force their way back in. Timer now above their head. Not the easiest to be able to work their way in now with this much time on the clock. They can still make it happen. There's one more player on that line, but he will spin around in time, and just enough time for that defuse as well. He had Dirty as an insurance policy, and there wasn't much on the clock, but as you can see, with a little cheeky grin on Gainer's face, he's happy with that recovery.
Yeah, to be honest, it's a really good way to start the playoffs, like to watch TEC, to watch Anubis. Like both of those teams been having some very rough time, I would say, in the entire year. TEC had like a really good season 1, season 2 was not the best for them. Anubis finished at 6th place, so they're having a very rough time, and I believe they're very far away from getting closer to any international competition unless they secure top 2 or top 3. So a lot of weight is on their shoulders. They need to match, they need to take. But still, I like the fact that the change of mentality that came to Anubis. Like, I remember back in the days in Season 1, they were just talking non-stop that they want to be number 1, they want to take this title. But what happened was the opposite. Like, they had a very rough one, and this one they have very realistic like things to achieve, like things to put as their goal. But the last round was not like achievable for them, and I believe they will just take a tech pose to talk it over and see how it goes. I believe that Muffin will just leave the chair and start rotating, moving around the house like as usual. But wait, Doom is not doing the same thing. That's new. Oh, they have the banana strategy. Actually, that's smart.
Exactly.
Like that will. I'm not even joking. Like eating banana mid game gives you a lot of power and a lot of energy. I'm not even joking. It boosts your metabolism and like makes you laser sharp when you're playing. So I like what's Doom doing here.
There's a reason why a lot of the top sports people just have a regular old banana on the side, like on the tennis changeovers and stuff like that. They'd always have a banana. On the footballers, maybe they'd have like a sports drink that's like banana flavored or whatever. There's a lot of them out there. But yeah, I like the timing of this for Anubis. I think it makes total sense to call attack now, and the reason I've said that is because they're on the GR side, and that probably should be the more favoured side in general. I would say it's it can be pretty even sometimes. We do. I think a lot of the times I've covered this map this year, it's been a 5-4, 6-3, not massive discrepancies, but I think they know they're playing a little bit of catch up right now. They haven't been able to gain control of the game in any way, shape, or form. It's always been TEC edging that one round ahead. So that is why they're taking this tack here and now. It's early to use it, but I get it.
All right, very short pause here and see how it goes for Anubis. We talked about bananas, we talked about strats, and of course Trav mentioned like they are on the favorite side. They can just close the first half and 6-3 deficit. They need those 2 rounds to help them in the second half, but here you'll see a lot of aggression coming towards the A side. Gainer is boosted here, trying to wait for anyone to get closer. The Zane jumps and you see them coming from all direction, and it's not that easy to take, but they demolished Gainer. And now it's a 5v3 situation, and those guys have a very difficult task to make. Actually, it's a 5v2. It's pretty almost over. Tell Doom or Muffin, actually, one of them can do so. Unless that. Doom whiffs a couple of shots. Muffin is left alone versus the remaining of TEC. So another round goes to TEC, and good tech pose, but it goes to TEC.
Yeah, and that's not going to be making Anubis all too happy. That was a really, again, well thought out, aggressive start to the round from TEC. They got their reward for what they wanted off the bat. 2 kills for Dezane, 2 for Spoxy to close. In a very good position, and you can see the moves that Anubis are trying to make to feel like they have any handle back in the game. And Doom has started well, and now have full control outside A with the most powerful position you could possibly be in for Muffin. Full information of the spawn, pretty much. And as you can see, it works out for an opening. Make it a 5v3. And that forces all of TEC over to one side of the map. And it does feel like another 5-4 is what we're in for.
Let's see how TEC will have to do in this round. And he'll always love to see a quick scoop coming from Spoxy. Like, that guy after the boss is a different player. Like, it feels like he's in a different category if he can just keep the same spirit, same damage that he's doing to Anubis, but it's getting shorter and shorter. Him and Lineclaw are left alone versus 4 players, and that guy can just take a couple of players down. I believe it's gonna be a lot easier for them to take this round. And now Spoxy is trying to hunt here. Muffin goes for a top, trying to catch here. Line close, pretty low in HP. Goes for the jump, but Muffin is ready with the trigger. Spoxy will be taken next, and you see him roaring and like doing all of that. Like, you see the energy. That guy had a lot in his shoulder to carry for his team.
Yeah, that was really important. I think they would be in a very bad position if they didn't manage to get that far round of the half. They're still not in the most favoured position in the world, but that is a critical hold for them. And yeah, we'll swap sides now and see how Anubis react on that second half. Will them being able to dictate the pace on their BL side change anything about this game? Or will it be a continued TEC streak? Good decision making at the end of that half as well. I think overall TEC will be very content. They haven't feel like they've overexerted themselves too much, and they've still got the lead. No one had to really, be an absolute hero. Lion Clyde a couple of nice entries. I think he did end the half with around about like 10, 11 kills, which is very good. But yeah, no one had to. There was no like heroic clutches, was there really? It was Anubis grinding back into the game with Muffin a couple of times. So yeah, TC working well as a collective at the moment.
I'll say not a lot of heroic rounds, but a lot of like decent round coming from single individuals from both teams. You mentioned Line Claw on the other side. We must mention the of course the sniper that Anubis got. He's I mean, it's only his first year appearing in CFWL, and for him to do all of that things, to have such pressure coming on a young star is something to be like held for him. Like, that guy been really stepping up so good for Anubis. And of course, speaking about Muffin, I know that he's not young, he's 25. I'm not calling 25-year-old players are old or not young, but like he's in the middle of his career. I'm not saying anything about 25s. But he's doing some really good damage for his team. Noor just finished his military service. He's back in action. You have Doom, you have the full squad, full house here, trying to regain control and actually trying to bring back glory to Anubis. Somehow, like, I don't know why, but I remembered like it's coming home, but it's not.
It's not, mate. It's not. That is the reality of the situation. I only have a German to blame for it. Flex is going to go down to Muffin off the bat. And again, I'm talking about Anubis trying to set the pace on their BL side early, them being down a little bit here. That is exactly what you want to see. Muffin going for these picks, being successful on them. He's clear, flexing this round with ease.
Still, like the double sniper setup that's coming from Anubis. Muffin and Dirty doing some really good work here. Like, they're doing the dirty work for Anubis, ironically, giving them the numbers advantage. But it looks like that Anubis likes to play it slow. Zayn actually spotted him. But ironically, I believe that AR is pretty closer and easier for him to catch. On the other side, Muffin is waiting for any slight of adjustment here of the play, of the movement. And he picks the second one. 50 seconds on the clock. He gotta make something here. They're pretty close to A-side execution. But on the other side, you have Gainer making some really good flank. You're taking space, taking more and more to Anubis. And if he can catch Spoxy mid-rotation, that's going to be very huge for the team. And I believe it's not going to be him. If it's not him, it should be Noor in the middle here.
Nothing could have a timing again, though. I mean, he's not even on the site that they're attacking, but he's looking to try and enter anyway. And look at this. I mean, this is just pure textbook work there from Anubis, and Muffin's feeling it. 4 kills to start the second half, and sure, you can't guarantee that is replicable. What you can guarantee is that Muffin wants to try and keep replicating it over and over, because that was perfect first kill, takes his time, goes with an angle, finds a second. Comes off the round all by himself, not even going to the side that they were taking the bomb to. Very, very quick opening to the next round, though, and TEC want to try and stop him before he gets going. They immediately find him. They go aggressive with 3 players, and their result, their reward, is a 3v2 with only Gainer and Dirty left. Gainer doing well to find a couple of kills to save this round a little bit, and they do have the B side of the map to themselves.
Looks just like that, I know. Yeah, Flex, Boxy, and Kiko, all 3 of them are actually on the hunt, trying to find anyone here rotating. It looks like they might actually find Gainer. He's here holding Cat. Not a lot of angles for them to see him at, but they're pretty close. Dirty is taking the plant here, and I like how Gainer is playing a bit aggressive with his defense mechanism, and I believe like both of them are gonna leave this spot, maybe trying to play from the smoke here. Kiko goes under the tunnel, trying to find or take the best out of Anubis, him, Flex, and Spoxy. 3-man squad rotating, and you see that Dirty's actually leaving the spot, using some smokes, some util here. 10 seconds on the clock. Dirty, can he does that thing for Anubis that they're waiting for him, and they immediately goes for the defuse. Flex is left alone. Gainer, can he stop him? 3 seconds on the clock, but he doesn't have enough time. He's taking the longer road. He tried to play the... Like, you see the smile on Flex, like, where have you been?
Yeah, where did he go? Where have you been? Cotton Eye Joe, whatever the song is. Where did you come from? Where did you go? That's the one. But yeah, that was just a good example of some teamwork on the retake in terms of just body blocking for that defuse at the end there. It was too far away at any point, but they were just trying to make sure they had one more player in the way of Flex defusing to keep him safe and win the round with that little time left. Bit of a faster one again from Anubis. They've realised that they can play a little bit better, faster. There are sometimes they don't, sometimes they do. And Muffin, well, it seems like he's much more favouring himself playing faster in this game, isn't he? Every single fast round they've gone for, he's gotten a multi-kill in the entry. He's really ramped up for this, isn't he? 7 kills already in the second half. He started very cleanly in the first half as well. Double entry with the pistol onto onsite, and Spoxy, give it a go. There's one. Muffin is low, but he can hold the line still, and he's feeling it. All 4 again for him, and TEC, you know what they're up against now.
That's his 3rd quad in this game. That shows you that that guy, like whenever he's multi-fragging, you know that Anubis should win, and they're relying on Muffin right now. He's killing himself, he's in the 4-man, he's logged in for the game, so you need to be careful. Like, an angry Muffin is a hard one, and like, you won't like to eat a hard Muffin. Anyways, going back to the game. Gainer, Anubis, they're still trying to figure out how should they approach TEC at this point. Might be trying to play with the time here, 1 in Cat. It's not going to be an easy task to rotate from the middle, trying to play in the B side, but it looks like they might be approaching that side. They're moving with a double sniper setup. Dirty is holding the safest option, and the other guy, the demon himself, Muffin, is going way too aggressive with his bushes. Still holding this ball, but waiting for anyone to peek. Just like that.
And Dirty gets his reward for the patience in the end. Drop to Muffin. Oh my word. You just can't allow this guy to go anywhere. Anywhere on the map, he's got the right angle, he's got the good positioning, he's got the good timing. This is an insane performance at the moment. And this is like some of the things you see from him on maybe previous seasons, maybe different lineups. Maybe you'd see this sort of thing from like a Spoxy or something, but this is Muffin taking control of the game. TC on a little bit of bother, gets a lineup 2 to finish off the last 2 with ease. And it will be time for TEC to throw their tack in.
They go take their time at least, like they're down 76 in the scoreboard. Not seeing the other one around. No, not touching there. Well, not going to that direction, but see Titan Esports actually listening. Those guys are listening to loans. Like it feels like he got a lot to tell the players.
Yeah, lots of conversation from Loons on the coach slot. Lots of experience there, of course, helping out the team this season, and knows that it's time for his boys to step up. And they would have been quite quietly content with that first half. Now, you know, they're kind of this tack pause, sorry, is almost as much of a chance for conversation as much as it is trying to stop Muffin's momentum and stop him from running riot.
Give him a banana and he's all right.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think they all need one to stop Muffin. They all need the banana power.
When that guy actually smiles, Muffin, you know that he's up to something. You love the energy, and also I like how Yusuf got a change of attitude since season 1. I remember he was always that guy who doesn't smile. He's just so serious and giving them the mean face, but here you feel he's more supportive to his teammates. And you can see here on the replays, have that guy been effective the entire game? Whether it's the first half, second one, and only in 3 rounds, as you mentioned, 10 kills, double quad. And in the first half, he got a quad and double 2 times triple kills. So that's how Muffin actually doing a lot of work here. But I believe that Dirty got a little bit of momentum boost here. We're not only one-man squad. You have Muffin and I'm here. Dirty taking a couple of them. New with the third, and the A side is just clear.
Headshot.
It's pretty impressive, isn't it? Once again, they're not relying on just Muffin. There's some it's Dirty who can make the moves to get it done early in the round. TC's tack not going too well. They still need to pick up the C4 though, and that is the one thing that could go awry, but Muffin's timing is great. He goes to check it as Lionclaw pushes up. That's the C4 under their control. I think they now know where Spoxy is. Doom is playing with the angle very accurately. There we go. Swarming. Look at the little peeking. No way out for Spoxy and Anubis really are putting their foot down to begin here on their opening map pick of Ankara, as we were talking about. As Penguin was talking about on the desk, right? They want to try and keep one of their strongest maps for later on in the veto. That's why Subbase is their second pick rather than their first pick. But if they go in to Ankara, or go into Black Widow, sorry, one map up after winning Ankara, they'll be feeling very, very confident.
For me, I would say that Ankara is their best pick by far. I would say that for Anubis. But hold on here. Ignoring Ankara, ignore the map, but don't ignore that guy. Don't ignore Dirty. He's just taken a couple of kills to his name. But on the other side, after all of that, it's down to 2v2 Dirty. Pretty low in HP, and Muffin here double oh, that's Flix. I thought for a second and that's Dirty. I was curious, why didn't he shoot? It's very open shot, but you see those two players trying to hold to each other, and now we have a double of snipers playing versus, I would say also two snipers, since Flex can just do whatever he needs. Like can play as a sniper, he can play with the HK, can play with the EPR. So anything will be good on the hands of that guy. So for me, A clear is very open. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that they don't know that. Like we know that based on the information that we get from the broadcast. Thank you guys. We'll see how they move in the next 50 seconds.
Yeah, this is a huge 2v2. It really is. You can tell how important Anubis know this is. Both two teams have used their tac pause. And the reason why you can tell that they know the importance of it is because they just barely moved in spawn pretty much for the last 15-30 seconds. I want to try and see if Flex or Spoxy, probably the two players you wouldn't want to face in this 2v2, have an idea, and they've forced them to move. They're going to go in a duo, go searching in a duo, and they are on that A-bomb site just trying to collect information. But they're going to see it's clear, and with 11 seconds left, the bomb can be planted. So Dirty and Muffin will be allowed to be in this after plant, and if it's Muffin alive, I don't expect I'll see him miss. It depends how his positioning is and what his timing is like. If he's set up on the angle, I will trust him. Timer against the TEC players, and actually Muffin does miss a shot, unexpectedly so. He'll have to fall back to the next checkpoint and hope that Spoxy doesn't hard clear him. With Dirty so low, it's very important that they find the kills. But look at this, he's not doing anything right now. Muffin now has to play time. Can he somehow play time in some way, shape or form? They've not managed to kill him yet, and that's the biggest problem, and I'm not sure. It's going to be really, really close. He's not going to get it. The playing time worked out. Just don't peek. Just don't go anywhere near him. And in the end, there was only 3 seconds left, not enough for the defuse. Anubis get their match points.
He just waited and he played, like as you mentioned, the perfect time thing, and at the same time he just put his face down so he'll buy like an extra couple of seconds, and it paid off. That's all you can say for Anubis, but here you can see them actually taking a very good space here in the middle, and they're not going back. Nooris keep going with the process. Now you can just catch anyone move from A to med here. Probably Lanklo is the closest guy to catch him. Dirty is playing way too offensive. Those guys are trying to take matters with their own hands here. Playing too aggressive. Dirty through the smokes and through everything, taking. You see him smile, like, just look at his smile, like he knows where he's at, like he doesn't even need to flinch. No vision needed.
This is a very impressive start, isn't it? This is exactly like what Anubis would have wanted to go into this game. It took a little while to warm up in the first half. You could argue that maybe the first half wasn't perfect for them, but TEC have only won one round on their GR side. They're playing a little bit too passive, not as assertive, and they're letting Anubis pick them off one by one, bit by bit. That's something that, you know, I remember the desk talking about historically. If you play this passive, in general, you will just get outplayed. And I think very obviously Anubis have done that. Look at the different he's got. He's in full control of this. Right, will go down. Flex is no way in. There's no in for Spoxy either. This one's going to be a quick end coming in here for TC, and a nade or slam dunk onto Spoxy. Beautifully done. Really, really nice opening up. I know it was their pick. I know it's a BO5, but just not enough aggression from TC. They sat back. They let Muffin dictate. Dirty then dictated as well. And overall, it was too much for them to handle.
Yeah, it was just like those two snipers doing like extra work, giving Anubis like their first win and like a silver platter, I would say. And it felt like at the first half and before the final pause that TEC took, it was just Muffin, and I would say Doom was doing some work at least with the flanking positions, giving information and letting those guys shoot. And like, yeah, after TEC took that pause, we just saw actually Dirty taking things to his own matter and just like closing the first one. But that's it for us. Let's head to the panelers to walk us through what happened in the first game.
lads. And not to say that you've told us so, but you tell us so when it comes down to the way this game has went, right? He said that Muffin needs to have a big game, and if Spoxy doesn't show up, it's going to be trouble for TEC. And unfortunately for TEC, both of those prophecies came true.
Yeah, we've seen TC. They're playing very passive. They haven't done the job what they used to do. We've seen Anubis. They're doing very good on the first half. I had some questions about the Anubis tactical pose because it was 4-3 in favor of TC, and then Anubis just pops off their tactical pose. 4-3 when you're on the global side and you're playing on card, that means you're going neck to neck to the enemy team on the global side, which is very good in my opinion. It wasn't necessary, I'd say, but why not? You have the luxury of just taking your tactical pose. Looking at how good TC played on the Blacklist side, that shows that this team, when they play aggressive, because on Blacklist side, definitely you need to play aggressive, right? You need to go on side, you need to plant the C4, you need to take positions in order for you to win rounds. So, when we've seen TC just doing this and trying to play aggressive, trying to go for the picks, to go for the controls, because normally on Ankara, the Blacklist side is the side that moves for the, let's say, the controls, not the global side. It's a Blacklist side map for a reason. So we've seen TC, they are doing this and they are winning, and they finish winning 5-4. And they went to the global side when we've seen a very defensive style from them. Yes, I understand that they're playing versus Anubis, they're playing versus double sniper setup. You need to play a bit defensive, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be fighting for any of the areas. And I highlighted before the game that the confidence level from TC is kinda not that good, right? If you watch it, the flex clutch with Spoxy, when Spoxy just sneaked under the pyramid boxes on B side, and then he suddenly jumped, he killed Dirty, it was Muffin left. I've seen Spoxy swinging to kill Muffin, which is the normal case scenario. Maybe in any case you would swing to kill the last player. Flex went to defuse, and he thought that Spoxy will kill him, and then suddenly Muffin just kills him, and then Flex has to trade him, and he has no time left. So this shows that these guys are not even confident in their moves, in their plays, and everything. And Spoxy, we asked him, he has to deliver, he delivered, but the rest of the team just fall apart.
Yeah, and even then, you know, when you say Spoxy delivered, he didn't really deliver in the same level of people like Dirty, like Muffin, as you can tell right here in the game. Don't get me wrong, it was a good game from Spoxy, but as you said, there were definitely some question marks for some of the players on the side of TEC, and perhaps the biggest disappointment have got to be how little they actually showed from that first half. As you said, when they were aggressive, when they were proactive, things were going well, but even then, not that well. It was only a 5-4, and that GR side was just catastrophe. The only round that I think they won was just off the back of Gainer being too little too late to the party when it comes down to that final 1v2. And even then, I think that if Gainer had the right timing, maybe they wouldn't have won.
They would have won. Yeah,
so,
they would have won.
Yeah, like it just looked very doomed once they pivoted over to that second side. And as he said, came down to the riflers. A very good showing from Lion Claw when he was on BL, but on the GR side, everybody really went quiet.
Yeah, I believe he was 9-4 on the Blacklist side. He was proactive. He's trying to go for the controls, for the trades, for everything for his teammates. They were doing very good at Esports. Yes, 5-4 is not the best, let's say, the best score you get out from the Blacklist side on Ankara, but still, it's good. You won the first half, and then you go to the second half. You just let Muffin have fun with you guys everywhere, and he's just pushing all the sides. And we've seen Anubis, they sometimes push a site with only 3 players, and they let 2 other players control the rest of the map. We've seen Gainer on BC, he was having a late lurk, and 1 guy in base already watching top mid in case someone is swinging, and 3 guys on the side without the C4. That shows that the Anubis, they're not coming here, I mean, to go for the scripted rounds or to be pressured. They just maybe found an angle of pushing into a side without the C4. Why not? Just go, try to play the side, try to get the side, and the other guys will handle the pressure. And just Muffin casually walking by, he kills 1, 2, 3 players, and the round is done. So Anubis, the confident level, the momentum that they bring from the Vitality game is paying off right now. But TC, we haven't seen any change from them. These guys might be swept today if they don't change their play style and try to play just go all in or nothing.
Yeah, you know, we're talking about this a little bit. Obviously on Black Widow, which is up next, the riflers are really the key to unlocking the freedom of the fights, right? I think that we've seen Spoxy do good. Muffin, of course, the MVP, he's done the best in the server. And that head-to-head is kind of sealed for me, right? I think that both of them, when they're playing on the GR side, they're going to do great in locking down the A side, making it difficult for the players in barracks. But, you know, speaking of that position, that's one of the places that we have usually really seen Anubis put a lot of focal attention early on in the round, where they love to press barracks on the blacklist side, and then the GR, they're not really scared of taking the bridge duel. And with the way that the two riflers have gone, you'd really have to say that the core of riflers on Anubis definitely got the upper hand right now. Do you think the experience is going to be enough for TEC to rein it back and keep this series going in a 1-1 fashion? Or is it just momentum, as he said, from the previous week and now from this map that might carry over and that Anubis basically run over TEC?
It's gonna be tougher on Black Widow. It's gonna be tougher, definitely, because yeah, as you mentioned, barracks is a very, it's a very crucial area for Black Widow, for the Blacklist side and for the global side. Because usually when you take barracks as a global side, that means that you will be shifting and having a proper, let's say, a proper defense on the cat side. You'll have more comfortable defense side watching the cat. But still, if you are Blacklist side and you take barracks, that means that you can send a lurk at any time. You can send a fake on cat also at any time. You can do a lot of things, and we've seen it with the 3BL, where I believe it was Doom or Noor, one of the guys, he pushed one time, just single-handedly on barracks. It was season 1, it was probably Doom. He just pushed barracks casually and killed 2 players on A long. And then the other guys just went to the B long. So now, what Anubis needs to do, they need to play with the same momentum. They need to fight for barracks, because usually we see TSC fight barracks with 4 rifles, sometimes even going with 3 or 4 rifles. It's normally 3 rifles, but we've seen them before doing 4 rifles, so they need to be aware of that. In TSC, they're going to be having a lot of troubles on their blacklist side, because they're going to be facing 2 snipers. One guy will be hyperactive, which is going to be Muffin, probably picking cat, probably picking mid-ramp, going into box room, and Dirty, who's going to be locking down the A side, especially the barracks that we talked about.
Yeah, I know we're talking about this. We're talking about the BL start from Anubis. We'll have to wait and see how things actually pan out there. So far, so good. My prediction has been going wrong, but it's been going so swimmingly for everyone else. So let's take it back to the game and see if it's going to be fish in water or if TEC are going to put up more of a fight.
Yes, sir, we shall see. And I hope, for the sake of the game, we do see more of a battle from TEC. And they started okay. They did start okay. But yeah, it's as soon as Anubis ramped up and we got to see more of the individuals deliver, that was when it was a bit of an issue, right? So yeah, we'll have to see how they're going to recover. TEC, Black Widow is their pick, obviously, but Anubis have always, as Penguin's been talking a lot about this season, just have in general a very good map pool. They can just ramp up and find results and get Ws on maps that aren't even their primary picks. So, excuse me, we'll see how it goes for them here as well.
We'll see how it goes from here. Also, I think that Black Widow is one of the maps that Anubis are kind of decent on it. Like, those guys actually touched on that like early on today, that they have like been playing much wider pool when it comes to maps. And Black Widow, with their double sniper setup, they can do whatever they really need. And I believe they might be just playing a little bit passive here, and I don't know if it's the classic Anubis, or are they going back to taking more time to like trying to test waters, get to know more information. But like till now, it's just 1 minute and 10 seconds remain, and we still have 10 players in the server.
Yeah, it was pretty similar in map 1 as well. Just a patient feel out of the first round, just to see how both teams want to play the map to begin with. But at the moment, as you can see, like TC, I understand they feel the need to be more proactive. They're a map down. It's one of the reasons why Anubis have been kind of beating them up so far. But they're 1 by 1 into angles that are being held pretty easily. Sure, 1 recovery kill coming through from Dezane. But yeah, Anubis' defaults this season and going into playoffs have been very, very solid, and it's proving to be the case here again.
Well, 20 seconds on the clock. They're still having really good things when it comes to numbers advantage, but Lion-Claw looks like he's taking things with his own hands. 10 seconds on the clock, Dirty. You gotta jump in, and also I believe time is not on their favor by him and Gainer trying to move forward. It's still a 1v1. Gainer, can he do it? The answer is no. Time to play with it. Kiku just stayed boosted back there and played the correct call.
Yeah, patience at the end of the day gets that one over the line. Important start for them, considering they were a man down. Here comes the aggression. This is together, right? This is as a group. Sure, they've been given the fights by Anubis pushing out A long like that, but still, Flex is able to grab 2. But Muffin again out snipes Spoxy again. So 3v3 recovered quickly, and Zane can't afford to go down with nothing here.
Hard one to play, but Muffin just goes with the stun. They use the util. They grabbed this site, and it looks like the last time they didn't have the time department, but this one, they have the plant, they have the numbers, they have the HPs, and everything that they need. 3HP on Lion-Claw, it would be pretty hard for him to just play, but it looks like he doesn't really care about his HP, but Doom brings him down to the grave. Kiko's alone, and like when it comes to that time department, I believe that Dirty, can he trying to play with the knife? I'm not sure, but it looks like they just wanna make him feel bad, and that's how it goes. Like another one for Anubis.
Yep, hitting straight back. Okay, well, I just haven't really allowed TEC to truly street clear in any part of the series so far. Anubis pushing up into windows, looking for a pick, close middle. Bomb still dropped at the top of middle, and as you can see, just set up in a different type of default this time. Trying to keep giving TC different looks.
They're still going with that. Here, he actually caught him. He knows that he's facing too. He got the Zane, Gainer with the reinforcement, and the full squad is just hamming on TEC. Dome feels like he's back on track, and he's doing some really good damage here. Dirty, can he spot him? And the answer is no. Flicks with a quick step here, taking him down only 2v1. Doom still need to face that door and play with it. Trying to boost himself back into like the small room, trying to play with it, but it looks like he might be trying to take things with his own hands, but Spoxy spots him. And he goes straight with a headshot. Like another one goes to TEC. And like it feels like it's always pretty close between those two teams.
In those situations, it's always a bit of a coin flip in terms of whether themselves and where they set up, but TC recover. Lion-Claw's had a good start to both so far, with 5 kills in this one already. We've seen many moves in on this map over the course of this season. There's one tap I remember from, I think it was 2 series Anubis games ago that I covered. It was an absolute cracker. But yeah, this round overall, even though TEC did fight for it and Long was very much contested, look at all those X's on the map. It's all going to be Anubis's. Spoxy does have 2 low HP players to find, and it could be possible, but unlikely.
needs to fight a lot of 1v1s. Like, he found one, but getting information, giving it to Noor, Doom, will make it an easier task for them to take, and it feels like they're more safe walking in front of that window. Like, they know that you can just like take a small boost and trying to shoot with a kill, trying to bring someone with you. The Zane will be taking the first guy here, like the entry kill, the first blood on Gainer. But Noor, like, been always a very interesting player. He's an IGL, but he's always on the shooting department, doing some really good work here. But Dirty is feeling himself. Like, sometimes it's Dirty, sometimes it's Muffin, but like those players, sniper players for Anubis, are making it way too difficult for TEC to play.
Again, there's always a glimmer of hope when Spoxy's alive, but bomb's already going to be planted. Again, they have an advantage. Claw is going to be checked on the big flank zone. Muffin reacts to it so easily. This is the star of the day at the moment. Doom is going to find the Spoxy aggression through short. Gets Anubis back into the lead again.
If you do on the scoreboard, for me, it should have been even closer to full one, or maybe like 5 rounds going to Anubis. But like TEC are fighting with their hardest part here. I would say that Anubis needs to get at least 6 rounds on the first half to make sure that they can do something in Black Widow. Black Widow is favoriting the attacker side way too hard, more than the other part of the map, unless you have like some maniac like that guy trying to hold A site alone to just play with that kind of setup. Like, if he can do that, like, it's fine. Other than this, he just can't play the map. But also here in the middle, you'll see like 2 players from Anubis trying to take extra space, maybe trying to hold Cat, or maybe even trying to get closer to it. But the double doors are the plays that they should be looking at.
They do have the bomb outside B at the moment. Taking box room feels like it's going to be their plan right now. There we go. The Zane's on a bit of a different angle, however, though, and that is a really nice setup. This time it's deleted easily by TEC. The Anubis take wasn't awful. They were like together in a way, but they did all die one by one. I think I'd be more willing to praise TEC setup than this attack there, because that was pretty impenetrable and they stacked multiple players in the right place.
Another one for TEC, I would say. That's closer. Doom actually trying to make some damage here, but the nade actually caught multiple people here. Dirty is moving around, and it looks like we might be facing some troubles here. Like, 2 players from Anubis actually got DC'd mid-round. Not sure if they are continuing this round. Like, I believe there is an hold here, but like,
Yeah,
like
not
in a blink of
sure.
an eye, 2 players just boom vanished.
Yeah, not sure. I mean, there's always like it doesn't sometimes matter what the rulebook is. If the players decide to call around not live, then maybe that will be the case here. It's happened in many situations before. Where they don't really know what's happened yet, and then they'll play it out and then decide what's going to happen after. I'm assuming when this round comes to its regular end, that's when we'll call a tech pause, and we might replay from 3-3 or something. Yeah, there you go. There's the dead round notification.
Dead round.
So they're going to call it dead there. So yeah, we'll have to see how it goes, and probably I would imagine play the 3-3 round all over again after those 2 players disconnected. So it would make sense. I think we're going to figure that out very soon. The admins are on it. yeah, just checking our Discord channel just for clarity for everyone. They did put the notice in saying they got disconnected, and they got allowed to leave the server basically. So I think we're gonna try and reset everything, and then when we are ready to go again, we will go again. Looks like we are making some progress into returning to the game here between TEC and Anubis. There was a disconnection at 3-3, and I'm pretty sure, having read some of the Discord communications between both teams, the score will remain 3-3, and there'll be no results to that round that we were watching, as it was a dead round. So we should be resetting, we should be going in at 3-3. Hopefully, it won't be too long before we get back underway again. And here we go. Hopefully it hasn't ruined the momentum or the concentration for either one of these two teams. Anubis going to find the opening, and I appreciate Anubis going very quick. Immediately after this tech pause, they've gone for something pretty pacey, and it has worked well. It has worked well off the rip. BL side looking good. Holding 2 off the bat, and Dezane and Lionclaw will have no say in this recovery, I'm afraid. Lionclaw will look to try and do something. Cut off by Nor. Getting dirty as well. It's a pretty decent recovery, to be fair to him, to get that second kill, but Muffin will close as expected, and then the pace that Anubis use will set them up for a lead after the tech pause.
They had a very long balls, I would say, but it's really good that some of the players are still hot on the wheel. Kiku has been coming short lately. Hopefully we see something going on from him, and he just shuts me down. He's taken a couple of kills and going for that way, but a really good one to TEC to bring back the advantage in the numbers at least. Since like he still got Muffin and Dirty, I can't call it over until like you bring one of those guys down. Like it's 2v4, like don't get me wrong, but Dirty and Muffin been doing some heavy lifting for Anubis lately, so if it's on anyone, it should be on those two, but we'll see them actually moving slowly here through mid. Dirty is skipping Cat, getting more information, and I believe that Muffin will be the guy who's holding the C4. Mid is not an easier path to take. Like I've seen a lot of guys actually dropping down there, so they will just try to go through Cat again, but this time they have only Flex on his sniper. Spox is holding another angle, so we'll see how it goes from there. Dirty is using the stairs to his side, moving again and getting closer and closer. They still got 50 seconds in the clock. Might spot Spoxy here. Really good way to start in. The Zane almost got caught here, but Muffin is left in a 1v3 situation. Zane holding the pistol, using the angle and closing another round to TEC. And it looks like that pause will actually hit the TEC a lot.
Yeah, I think so. Anubis managed to bounce straight back with a bit of pace, but as soon as the round has played a little bit slower, TEC seemed to gauge what's going on a little bit better, which is good to see for them. Who will grab this lead at the end of the first half? You would think that TEC just want another 5-4, want to try and build off of it as quickly as possible, because if they go down 2-0 in this series with sub-base being next, I think we know what's going to be happening. It's going to be an Anubis win. Has to be a 1-1.
To be honest, for sub-base, I still got a lot of questions. Like it's not settled for Anubis. Like yeah, they did some really good work versus Vitality. They won versus them, but we are in playoffs. He could expect anything that came from TEC. They're not an easy target to take down. And immediately, it's not gonna be, but wait a second here, Flex in the crowd. Taking Muffin with him, and to me I would say like taking Muffin down is very helpful for your team, but Noah will be stepping up here. Like if you kill Muffin, you still got Noah, you still got Gainer, you still got a lot of players that's impatient to win. 30 seconds on the clock, we'll see how it goes. It's a 2v3 situation, so anything
But
never mind.
it won't happen, unfortunately, because Gainer's too good. Gainer's too good. Switching sides at 5-4 to Anubis. Doesn't seem like they've been put off too much by that disconnection at 3-3. Both teams still kind of continuing the same style where they left off. Muffin looking a little bit tired
honest,
already.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid that we might just like have another 10 minutes pause here. Like I was just like having a sneak peek into their chat, and we might be facing a bit of trouble in the servers for Crossfire, but right, we're back into the game, and like it took a minute, like not a lot of time here spent, but TEC, they might be on the run to take the E side, but Muffin, can he take the double? The answer is no. Desain with the immediate flash shot.
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult to work their way in now with Lion Claw being that low too. But the zone does find the kill on Dirty. Flex is going to be here on time to help out. The nade is going to land on Noah. Again, the trades are back and forth. Player removed, but there's two low key players on Anubis. Will it even matter? Doom with a really nice kill onto Flex. Now to Zane. He's been kind of the main man for TEC in a lot of games they played this season. He's been incredibly reliable for them. Maybe taking up the slack some other players have left for him to grab. Gaming is kind of refusing to give him a fight, but as soon as he moves to the edge of the smoke, he gets caught. And now Doom, he's got a very good position. He's already all the way through, and that is very unexpected for Dezane. I really like that move from Doom. He was so quick to get up there and help and put himself in a power position that was unexpected, and it worked well. 6-4.
It did work well, and also he used the boxes to his side. Like I believe like that guy been always doing the same thing on multiple occasions. That's helping him a lot to but for this round it looks like it's gonna be a rapid one, a quick, I would say. Noor and Muffin are the only guys that are left with Anubis, but on the other side you have Dizane, and that guy been doing some wonders. I believe if anyone can shut down those snipers, it's always that guy. Like remember last round, he took both with their AR, like with only AR, like couple of shots taking him down, and now it's a 3v2. They have 2 nades, 1 smoke, and 1 stun, so not a lot of util to play with. Only 20 seconds on the clock. Noor needs to find someone, but Kiko from the triple boxes will spot him and spots him. They clear Muffin out, and they're slowly getting back into the race. 65 on the scoreboard.
Out long, very aggressive. Kiko, lovely double. Doom will go 1 for 1 though, so it doesn't go down with nothing. Not out of the round yet. Anubis, they get the 6-4 lead. A 6-5 was immediate for TEC. And again, pace has been pretty high between these two teams. It's been fun to watch. There was a couple of seasons ago, Anubis were playing very, very quick, and it was kind of the best season they'd played. There's a couple of games where they play a little bit differently to try and maybe gauge different opponents. They kind of play a slower style. They've been mixing it up here, though. I think the variation has been the good thing from Anubis in this game. But TC on their BL round here should be finding a way to get past for Dirty. Awkward fight for Flex, though, and he will go down. So into a 2v3, doesn't stop open wasn't in the opening, there's no way in. So it's a confirmation of the recovery to an even game again at 6-6.
And also, you'll see that Kiko is actually bringing back some hype into the game, so it's good to see him in action. 6-1 in the scoreboard. That's only on the second half. First one was not as good as this one, but you would see that TEC are rushing down here to the B side. Langlo is just jumping in, spotting Muffin, spotting Doom, and controlling the B side there. Reinforcement were not here, and still you have 3 players. They're fighting through nothing. Oh, wait, that was a nasty shot, man. Like, that was not an easy one to take, but Dirty made it look so simple. But Kiko here, come on, man. Like, you need to check your corners. Dirty's here. He's holding him, taking half of his HP. Not of time, not enough of util to use. And I believe that's the first time in this game that we will see TEC on the upper side on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? It's been a while. And you can obviously tell that as soon as that happens, that's when Anubis need to take some time to chat. So, a little bit of bother. Of course, something that we've always mentioned from previous Anubis seasons, that they've been looking very, very solid as a group, but just not being able to get over the line in some games, and kind of trolling them at the end. Their game style changes whenever they're in the lead. Excuse me, in a big game. That seems to have been fixed a little bit this season. There's been a couple of games where they have just closed it without any trouble at all. Especially that game against Vitality was the most impressive one. But now we're in playoffs where everyone ramps up. You never know, right? It could, the nerves could come back and that sort of thing. I'm not saying they're seeing the finish line already, only a map up, but they will definitely have been, very, very confident if they go 2-0 up going into sub base. So still expecting it to be a long, drawn-out one. Maybe even going all 5, to be honest with you. But only if TEC win this map. And right now they're in a pretty good position.
I feel that this best of 5, it will be like a 4 mappers. I can smell it in the air. Like it feels for me that 4 mappers somehow, some way. If Anubis lost this game, they will lose the remaining 2 maps, and they will get out in a 3-1 fashion. That's how it feels for me. Like, historically, Anubis been always that team. It's either, like, if they win the first game, they always lose most of the remaining games. Like, they lose 3-1, or like they lose on the 5th game. They always do that if they didn't double down on the second game. If they win the second game, I can call this one a 5 mappers, but I'm not sure who will win.
Yeah. I think in general, there's a lot of BO5s. I think it's a bit of a split, but I think 3-1 might be the most common scoreline for BO5s that I've seen. Look at the 2026 season 1, we had, let's have a look, 1, 2, 3 of them. It was very, as I was saying, very even. We had like 3-3-2s, 3-3-0s, or 2-3-0s, and 3-3-1s. At the end of 2025, we had a couple of long, drawn-out games, lots of different rosters. Then, of course, as well, a completely different playoff setup, where we only had 4 matches total, but 2 of those were 3-1s, 1-3-0, 1-3-2. It's all down to map pool at the end of the day, and just like what teams are feeling in the particular season, which is very unpredictable, obviously. So I think Anubis, 3-1 to them is a fair prediction. If you were to be asked, right, our score prediction as well as our team prediction, I think Volt picked TEC, we all 3 picked Anubis. Me, you, Penguin. I think if we up for our first score as well, I probably would have gone 3-1 Anubis as well, and that's I know we're already a map in now, so I can't pretend like that's a very fair prediction, but I think I would have gone for that, that's for sure.
Alright, that's for the prediction part. And now we're a few seconds away from getting back into action here at TEC. And Volt here is backing up, like he said. The big one also said 3-1 for Anubis, by the way, so... Alright. We'll see how it goes. Whether it's...
Volt's all out there on his own, picking TEC. He's trusting in the old form.
I mean, the old form been always magical.
I mean, they used to trouble Vitality a lot.
They used to trouble everyone in the server. Come on,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
only Vitality.
Vitality is just a good, you know, a good litmus point to kind of look at and say, okay, well, if they can trouble the best team in the league, who very often go unbeaten in seasons, then they can trouble everyone.
Fair.
Here we go, though. Back underway.
Now you have Gator here actually playing versus a full house here from TEC. And we'll take one of them apart. Noor is going for the push here. It's not going to be an easy one. Muffin was the reinforcement. And voila, it's just like that. TEC got obliterated in a few seconds after the pause. Oh!
An immediate starting kill on Dezane as well. All these kills are coming filing through in very quick succession. And look where Anubis are on the map, right? They've already completely cleared out B. And of course, they can't just leave it and expect them not to go back to B. They're going to keep rotating around the map with the whole 2 minutes to play. But Anubis have a lot of good forward positions here and a lot of information.
A lot to play with. And of course, Flex being another one. Where Peak is at, Gainer. At least got Flex down, so it will be one and done for him. Still in a 3v4 fashion, which is pretty doable, unless Dirty or Muffin shoots them with one of their nades to try and take Spoxy or Kiko. Those are the pretty low HP guys. Like, TEC been proving that HP doesn't matter. They can have like a player with 4 HP and making a lot of noises, and they have always done that. Just like that. Spoxy is doubling down on my words, has taken Muffin down, and yeah, that's the same guy who's making a lot of noise. Taking him down is pretty good. Doom with a really good flank here, knowing where his Kiko's at. The last player to send Anubis to another round deficit. We actually drafted the TC tape for attack timeout. I'm not sure, like, we had a lot of pauses in this game, so...
We did, you're right. I don't think so. Usually we get notified by a lovely producer role when the team takes attack. So I don't see that written in the Discord, unless I'm blind. So I think they haven't taken it yet, I'm pretty sure.
So if they lost this one, we are down to another tag pose. Alright, gotcha.
It feels like it. It feels like they should call it, yeah.
This one looks like a slower round, but TEC are always going through the middle. Like, it feels like they got something to the middle. They are trying to go for the split execution unless Flex here does something. Still got Gainer in his eyesight. Muffin takes one down. I believe that Doom can actually find a really good flank here to try to trouble that TEC base. Like Beast, I'm sorry, Spox is going with a shot in and gunning here. Gainer went for the flank, but it was not enough for them to win the round.
Most likely not. Spoxy might want to change your mind on that one. It's so close to finding Dawn, but the thing is, Doom, sorry. But the thing is, Noor is going to just jump on him. So nothing that he can do there. But recovering that to a 2v2 was pretty decent considering the situation. Doom's going to be fighting around, flying around, will easily find Flex. And yeah, that tack pause has seemed to have been a bit of a masterstroke, hasn't it, for Anubis? Like, immediately from 7-6 down, they're 9-7 in front. They've locked it down a bit. I think what the main thing I feel like they've changed is they've looked for information early round, bit mid-round as well. They played a little bit further on the front foot, and I think that is something which, you know, we'll have to see what Penguin picks up on exactly. Sometimes me and Penguin are on the same wavelength. We'll see if that's the case again today. But yeah, I think they've just been a little bit more assertive, and they've got a great chance now to go 2-0 up going into sub-base, which is not going to be easy for TEC.
Yeah, I believe they don't really want to get into that situation. They just want to fight back versus Anubis and trying to get closer and closer with the scoreboard. You need to find another spot to follow. Dirty is holding the stairs, and voila, you got Lion Claw, you got a kill. A really good one here, and in a blink of an eye, 3 guys are down. Make it for Kiko. He's getting his hands dirty here. Norris fighting one to make it not done here. Try to take another one, and Kiko's also pretty low in HP. Spoxy did the jump here. I believe he's down to 15 HP, so it's a 2v2, but not an easy one. Can just shoot anyone at his leg and end his life. Spoxy, come out, wherever you are, and Muffin will take the bait. A 2v1 situation. Gainer, like we have seen, you done a lot of clutches. This one is very doable. You have 2v1, you can play with the time, but the plan is not on your side. Kiko did the beak. He's actually with a lot of shots here, going with the same angle, taking the sniper. Kiko, can he save the day for TBC? And the answer will be in a few seconds, and he does. One more round to overtime.
Oh, so close, so close. Fair play to TC for closing that one. I think the only thing I can criticise there, it's another very small example. Look, I mentioned Anubis go a little bit into their shell sometimes in these sort of moments when they're in winning positions. They're a little bit of the opposite. Not much. Muffin overpeaked a tiny bit there against Foxy in the short position. And again, that could be the thing that costs them, and it could be the thing that takes us back to OT. The zone getting 2 there is huge. And Doom and Nor fighting back from the 2v4 does not seem likely. They're already trying to stop the zone. Good. There is a missed shot coming in there from Spoxy. He's going to make up for it. No issue. They make sure to swarm them once they get the information. And yes, TEC will not let up. I think Anubis, they knew that was the round. They had the chance to close. The one where Muffin overpeaks on short a little bit. And if that didn't happen, I think Gainer would have had help in the clutch, and it would have been a different story. As it is, he got more rounds to play.
I feel that's a bit of a butterfly effect. Like, I saw that Muffin actually had a really good kill with this sniper, but like, he still have a lot of time to have another bullet to play with. Like, he should have just went for the pistol shots to try to take down another one with that range. Like, I believe he had the range to shoot with a pistol, but he preferred to just stick it to the sniper. I believe if he just brought the pistol out, trying to just throw a couple of shots, would have been a different story, because he had like that 3-second buffer to play with, and I believe that TEC took that 3 seconds and they just went in straight, took him down, and had like the space that they really needed. And after that, it was an easier task for them. And like, ironically, like surprisingly, that TEC is the underdog here versus Anubis. Like, I never thought that this is gonna be the case in this best of 5.
Here comes overtime. TEC battling to try and stay in close contention in this BO5. Gainer will not want to make that be reality though. Lion Claw down already. 5v3. Damage taken, but it's names that they've taken.
should be given 110 of their force and the overtime to try to close the gap versus Anubis, and it looks like the Zane has been actually doing that correctly, but Muffin is here to shut him down. Kiku versus 3. Like, I don't know, but like, it appears to me that it's always down to like a clutch situation. It's either for Anubis or TEC. Sometimes it goes right, sometimes it goes left, and we keep going. I'm not sure which team I should be rooting for after what we're seeing here in Black Widow, but it feels like TEC, even with them losing their first game, they have the, I don't know, not the momentum, but like they have the stability more to play in those situations.
Let's see. Again, they found the opening kill. It's now just a big time to Zane. That's really nice. He had support with him too, so even if he didn't get both, he would have probably stopped more of Anubis' players through. Again, he would love a lineup, but he's not going to get it, and he had an opportunity for that too. The fact he's done 0 damage pretty much there is very disappointing, because he had a bit of a lineup. He would have been feeling like that was an opportunity and could have easily just wrestled the advantage back to his team. Not the case. Opportunity missed, and now the question is, are they even going to get another one?
Muffin did, actually.
Ooh. Close.
Kiku just shuts him down. Oh, I believe that Gainer might try to go through the woods here to play with them, but actually steps and goes for it. And man, what a swing from Gainer. He only shots through head. And Flex will be the second victim. Lanklo, that guy, been doing some damage in the first couple of rounds in this game. The same, always being consistent, but he's not in the picture. Now Gainer with a 3-man kill. Like, it feels like we slipped a little bit on Gainer. We missed like his rounds or like his appearance in the game, and like voila, he just shows up like he was not in the picture for longer time. It was just like you have Muffin that's stepping up, you have Dirty, and in a blink of an eye, they're all down here, and it's down to Flix and the Zane versus Dirty.
Well, the Dirty got 2 there is pretty impressive, and as you can see, Flex is just really determined not to make a mistake. That nade, I think, tagged Dirty from like 4 HP to 1 HP. And yeah, talking about not making a mistake, out of nowhere, it's a 1v1. And it's so very winnable. If you've got the sniper, it doesn't really matter what HP you're on. If you have a chance again in a heads-up duel with a player just walking across the angle, it's a whole 1 minute 30 in this mind game too. And like, you can't overstate how important this one round is for TEC. They can't afford Anubis to get a full BL 3-0 sweep in overtime. And Flex knows it, which is why he fell back immediately to play so defensive in that situation. Wow, big moment here. Real big moment. Dirty's trying to par his way through to a favourable position. Doesn't know which site to go to yet. He's going to pick A, and that is the site that Flex is closer to. Will he be allowed to get the bomb plant at least? Let's see. Only the bomb plant. Shame. Really nice try from Dirty, and he'll be very happy that he's managed to take that one that far. But again, the game stays close. TEC stay within 1 in OT.
11-10, and actually we need a replay to that route. It's just very close between those two teams. Like, in a blink of an eye, like, you saw Flix taking a couple of players, and like in seconds you saw Dirty playing in 1v4 affair, and he's like, nope, he took one with the sniper, another with the pistol, and somehow someone died. Like, I don't know, like, did he jump off a cliff or he got an aid or something like that, and we're down to a 1v1. Flex being Flex, the guy with the experience, hundreds of years. Like, you see the experience in his mustache and his hairline. It's so obvious. Sure, Flex.
Doom is going to find one before he drops, and Muffin again in a good position at the right place at the right time. So they keep the man advantage. They dearly love to. Well, do they know Muffin's close still? They do. Yes, they do. And Spoxy won't let up. That's really, really nice from him. Dirty tried to peek to save Muffin, but he's not going to be able to get away with anything. Gainer pushed aggressively, and he found his one. So at least that brings it back into the 2v2, and the Spoxy position could be cleared. Big damage. Spoxy now knows where he is, though. So suddenly and somehow, I would say TC maybe have an ever so slight advantage back in this one. I know the HP's not good, but they know where both Anubis players are. Will they overpeak? Will they look for information? I think for Anubis' sake, they should not.
You still have the C4 with Kiko you can play with. Dirty is going to the base, spotting Spoxy, knowing that someone gotta be holding the middle part of the map. Like, you need to hold mid. It's just so obvious. Waiting for anyone to rotate, but he caught the one who's trying to catch you rotating. Kiko. So he got the C4. He might get closer to Gainer here, but I believe he's choosing B side, so it'll be a 2v1 here play, but sometimes Anubis players prefer to play it as a separated 2-1v1, so you really don't want to be part of this conversation. Hearing the C4 plant here, Kiko goes for the smoke here in the doors, waiting for Dirty to take the long road here, and also I believe that Gainer is trying to take some extra space. 25 seconds on the clock. You need to be moving faster here. Come on, Dirty. Time is ticking. Kiko sees Gainer. And now it's a harder one to take even. Kiko's holding the same angle here, but at the same time, I believe the move will be easy for him to get through. And exactly, they always go for the 1v1s. And I believe this pause is from TEC. Oh, that's technical balls. I'm sorry. Alright, so...
Yeah.
Noobs.
Yeah, not surprised about that. But yeah, that was another very good hold from Kiko. I mean, how important has he been over the course of this season? You know, when like we've been talking him down a little bit in terms of maybe his form, but when he steps up and finds these important, you know, positions and gets himself in a clutch position, I feel like he's very reliable. Just very, very reliable when you ask that of him. He's already won 2 here. Don't forget the 1v1 against Gainer on the opposite bomb site as well. Yeah, it's for me absolutely crazy that it didn't go that go the way of Anubis in that one, but Kiko held on, and I think for Anubis, they're now going to be feeling the pressure a little bit because they know they probably should be on map point already. But they're not. Whatever means this will be.
This will be for any side, I would say. This map point getting closer and closer to TEC. Taking Doom down, that guy been a headache for him. But Muffin here with his spot, he can take multiple players. Kiko not trying to give him an extra space to play with. Always doing with a B fire. There's Zane kicking in. War is actually here for the reinforcement, but it's not gonna be easy. It's a 2v3 situation. Make it 3v1, and Dirty's left alone. And it looks like TEC are taking matters to their own hands. Match point for TEC. Dirty will be taken down quickly. Yup, just like that. Spoxy on fire.
And they have to go to win it in a golden round now. That's the only way they can go 2-0 up. And TDC have a chance, 2 chances to go 1-1 in the BO5. Spoxy immediately.
We had to shut him down.
They did.
I don't know, man, but it feels like Anubis, like the banana effect is out. Like they need to have some more of those to keep going with that best of 5. We'll see how Yusuf Mohsen reacts to this.
Well, they have a 4v3, and they know it's non-negotiable. They've got to win it.
They should. You think they can?
Maybe half a banana could get it over the line.
I agree.
Maybe. Let's see. Set up here for 2 players around A, but Doom's caught jumping. That's not good. Now Dirty's under pressure. He's going to be close from 2 different angles. He's got to connect. Only a leg shot. Now Flex can play time. He's done well to find one, but Lion Claw will catch him in the end. Now the long-range angle from Muffin. Can they cross without getting caught? They can. That's huge. How many times have we seen Muffin and other players, to be fair, in the league this season use that long-range angle to great effect to hold the cross, but missing is a big one, and Noah's going to peek into the open. Kiko gets given a fight, and how imperative and important has Kiko been in this game? Oh my word. Muffin 1v2. Try and send us to a golden round. He knows where Kiko is. Always a very tough angle to remove if Kiko doesn't peek, and he knows that not peeking is the way. Nade will come through, chip Muffin down ever further. Lion Claw's on the angle. And they're not peeking. And they know there's a good reason for that. Kiko's still hidden. Eventually Muffin will quickscope him, but there's no time for the defuse, and he knows it. And you can see the picture on his face as well. He knows that that's one that's got away. TC have somehow brought that one back to make it 1-1. And more little examples there of, one, Kiko being incredibly important for the team. He's won 2 clutches and been imperative in one very important round. And secondly, Anubis seeing the finish line of a map and getting playing it just a little bit differently, and it costing them.
It felt weird for Anubis, or like not weird. It felt like that's the typical Anubis way for them to through games. I would say like they had the 8-7 advantage in the first half. They almost finished the first half of the overtime with 3-0. No, not contested, but like they threw the final round. So they just throwed the game from their own hands. So we'll see what Penguin and Volt say about that.
Well, a big thank you to you, lads. I guess a lot of points have been proven in that one, and Anubis, unfortunately for them, one of that points is that they can't really evade their pulse, can you? You know, as they say, there is a saying about the apple not falling too much from the tree, and well, that's the case, right? Season 1 woes back again. They start off really solid, almost taking TEC by storm, but again, not being able to close the game to save their lives.
Exactly. I wanted to mention Season 1 when Anubis faced TSC on the lower bracket, against round 1 lower brackets, and Anubis won the first map, and we said, okay, Anubis are doing very good. And they played very good also throughout the second map, and they kept doing very well, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, just TC won this whole series 3-1, and maybe this is the case now, because we've seen Anubis 9-7, and I remember that this round was, Gainer was 1v2, and he went in, he killed one guy, it was Foxy, and then it was only Kiko left, and Kiko just killed Gainer, and since this moment, Kiko just won every single clutch after that. It's this round Kiko won, and another 2 rounds on the overtime, one of them is 1v2, and just Kiko won them. So he did a very good job, honestly, of just flipping the script for TC and just getting Anubis out of the picture for this map, and I believe that maybe this is signs of redemption for TEC, because I've seen the guys are hyping so much. If you watch the cameras, they are hyping so much. They are just trying to get every single round. They're trying to motivate each other because they know that if they want to continue playing this map, they need to be having this kind of motivation.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking about Kiko, of course, top of the charts in terms of KD. Great game from the Zane as well, but perhaps talking about Anubis, if we're going to talk about the opposite line, the one thing that I can definitely talk about is how Sekio was saying that they're given plenty of 1v1s to TEC, which is probably not the thing that you would want to do, and probably why TEC found themselves in such opportune moments in those clutches. Like, I'm thinking about the Kiko clutch in B. Like, just thinking about how many times that you were able
It's 1v1,
to
1v1.
get in safely, 1v1s, and Kiko still had full util. Like, Kiko didn't need to smoke his way to get into the B side, for example. They just give away a lot of space for free here.
Exactly. I mean, Kiku, the way that he played this clutch, he waited to see for a double peak because he said, I cannot hide. I need to just get one kill, or maybe I will get a collateral kills or whatever he can do in such a position, because he was on the hidden box alone, solo, nothing he can't run, he can't go anywhere, and then suddenly one guy just swings, he kills him, and he's 1-1 to the last guy, and of course he has the momentum because the clutch is going into his favor and he wins it as well. So Anubis, we've talked about the lack of confidence that's coming out from TC on the first map, and now that TC are claiming back their confidence and maybe just trying to build the momentum. But I would love also to talk about the overconfidence that's coming out from Anubis, because the guys were just pushing everywhere. By the way, the last round, 9-7, it was 3v4, I believe, and then they threw few rounds, they threw few kills, and I guess Noor just went to sacrifice himself to the heaven, and then suddenly just Gainer is 1v2. He did very good job. And by the way, TEC on this clutch, they were shaky. If you look at the players, they were both just sitting on one square, like both of them moving on one angle, and they're just they don't know where to go. And then Gainer just instantly got one guy, and then Kiku, with his mental resilience that we talked about, of course he's the leading KD who's 1.67. He just waits for Gainer's swing and he one-taps him with the HK. Well played by Kiku, well saved by Kiku, let's say that. And that he's the main reason for TC to flip the script for Anubis. And if TSC is always winning with such clutches and such close games, I believe that still Anubis have chances, because we're talking about how good Kiku played, how good Design also played. The rest still underperformed, but yet they won only 13-11. So you cannot expect them winning all the clutches every time.
Yeah, again, like this, as you said, probably needs to be a moment of redemption for TEC. And there are no two ways about it, right? A big acquisition by Titan Esports Club. And the goal is one, and the goal is obvious. Take this, go to EWC, join the rest of TEC's teams that will be there. So I think that they know, right? Like all of this acquisition, probably the salary that they're getting, all of this is basically resting on whether or not they can have a decent result here. And for an organization like TEC, or rather for a core like LCK, we've seen multiple iterations of orgs basically coming and going, and it has been a revolving door. And I think that they would love to find some stability. Stability is the thing that they've been lacking, unfortunately, this season. And perhaps this win is going to take the chip off their shoulder. Now that they've finally gotten off the start line, they can try to pick up their pace to match them.
Well, the thing is, having of course, TC is something that you need to put into consideration, because as a player, when I joined the new organization and then the organization just told me their goals and their plans, that's a pressure on yourself, because you need to prove yourself, you need to prove to the fans, you need to prove to the management, you need to just achieve what they need to do. So probably this is also affecting TSC, because they didn't get it used to like having such a tough season, and now they are having a very tough one, and they're still fighting with Anubis. They're probably gonna get sent to the lower bracket again, and they will have to fight back, and they might be facing Nemesis, by the way, because as I said, if Nemesis wins unKnights, they have to face Vitality. If unKnights wins as well, they'll have to face Vitality, and probably 90% Vitality is gonna be winning and go to the grand finals. I don't think Vitality is gonna do the same mistake twice. So it's a lot of pressure on your shoulders. So I guess TC, they need to just play the same way that we've seen last game, motivating your teammates, just hyping, shouting. These things release the pressure from the players and let you play way better.
Well, speaking of that, the next map that we'll be playing on is the pick of Anubis this time around. We were talking about the sub base earlier. You said you don't want to see it first. Well, now hear this. Their second pick overall and the third map in this best of 5. Where does that leave TEC, knowing that they'll be starting on the Blacklist side and what we have seen from them here on the Black Widow? Is it going to be much the same, or do you think Anubis are going to be a lot more concise in terms of, hey, we want to pick those spaces and leave those spaces? I feel like sub-base also lends itself to it being easy, unless your name is 3BL and you just play a weird game. But everybody else is playing the same line, right? Just put your anchor on that wood position towards the A site. Everybody else is trying to help the player in stairs, playing the double door. We'll have to wait and see how that actually goes. And I want to take a word from you, but not before we go to a brief break. When we will be back, we'll hear from Penguin and see how the rest of the series unfolds. But he wants to choose. Come on, it's gonna be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is gonna raid.
Now, right angle should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, mops and all.
Find himself falling. Tap away. Here we go.
The last couple of rounds will be this time too. Last play, multi-kill.
Get right back to the Nemesis, able to find up some triple kill action.
Welcome back. The long and short of it is that I was asking Penguin, how do we think this is gonna fare, considering this 13-10 win going into Sub-Base's map pick of Anubis. So let's hear it, Penguin. What do you think is gonna happen for both sides?
Well, Subbase pick on the third map was a double-edged weapon. Anubis just probably bet on getting 2-0 and then going Subbase with their momentum. Right now, Anubis, they picked Subbase because they're moving It's not because Anubis knows how to play sub base perfectly good. They played it only one time. Yes, they played it good only one time, but that doesn't mean that you're playing sub base very good. But they are taking the momentum coming out from Vitality's game, putting it into TEC, and you want to be beating TEC on sub base. I guess it's going to be very, very hard, especially after the comeback that TEC did on Black Widow. So Anubis might be facing a match point if they don't really show a good sub base, just the same or probably even better than the Vitality's one.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see for that, but that means that we can lead into the things that we've seen from the stats from maps 1 and 2. Quiet day in the office for the Zane, and at least initially, now he's back in full form. Kiko, still impactful. And that leaves the question to the rest of the team, right? Lion's Claw has had basically a slowdown ever since the first half of Ankara, and Flex is nowhere to be seen. Do you think that they're going to find some form here in sub-base, or do you think that perhaps Anubis is indeed going to take that Vitality and momentum before we go to the game?
Well, the Zen, if he's good, he's going to be locking down his side. It will be perfectly for a TSE.
Okay, so we heard it from you. Let's hear it from the customers.
Let's see how it's going to go. I think TC will be delighted that they're not 2-0 down, because they could very much have been. They probably should have been. Now that could reinvigorate them and say, look guys, we're in the game. We maybe shouldn't be in the game. We've got a get out of jail free card, as they say, right? Let's make the most of it. Let's try and get a surprise lead in this one. So we can have a look at our map comparison now and kind of gauge how Subbase is going to go. We still think Anubis will win this one for many reasons from what we've seen over the course of the regular season, but you never know.
I believe that Penguin was saying the opposite thing. Before we get into the game, I was saying that TEC should win. They have like the bitter record, but on the other side, Anubis are just boosted on that department after winning versus Vitality. So
yes,
I
exactly,
mean,
yeah.
I agree with him. I agree with him 100%. Like, this game should go to TEC, but like, ironically, once we started the broadcast, he was saying like Anubis should win sub-base, Anubis will win this, Anubis will win that, but feels like he's taking back his words.
We'll see. We'll see. I personally, still have a feeling Anubis win this. TC, they have managed to ramp up and get themselves in the game, which is the most important thing. They could have easily 2-0 down, but they are not. So, can Muffin keep up his incredible form today? That is a big question. He's been starting both maps incredibly so far. Looking for a bit more of that if Anubis are going to try and win this one.
We hope that he still got some gas in the tank. The final couple of rounds in the second map, Black Widow, he didn't feel alright. Like, he was missing some shots, some very open shots. I would say that it would made this game go different ways, but here I believe he might be facing a different story. Since Story is holding that space, they always be caught here. Like, a couple of guys here still invade you, trying to find anyone, small angle or actually for anyone to get. No one is there. Gainer with the steer whales, stairs. But anyways, Felix hopping in, and it feels like it's not gonna be an easy task for them to get into the side. Still, till now, 1 minute, and none of them actually tried to plant. TEC taking their time. Dirty should be trying to use some of that util they still got to try to enter this space. Trying to get closer and closer. Dirty spotting him through the stairs, Muffin from the other side, and the Zane left alone. They just sandwiched them, like couple from right, couple from left, and Anubis takes the first round.
Yeah, that was good. I was a bit concerned when Gainer jumped in there. It was kind of like he was a bit disconnected from his other teammates pushing through, but in the end, I saw the vision. He just basically sacrificed himself and said, look, I'll jump in, boys. You take the opportunity to push a bit further forward, try and get into easier positions to trade me, and that's exactly what happened. So, good work. Immediately on the mark on sub-base, going up 1-0. Tends to be a bit of a BL map. So as many GR rounds as possible will be very welcome. We saw they played against Vitality in that final game of the Elite Group. That was incredibly impressive. Can they channel any of that?
See how it goes. But it looks like Anubis are starting on a better foot here. Sending his Boxy to grab information, but he grabbed his death warranty. C4 is still on base. They still got plenty of time. 70 seconds on the clock. They need to be playing patiently. But not like that. They need to start to make a move. Not a lot of util been invested in this round already, so they have everything to do. A little bit of noise in the B side, and I believe they will just use that as a decoy to sprint into A spots here. Completing the mission, controlling Radion, playing from that department. Muffin still in the side, taking a couple of them down. This one here, and looking for the second on the stairs, still a 3v3 situation.
I'm amazed the round is still this close with how much information has been given over. In there, and they'll finally find a way to click him, but as you can see immediately, because all the information was known, the 2 for 2 is instant. 2 kills for both teams and brings it to that 1v1. Doom versus Lioneclaw. Information for both. 6 seconds. That's a big issue for Lioneclaw. He has to force the fight, or Doom can just play time. One of the two. And Doom will eventually jiggle him out and cause him some issues. So Doom does well. And this is a TC technical pause off the back of that.
Oh, that's technical, not a tick pause? Technical?
Yeah, this is a
All
design disconnection, apparently. Apparently.
Oh, okay, okay. It's not Anubis, so it's fine.
True. Very true. That was, I think it was briefly, Zane had no sound in his team speak. So they fixed that instantly after a reconnect.
But like this round will still go to Anubis, so it's not a dead round. Like it's the second one for Anubis, so they're all good with their rounds. Before that, take pause. Right, 2 for Anubis in the first half. Good start. But they still need more rounds, I would say. 2 are good, like 2 rounds is good, but like you need to get like at least 5 to 4 rounds, something like that to secure the game. Still doing it, like he caught his position, trying to sprint here and design, but he knows that he can just like crush out of the worst. Gonna get back here, play a little bit safe, but that's the bullet you will take. Your life will be the cause of that thing, and nothing will be dropped down again. And Anubis are down to 2 and still in A side. Feel bad for them.
Yeah, he's a dead man walking. And now he's dead. Bingo man, thankfully. He'll go down, and Spoxy will clear him. So you see do well to get the first one on the board in that fashion. Clean as well. There's only very brief tech pause as well, which we are very grateful for. Zane having that slight issue with TS, but all good. Lioneclaw already naded out of the following round though.
Quick death, wait, what's A? But I don't know, I feel like Lioneclaw been not having his best series till now.
He started every map so far. Like map 1 he was 9-3. Map 2 he was, got 5 kills in 5 rounds, I think. This one so far, not as good. but I think it's fair to say he tailed off a little bit. Keeping those numbers up is not easy. Tailed off of the second half of those maps, I think.
They're just playing with their rounds. It feels like they're hanging over each other around. Anubis taking one, TEC taking another, so 3 per Anubis. And till now, TEC didn't take tech balls, which is a bit weird, I would say. Like if they dropped another round, they should take one, because this is not ideal for them to have like this rough of a first half. But for us now, it feels like Doom is on action, picking up like that double kill with a crazy flank angle here, playing versus 2, taking one. Kiko barely survives but flicks one, so it's a 3v1 situation, and that Kiko is pretty low on HB. Those guys, I believe, they will just try and hunt him, and he doesn't even got the C4 guys. Stop bullying him.
Yeah, Anubis are really trying to put their foot down after what happened in the previous map now, especially on the unfavoured side. Kiko is he going to be cleared? He's going to be cleared, you know. Okay, there we go. Oh, they do look back. That's kind of funny. Kiko hunkered down in the corner. Will be cleared. And this is the tack, as you said. The tack for tech for TEC. So, finally, I need a bit of extra time to use, and Loons is trying to instill his thoughts very easily and quickly.
I wish that we could hear what they're saying.
That'll be the next level. We have our little, like, you know, Formula 1 style blub, 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 and you hear the radio communication during a map. Have all the comms. I think we do have, like, you know, comms videos and stuff, but during a game it would be kind of fun. Obviously, we would never have it permanently on during the game, because there's a reason for that, because teams don't want to reveal all their strategies to everyone else. So only some moments should be, you know, clipped and used.
Actually, I'm trying to imagine hearing Anubis voice comms. Like they would be shouting so hard, like Dirty when he's in the mood, or even Muffin sometimes when he gets hyped up. Like half of the audience won't understand anything, so it's gonna be all in Arabic.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, Muffin! Good way to kick off that round. The lineup on the A side. Noor might have just found really good flank, but he can't commit playing with the AK. It's tough to find long shot headshots. If it was an EBR or HK, it would have been a lot easier for him to just deal with it. Like, yeah, I remember that guy. We had him, like, back in the interview. He said, like, I'm still not fully prepared with the new weapons. Like, he's not comfort with most of them, so sometimes we'll just bring the old AK to have some of that nostalgia, trying to shoot them down.
Shots!
Good catch from Kiko. Doom with advantage. Nor the fact he reacted to find Kiko was a surprise there. I feel like he wasn't 100% for that. But Zane's ready. Nothing goes charging through. He'll get found. And Gainer has to find 3 kills, and he's not really in the position to get any one of the 3 yet. Can he play with this smoke accurately? The problem is, like, fighting your way through from here is not easy. He tries to clear the doors out. We'll see nothing. Forever, so yeah, no way through. Spacey will hold on, and Anubis will drop their second round, but they're still in a good position. They've got multiple opportunities at the end of this half to get the lead. It could be a big lead. That's a lovely opening tap from Doom.
He found the pixel and he just went using this wall bank here to line them up and taking them down. Doom and Noor are making some really hard work here for Anubis, and I believe that's the 5th round secured unless Boxy did something magical here. He needs to fight all for, but if anyone can do it, it should be Boxy. First one, nothing for the second, goes for the jump. Third might be on the board, but Gainer shuts him down, like still in a 4v1. He did alright.
Yeah, that was a really good attempt, and it was the opening pick for me, which was the opening pick attempt, which was a good thing, right? They tagged through the railing there down to leg, just tagged the first player down to low HP and around 14 HP or so. If that one was a kill, that could have totally changed how they played that, push it in on the retake. I mean, you can't lose it really when you push all 4 players in at once. Yeah, at most you lose 2. In the end, they did lose 2. So I'll be happy with that. 5 on the board quickly, lead confirmed. As I said, it could be so much more. Could be going up 2-1 in this BO5 in this first round of playoffs. They're really pushing forward and putting their best foot forward as well.
Holding some really good angles here. Whether if it's the second floor in the B side or I won't say radio in A because they don't really hold radio anymore, but they still have a couple of so it should be not easy for them to get closer, but feels like B is the place for them to do the hard work here. For the flag, founds the first, and he immediately jumps out. Like, he did one, he did go, and he's gone. Just like that. 3 versus 3, but it's gonna be all in for the B side. The Zane's jumping through. They're going for the second floor. Immediately finding Dirty. He had some trigger discipline, wanted to go for the double K, but the second one immediately went for his head. Noor, in a 2v1 fashion, playing with his boxing snubber, it's a hard thing to go through, and immediately been taken down, and another one goes to TC. Like, if Dirty just went in with the first guy, it would have been a lot better. So.
Yeah, I think you're right. Boxy thing. Again, they're back and forth.
Double kill.
Pistol draw needs 1 bullet, connects it, but was always going to get cleared by Kiko. So 2 minutes, 2 seconds on the clock. It's a 2v2 already. Gainer not ready for that peak either. Spoxy so far forward in that fight. Now Kiko playing with Nor. Damage has been done to both. Can Nor find a way to make this a 1v1? Kiko is so very low, and Nor's trying his absolute best right now to make something happen, but he'll be kind of baffled, I think, that somehow Kiko has just not died. He keeps tagging him and tagging him and tagging him, but not fragging him. That allows the bomb plant, and now very difficult to work your way back in when they are properly set up in a clutch position. He finds Kiko again. Kiko's living a charmed life in this round. I'm not quite sure how Kiko's not died. That is a miracle. But either way, as you can see, Nor's a little bit frustrated by that one because that one was there for the taking, I feel like, for him. You can see the look on his eyebrows. They're not a bit sad about that one. But yeah, it is a 5-4 half. Still okay for Anubis on that GR side. They'll still be feeling like they're slight favourites from here.
can see the disappointing face in her. Like, I can see through his reactions. He's very disappointed, but he's trying to hype his team up. I believe his voice will be bitching a little bit, like he's not going for the high tones, and he's like, "Come on, guys, let's go!" And he's like, "What did I just miss? Like, I almost killed both." It feels just like that, and you can see it all through his eyes. That guy been like putting the hours, making everything to be in the top 3 conversation, top 4 conversation. He's definitely one of the players that's very respected in this Egyptian scene. And as he respects his opponents, like, people really respect him. Yeah. But it's still a very hard thing to go through. Like, you're playing versus TEC and you're neck and neck to them. And oh man, like, where is Gamer? It's been quite this game.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing to how much you can ramp up. Struggling a little bit. I guess that makes him vaguely more impressive than Anubis a 5-4 up, considering that he's having a bit of a rougher game. TK will stop Doom from working his way forward either, so it looks like TC might be evening this back up at 5-5 again. I mentioned at the very beginning of the series that I just refuse to see either one of these two teams really just streaking clear in this game easily. And yeah, I think we're seeing some of that. Another one of these maps which could be very close.
They're running late. Noor, Muffin, and Dirty. Each one of them had his own highlights of this game. So we're actually just staring at what one of his teammates, like, they look like they found something to play with. Here's still a little bit of guys here trying to have control over the Brady, but it looks like they're running into the stairs. Noor is taken out in a couple of seconds here. Muffin goes for the EBR. Could be the last thing. Look at the stairs. 1, 2, 3. He went for the lineup. He picked 2, but he still got Dirty. Tried to find the remaining 3. And it was so hard for him. Like, he sees his was like, I did what I can. He whiffed the shot. Like, I believe he went for a line closed leg. Back equal.
Yeah, very close. It was always very difficult to hold on to, though. There's never really going to be a... There could be a way to win this one. Sniper in this round. Rifle. Works out nicely to take Spoxy out immediately, which is all the more impressive considering his position. The angle, pistol drawn, gets one, rifle comes out, more. Alive, would you believe, Zane in that corner, and he does find one more, but they already ran down all the other players on TEC. And the damage is incredibly significant. I don't think there's a one player above full HP. Doom will be just slightly on that 50-something. But you know Kiko is coming. Bomb being planted, and they should get to him, but it could still be tight. Nope, they're all deleted. Good round from Gainer. That's for him for the second half, and Anubis will squeak back into the lead at 6-5.
They need to find a way to solve TEC's puzzle. Like, yeah, they're winning some rounds, but it feels like it's so 1v1, like raw aim coming from Anubis. Sometimes, like the last round, they went with a strat that they made for their own. But other than this, it's been always like one player is stepping up, someone doing something, or like just one man show, not the whole squad doing something. That's what I'm trying to touch on here. But at this point, This smokes. Gainer is hunting.
Nice.
And he's delivering. Yeah, exactly. That's what you need. 3 guys. Kiko will stop the push. Like is still on this side. B side is not an easy place to get closer. Gainer and Dirty are on the mission, and Line Close left alone, and we're back into 1v1. Will be Line Close or Dirty. He's still using those sneaker stuff to help him survive, and one to the body and the other to the head to close the round up.
6 kills for Lion Claw. I mentioned that his starts to halves have been pretty good. It's just the ends where he's held off a little bit. Well, that was a brilliant, brilliant clutch, by the way. Like, as soon as he realised he's in a 1v2 and all of his teammates have been taken down around him, do you see how he launched himself into that first fight to make it a 1v1? He knew that he couldn't be pincered. If he's pincered, he loses. And with how he moves around the site against Dirty, made sure to make that as difficult for Dirty as possible. And he did. He won it. Beautifully done, and look at the start to the following round 2. The boosting event for Spoxy. Muffin was trying to pretty buff, and Muffin just dies in a flash. Very quick move from Spoxy, and TC are ramping up again. We're seeing some of these individual moves come through, and these moments as well in the clutch that Anubis are struggling to counter on occasion. Can TC get back into the lead again? And don't forget, they got back into the lead on map 2 at around 7-6, and then tailed off a little bit, but managed to grind it back to overtime, and then won from there. This game is going to follow a similar pattern.
Still in margin of error. See, they're going with a default strat here to just trying to corner Anubis. I believe that you might see this Zane not even closer to the stairs, but here Kiko holding a very tight angle, knowing he heard like some footsteps to be taken down. Him and the Zane are taking things by their own hands. Doom trying to do the same thing, but Kiko will stop him in a blink of an eye. TEC are back in top.
Yeah, now Anubis lead the conversation. Things aren't going all too well for them all of a sudden. Again, it's the close rounds that TZ always seem to find a way to grind out when they're really up against it. We've seen that one there from Lion Claw is the real big one. And there we go. We have our attack pause completed. And Anubis are going to have to desperately hope it works because they're really up against it now. TEC looking so much stronger than they did in that regular season. Multiple teams feeling like they've overtaken them. Notably 3BL. And now in playoffs they want to start off on the strong foot, of course. And if you look at this season and look at what they're playing for, look at those playoff standings, if they do win they would play 3BL. They would play Vitality. That's the difficulty for either one of Nemesis or unKnights, who we're going to see later. So first we need to find our winner here. One, but Gainer holds up a little bit and finds both on the entry. Here we go for Gainer. That 5v3, make that a 5v2, make that a 5v1 as Muffin holds for the rotation. That's more like it. Plan.
Make it over. Gainer and that triple just close everything out for Anubis. Yeah, the three guys trying to go for the room here in the bottom, in the room in the top side of B. They just had it under their arms here. Still a bit of fighting force coming from TEC, trying to take some space here in the control room on a B side. It's a harder place to get if I, but it looks like Anubis are not going closer to A anytime. Dirty is moving through the middle, waiting for anyone to see them through the window, and he finds one. A really good catch in the Zane. Kiko. You need to check your corners, man. You need to check your right, your left. You need to see Spoxy, and in a blink of an eye, Spoxy and Line Claw will pick them all. 2 more rounds to close the game.
Oh, what a flank. I mean, you can tell that's what they were delaying for that entire time, right, TEC. They knew where Kiko was. Well, the pace of the game stays pretty fast. Zane and Spoxy get their one. Doom and Dirty respond. They get control of the bomb site. They want to pull TEC into some kind of retake. Now, it's a 3v3. I don't think they want to give up their life in any way.
So here you see landing the A side here, so a lot of things might happen here through the stairs. You need someone to hold either on the bottom side, trying to like put his face in the floor, and have other one here to hold the stairs from a closer target. And it looks like Flex and like Claw will take over them. Just like that, do you know how this is the when we just shot it down. One more round to close the entire series, and man, not in the entire series, excuse me. They took turns their third game of the close this.
In comes the aggression again. Trying for it when they're right up against it. Yeah, lucky Anubis to get away with a man advantage. I don't mind the change up there from TEC. Those sort of plays into control can very often work out for an advantage to work with, and to change it up like that when you're already 9-7 up. The round's not lost yet. Flex, he could have absolutely found 2 there. Spoxy could have also found that 1. If he managed to get that 1 kill on the cross, 1v1, anything can happen. Now 1v2 is a lot more difficult. There's positions and try and put the pressure on now. That's a perfect time for it. Loving this. This is the Spoxy of old, the one in the clutch, which is so hard to beat. He goes in while one player is occupied with the bomb plant and makes it a 1v1 and then a second 1v1. Can he close second after the first? It's him versus Dirty. Dirty's refusing to die though. Refusing to go down. Spoxy can finally try and force a fight. Playing the headshot angle. Yes, he can. That is the Spoxy of old. The Spoxy we know can be such a problem for teams to face. And they have found a way to win sub-base. 10-7. They are 2-1 up in the series. One of the next 2 maps will get them through to the next round of playoffs.
Yeah, just one more win for TEC to close things out. And it was like so strange that Dirty been trying to peek him over and over and over again. And he's missing all of those shots. So You just gotta figure out with your head, like you're whiffing shots. You know that this box is gonna catch you off guard. It's just as simple as that. And now, like after just a few attempts, you see that TEC actually got things a lot better. They have the upper hand right now. It's 2-1 on the scoreboard, and it looks like it's getting closer to the 3-1 things that we were talking about. But this time, it's not gonna be going for Anubis. It's going for the other side, and I believe that Penguin and Vol got a lot to say. So guys, just break down what happened in that game.
Well, apparently, when you got more than 2 players showing up at a time, things go ever so easy for you. Unfortunately for Anubis, again, the same case might be said. A very competitive first half, but they collapse once the game goes the distance, once their playbook has been exhausted. And Penguin, has it been truly exhausted, or was it just TEC outshooting them at that point?
Well, everybody's watching Anubis playing. They definitely understand that Anubis are better on the global side, I guess, on all maps. Although that sub-base is the map that you would put the blacklist side on a 70% advantage more than the global side. But still, Anubis, they played very good on the global side. I respected that TEC, they took the tactical pose in the first half, because probably we've seen TEC more often into this season. They take the tactical pose in the second half, but now they took it in the first half when it was 1-4, and it saved the game from falling apart.
Yeah.
Because TEC, it was 1-4, I believe. Yeah, the tactical pose was 1-4. And then suddenly everything was going wrong for TC, but the tactical pose we've seen after that, they focused more onto the B side, because Anubis are doing very good in defending the wood doors with the smokes. Noor is doing very good job on a down. We've seen Muffin also picking everybody who's just crossing from smoke. So that's why we've seen the tactical pose. Loon started talking, and they started focusing on B side, winning 2 or 3 rounds around B side. And although when they went to A side, they still had one guy to give some pressure around the B side. So well played by Anubis on the first half, but when they switched on the second half, we've seen a complete different approach from TC. The guys were finally moving. They were finally chasing kills. They were finally trying to stop the goals. We've seen Kiku trying to take machine. He's pushing into mid, trying to stop the attack from Anubis, because if you give Anubis much space, they will use it and they will punish it. And this is how Anubis started playing the tactical side. They were trying to take spaces and punish for such spaces. And we've seen Anubis pushing into quad boxes to 3 players. 3 players from TC, and still they won it. They won it. Why? Because you gave them so much space. You gave them dark, you gave them red, and you're gonna be giving them quad. So definitely the round is not gonna be yours. And then after that, we see Flex just this round exactly. He just pushed machine. Also, the last round he pushed machine again. And Spoxy, yes, he clutched around 1v2, but still the confidence is back. And I told you, the butterfly effect from Anubis, they took sub base because they play good versus Vitality. That doesn't mean you're gonna be playing good on sub base, buddy. You are playing versus TEC, and you bet on beating them on Black Widow. That means, okay, let's have 2-0. If we lose sub base, it's 2-1. Now you are only match point of moving to the lower bracket.
Yeah, of course, you know, Port is up next, but I just want to go there since you mentioned it. The clutch factor has pretty much been the differentiating point between the two sides. And you were talking about machine. We've seen even some good set plays from Anubis, right? I believe that was a double nade between Doom and Muffin, if I'm not mistaken, that got Lion Claw very early on in one of those first 5 rounds. And from that, I was thinking, hey, like they're really well prepared. I thought that their blacklist side is gonna have a lot. And as you said, it only played well when they had the space. When they didn't have the space, they just felt like they're out of sorts. So is that something that maybe we'll also have to think about on Port, where maybe they're setting their entire strategy based on, hey, Muffin is gonna do well alone on one site, and we can all focus on Barn and try to play B. Because if then suddenly Muffin is having another one of those games where he's only 0.57 on the KD stat, things can go very wrong.
Well, okay, I will answer this question, but you brought a very good point, which is the space that they got on sub base. Let me tell you how Anubis won their only maybe 2 rounds on bracket side. The only round that usually works for Anubis since Vitality is the round where they put Noor into vent, and Noor just drops from vent and they push to it down, and Muffin is cutting rotation or Gainer is just onto the B side. Look how many angles I mentioned. Vents, woods, a down, B or quad. I mean, machine or quad boxes. That's 5 angles Titan Esports gave it for free for Anubis, so definitely they will win it. After that, we've seen a complete adaptation coming out from TC, where they let Spoxy know he's not watching Vent. Spoxy didn't watch Vent. Maybe the people who were watching, they saw that Spoxy watched Vent. Spoxy didn't watch Vent. Spoxy just peeked Vent, and this is the best counter for the teams that they usually use Vent. Why? Because Anubis tried to be smart, but TEC were smarter. Anubis used Vents, they won the round. So they expected TEC would put someone in Vents. So they sent Muffin to shut down whoever is gonna get boosted. But Spoxy, he didn't get boosted. He just jump peeked it, he killed Muffin. At this moment, they lost this area. They lost Woods control and Vents control. So they had to go to B-side. And yes, although TEC stacked B-side and they actually got a good read, but they still lost it because Gainer just instantly double killed the two players holding B. So that's the space that Anubis, if you deny the space, you're not gonna get so much value from Anubis. Anubis is gonna be starting with the global side. So, and this is their strongest side. So if they fail to take more than 6 rounds, maybe 6 or more on the global side from port, I believe that Anubis is gonna be having a lot of troubles when it comes to the blacklist side, because no way TEC gonna give you the space that you had on sub base on port, because port is so damn global side. And they're going to be playing on the close corners. So Anubis, they need to get at least 6 rounds on the first side. Or maybe, yes, 5 is not bad. But 6 is going to be better because you are playing
is
with
going to be the bare minimum, if I'm going to be honest with you.
You're going to get
With how
7
they're
versus
playing,
TEC on the playoffs?
They have to. I mean, what is the only other option, right? You get 6 rounds, you get 5 rounds. I don't think it's good enough. And we've seen here in both Black Widow and in sub-base, it's not even enough.
Well, maybe on port, yeah, 7 is doable. But if you get it versus TC, definitely you're the better team. But I don't think you're going to be having this versus TC. Probably it can happen. But if it did, that means that the game is over for Anubis. They won it. And that's their goal. I believe that that's their goal. If they're sitting now, at least we need to get 7 rounds. But if they put it as a goal and they, for example, lost 3 rounds, so that means that they can't get 7, it might get under their skin and they might be losing the confidence, losing the momentum, and might everything falling apart from them.
Yeah, so you want them to temper expectations, basically, not to go into it too highly. Expectations on the other side, though, as we were talking about it, we were setting the stage up for Kiko. He said he didn't look the best in phase 1, improved a bit in phase 2. Right now, he's fully in his element. This is his second MVP of this series. And while you're talking about Spoxy, and I do agree, Spoxy got the lion's share of the fragging, I think that Kiko again proved that he's still clutch and consistent when it comes to the frag.
Yeah, two maps, 2 wins, 2 Kiko MVPs, because the both maps that TEC have won, it's definitely Kiko is the MVP. And it's not only the MVP because he got a lot of kills or probably did some diffuse for the C4 or probably had some just good, let's say, numbers. It's because this guy's also clutching. He's not only killing, he's clutching. There is big difference between killing and clutching. Sometimes you can get one guy, he's having 6 kills, but those 6 kills is 6 clutches or probably 4 clutches. And the other guy's having like 10, 12 kills, but it's just nothing, maybe exit frags. And Kiko is doing this exactly what is TEC doing and needs right now. He is carrying them through the glitches in order for them to close the rounds and go to the map.
Yeah, and we'll have to wait and see how that actually pans out from this side. If we contrast it to Anubis, though, okay game from Gainer, big game from Doom, but quiet day in the office for Muffin. Do you think he's going to have enough to turn around the ship? Because we were talking about Anubis and their mental, and I definitely do agree with Krav at that point, and even Sekio mentioned it a fair bit. They're a team that could have a massive slowdown when things don't go their way. Just like you were saying about the scoreline and the goal that they'll have set. Do you think that maybe they've set a bar and now they can't match it and it will all just collapse on them? Or do you think that they'll be able to still recover and play to the conclusion of this best of 1?
I mean, Anubis, when there is pressure on the shoulders, I believe that Anubis, they don't perform very well. It's not because Anubis are doing bad, or it's because the guys are inexperienced. You're talking about Dirty, you're talking about Muffin, you're talking about Noor. Yes, Noor had some previous experiences, but into such level, you're talking about he wants to go to the semi-final. I don't think Noor have ever touched this. So it's only May beginner, so I believe it's maybe Gunner was probably not with Anubis, with other teams. So I think when there is a pressure, Anubis might fall, and maybe TC would take this into their advantage, because it all started at Black Widow. If Anubis is gonna be watching, if they lose or even if they win, you need to understand that everything and all the comeback that TC did, it started on the 9-7 lead you had on Black Widow, and then you shift the momentum to TC, which is the team which is lacking only confident, and you gave them the thing that they are lacking. So I think Anubis are now in a tough situation, but they are having global side. They can be a bit relaxed.
Yeah, well, let's see if the nerves are going to get to them or not. I'm pretty sure our casters are hyped for this one, though. So let's take the excitement over to Gravenstick.
Woo! Let's go, baby. Yeah, map 4, of course, coming into this one, mate. I mean, I'm concerned, obviously, for Anubis, because they've been there. They've been there. They've been so close in these certain moments. They've had their opportunities, and they'll know what's gone wrong. That's the main thing, right? They'll know the kind of moves they've made, which have been unsuccessful. And TEC, I think Penguin put it very well, right? Talking about how they're just changing the playstyle a little bit, trying to change how they go about things. Now, it being Port, with them playing like this, this is going to be quite a hard task for Anubis. I think I'm not going to change my prediction yet. There's a great chance of match 5, but you know, I think TC are showing more of the form they used to show here.
I mean, TEC are definitely in playoffs mood. They're not the same TEC that we had in Phase 1, Phase 2. They are a different mentality, I would say, not a different roster. Like, it feels like they just turn it on their special ability, which is just winning when it matters. When it's playoffs, there is no room for them to lose, no margin for error, and they're delivering really good here. And speaking of delivering, I believe that they might be trying to deliver some rock ball here in the side. Gainer holding that small win. Just take the Zane out. Unclone Spoxy will be next, and they're leaving a couple of guys alone here. Kiko and Flex versus Flex. Come on, man. Not like that. Trying to run and gun him. Not this way. He almost beat the entire army.
Still not a done deal yet. There's a very far forward push here from Flex, but he misses timing. That was a great chance to recover it into a 2v2. Now, like, while that smoke is up, they want to try and get that bomb planted, you'd imagine. You know, try and creep their way up to the site now. Muffin has kind of got Flex locked in. But as you can see, they're looking for a fight before they even consider the plant, because they know they're being enclosed upon. Which I think is fair enough. I'm going to go for it now. But in comes Muffin. There you go. He'll put a stop to Flex. And that means Kiko has no time to consider that. Fights instead. And there we go. So, good clear from Anubis. Good bit of aggression early game here to try and show TEC what's coming their way. And they'll find the first.
Yeah, they also got the favorite side of this map, so should be backing most rounds in the first half. I believe no one is actually trying to contest the mid here from Anubis, but Muffin. I mean, I'm always waiting for Muffin's highlights. He's always that guy that unexpectedly will take a couple of kills in a blink of an eye. He just finds some magical angles to take. Hopefully that's the case here. And today, TEC. We're closer and closer. You'll see 4 members moving through the middle. Also, you'll see that Flex is here in mid TA, trying to get closer and closer. That tight angle. We'll see Gainer here, and I believe he just caught the information that he just brought it back here, trying to have some reinforcement from Dirty, and he will deliver. Another one, please, Dirty, to add into your pocket. It's a 4v2, but Dirty, if you can get another one, it'll be totally worth it for him. But Kiko and Spoxy only left alone. No C4, and guess what? That C4 is down on Lewis behalf. So if anyone that got him, he got to the boxes, pistol in hand, and he got what it takes to take all of them down. 4 Anubis remain, and Anubis takes the second round.
Okay, good signs here. Talking about on the desk how many rounds Anubis might need on this GR side. Might be more than expected.
Yeah, might be. Like, in the course of action, you'll always find TEC stacked in the middle. Couple in the bridge, couple under the bridge. To have the whole place covered. And they always run late. They always love to play with the time. Maybe trying to pressure Anubis. It's been not working out lately, but I'm pretty sure that they will crack Anubis's code.
You'd think. Gainer was a good hold on to Kiko to begin, though. Doom is looking around, and Gainer looking for more. Maybe a bit ill-advised, and you've already got a 5v4. Way in for TC. First name of TC, and another 1-for-1 will come through. Muffin on that line.
Double kill.
Doom. Muffin. Oh, he finds a second. That's so nice and so quick, right? Because the round ends in a blink of an eye. Because we weren't watching Noah, we were watching Muffin. Muffin gets 2, and as Muffin gets 2, Noah gets the final kill. So, yeah, TC no way in yet.
You just can't sleep on Muffin. You just can't. Always doing those hell. Yeah, but he's an incredible player. Good talent. Not his first year in competitive play, but his first year in the Western League. Always played in Open, played in some regular tournaments in Egypt. He's well known. And with that roster, he is stepping in and he's doing some really good work with Anubis. I mean, the full squad is doing crazy stuff. Feels like the old guard left the house for Anubis and now they're having a new start with a different squad. This year they're proving that they are improving and they might just go for another year or so to get into the top 3, top 4 conversation, but it looks like TEC are trying to shut it down. 3 versus 2. Still got Gainer and Dirty. Never mind, it's only Dirty alone, but here's the catch. Like, that guy with a sniper, if he can isolate one of those 3 guys, I believe he can win it over, like, likely. Not isolating anyone, not doing anything. Just a couple of headshots to take him down.
First round on port for TC. Nice. That was a, it's always the first round to get you going, which you kind of need to find the most, right? Gainer going for the tertiary TRG here. You know how good Gainer is on the rifles, how good he is on the HK, with how he can tap these players down to boost, but this time he's trying the 3rd TRG alongside Dirty and Muffin, playing from the site, with Dirty on the line behind him and Gainer on the high ground.
Taken out. And Gainer. Didn't work out. Didn't work out as they actually would have. Having the 3 TRG should have been a lot better for them to take the longer range fights. Oh, no, we're here. Come on, man. He almost got him. He doesn't know what we see. Check all the angles. Picks the first one. Goes for the second, I suppose. But the 3rd will shut him down. Line clue. Another round goes to TEC.
really in the game, don't they? They're such a clean half to maybe drag this series back. They're going to get it now, and now they feel like they need to go aggressive, right? They need to try and shake it up a bit. Kiko is going to stand tall in the corner. Oh, finally, the third nade. I think it may be the second or third. We'll remove him from the corner. Extra damage, obviously, he took to guns as well, not just utility. But eventually he'll be taken down. Doesn't mean that it will put them off going out any longer. How the site's being cleared by Spoxy. Here comes Flex looking to try and find a pick as well, but Dirty will not be pushed away yet. He's got a bit of help from Doom too.
Still not an easy task, and Flix is just showing them how to play with a TRG. Close matters. Going once, but here, this is a really good lineup for him. Can he take the multi-kill? And the answer is no. Dirty is actually struggling here, and a nade will shut him down. Only Muffin versus 3, and it keeps happening to that guy. Like, he's always in that position that you need to find a way to stop this.
Nice pick from Muffin. They need all of these kills they can get at this point now. TC have fought their way back with 3 rounds in a row. Noah's got good timing here. The information on Kiko and Lion Claw pushing through. They're going to all together really is a Noid like a spray down. This time this setup was a lot better for Anubis. Again, he'll get 2 of his own as well at long range. And they'll get back into the lead at 4-3.
Yeah, they're moving forward and not in a slow fashion now. At least around advantage. It's still not the best for Anubis, but they need to win a couple of those. Have 5 players here in the bridge moving to the A side, and it feels like TEC are always doing, I wouldn't say the same thing, but they either go through mid and walk it through that tiny thing, like from mid to A, to play with that angle, or they will just push it either way.
Push into the site on B perhaps this time for TEC. Haven't really touched the B bomb site too much. And that's why maybe the setup is a little bit different. And maybe that is what Anubis have read into, because TEC have been very quiet across the map this time. They've barely gone B in the game. It's almost like in conditioning of such, right? Coming in. Breaking their way in is not going to be easy. Dezane does well to find 2, but Doom will trade him. I mean, there even was, I think, a 3rd player on the side. Yeah, and Anubis read that one like it was on the back of their hand. That was very, very comfortable.
Fifth round to Anubis. One more round would settle the day for them in the first half. Still 5-2-3 in the first half. Dezane here trying to rush into the middle, and they keep going through mid, and like, I don't know, it feels like we're repeating the same round. It's just the same from TEC, and it feels like Anubis just figured out how should they counter their strats. Gainer is actually making some offensive move here, trying to pick them apart. Flex still holding in his position now. I believe that Muffin needs to take in this base in the middle to play with it, but it's still the same connector, but a different player, not this guy. You see here, that guy shoots and he's not afraid to pick two guys from TEC.
Multi-kill.
Again, the Zane. So often it's him. Very, very nice in the recovery. Muffin is known about his position as well. And look, what did we say at for the desk, right? Penguin said Anubis, like, I mean, Volt, to be fair, said 7 is kind of what they need. They only got 5. We get a little bit of a feeling that 5 won't be enough. They might have a lead, but it's a question of how long it lasts, and maybe TC slightly favoured for the end of this series. Maybe a 3-1. You called the possibility of a 3-1. I said 3-1 Anubis, but maybe 3-1 TC could be the way at the moment, but not got a way to go yet.
They have a long way to go, and believe me, the defense side is a lot harder to miss around from TEC. They have everything to just stop Anubis. But I mean, Anubis, they need like just a couple of opening kills. Maybe Muffin doing something dirty here with the TRG. It looks like they will play longer time to wait, but dirty with a quick scoop. Beacons Boxy and just making it easier task for them to take on the B side.
Yeah, getting the opening kill of the second half. Trying to work out more with it now. And you can tell Lionclaw is looking for the recovery frag. Now he pushed up long there for a second, but Anubis is just going to play patiently. I think they very much know that if they get an opening kill, they cannot waste it. And that is why they're taking their time here. Oh, that was a lineup. Oh, did he get... I thought for a second maybe he like connected with 3 players, killed 1, but did damage to the other 2. I think in the end it was only 1 extra player. I think it was Nor who lined up for that one. So Flex gets 1.5 in the end.
Gainer making a boost here. Oh, good catch over Tiki. Flex makes a really good trade, and the story keeps repeating itself. Anubis does the hard work, and then Flex shut down all of that. Dirty trying to go for the Blanty, but man, just a couple of moments ago we saw TEC in numbers disadvantage. Now it's just Dirty versus 2. Flex is going for the 1v2, spotted Dirty's position. Can he take this round? And come on, man, he needs to do everything, and look at him, he's just like, he's logged in and he's doing everything he can to get another round to Anubis.
Yeah, that was close. Again, I said even with the opening pick, it was always going to be close, and it went down to the 1v1 technically. Even if it was brief. Look at the push forward here from TEC. Loads of information around B, with a couple of players holding deeper angles. Anubis 6-4. If they can keep TC on 4 for as long as possible, then of course it'll be very nice. Great clear from Muffin. Kiko's got an angle there where he thinks he can't be seen fully, but Muffin looks at it very early on and leaves it wide, so Kiko can't even see him first. So he sees a pixel, he will shoot that pixel, get the kill. Nor finds one of his own as well into Flex, and 5v3.
Yeah, just like that. Like, those 3 are not any 3. You have Lionclaw, the guy, been shooting heads the entire game. Spox, I mean, he's been having some rough game, at least in the 4th one, but overall, when he finds an angle, you know he's not missing those shots. And the Zane. Yeah, just like that. I'm not gonna say a lot of stuff about the Zane. He's here. He's like your average Joe in the team. Like, he's always consistent with kills. Sometimes he pops off, sometimes he is just there.
But very often you need a player that's just there, right? Like
Exactly,
you need that
yeah.
guy you can rely on. Here, that's up here. It's gonna be difficult for him to break through. Again, it's 2 players. Make that 3 on the side total. But Nora is being a king right now. How many kills has he got in these important moments? Another multi. He's relatively low HP though. Doesn't matter. Spoxy will be cleared, and now TC getting concerned. This is not going... Penguin, what's the pattern of the game, bro? It's not going in the pattern you said it would. I mean, the comeback can still happen, but Anubis are doing pretty well on BL at the moment. A turn up for the books, maybe.
He's busy with other stuff right now.
You could say that.
He's muted, he can't hear me, come on.
He'll only hear it when it catches up on the stream, probably, on Twitch or YouTube.
He will catch on apparently.
You'd hope.
Do you think that Penguin doesn't really like to hear us casting? Because like he always guy. He always defends.
Yeah, I think he hates us, genuinely. I think, unfortunately, he considers us only colleagues and not friends, which is heartbreaking. I'm going to start playing my violin live on stream and sing sad music to demonstrate, demonstrate how sad I'm about this development. But it's fine. I'll see how it is.
He hates us.
See, I think Volt loves us because he only mutes. He doesn't deafen. Volt loves to hear us. He's the GOAT.
He's the actual homie. Like, that guy is always here. Like, even though he's playing other games right now, but like he's hearing us. So.
Exactly. There's a siren going on outside my house right now because I live in London and there's sirens everywhere, and I think the siren is coming for Volt. He's in trouble. I'm kidding. It's fine. Okay, big swig of water and big deep breath for Anubis. Nor has really put his team on his back in the last couple of rounds. He's got multiple multi-kills. Kills that maybe he wasn't even favoured on a favoured angle to get, or even on favoured HP. And TC on the favoured side of Port are fumbling a little bit. And Anubis, they're 3 ahead and 3 away from Eagle Eye.
You think we'll go to Eagle Eye? Is it close?
I mean, 7-4 is not a bad lead.
I agree, but at the same time, I don't know. Anubis are managing to do this. They're in the bad side of the map, and they're picking rounds. I would say it's all coming out to Venur making some heroic plays. Speaking of his heroic plays, he just beat 2 guys to just take him down. He's just out of his mind right now, and you see Anubis are playing the defensive game because they have only 30 seconds to play with. That's the TEC board, but Dirty will stop them all. Lower the backside. Kiko's trying to enter here the spray, only 50 seconds on the clock. No rift alone, and that guy will make the clutch again and again and again. It's always about the same guy, and he's the IGL. Come on, guys, give him a round of applause. Like, give him anything. Player of the tournament. I don't know.
This guy's putting his team on his back right now. This is totally out of left field. I mean, I think that puts him on 15 kills. I think he was on 12 or 13 before the tack pause. So, add 3 to that. He's taking the fight. Doom will tread quickly. What a flick up to find Flex. Everything is going Anubis' way right now. Even the peaks that should be a TEC frag are not working out. Kiko's going to be timinged as well. Incredible. Incredible. Anubis won't say die. And can you really believe they could be limiting TEC to 0? Yes, 0. Z-E-R-O. Black GRX. On BL, they are unbeaten on port. Can they close it? First time I'm asking. Somehow I doubt it. But from what I've seen so far, I don't have any doubt that they will close the map at least.
Oh, I thought that you're doubting them to close this map even when
No.
they're
Not only at 9-4. Only at 9-4, bro. I doubt they win this round at 9-4. I could be wrong, but I definitely favour the map, obviously.
Oh, alright. I got you. They might be just trying to lose a round on the second map, so they make like the evil eye stay away from them. Like a lot of people will be watching. Oh, like they're not losing, and boom, just like that, you see all getting lined up. Kiko, the Zane, and all of them guys from TEC just killed 3 guys for him, and it was just like that. Like I believe you're psychic right now. Like they are not winning this one. Check. It was dirty and Muffin did something. Never mind, it's only Muffin. So it's hard in a 1v4 fashion. But like the entire game depends on one mistake from TEC.
It's the rule, mate. It's the trap law. If you're up on 9, no matter what team you're on a massive lead, you'll lose the next round, wherever you are. Obviously, it doesn't happen all the time.
Fair.
It's like it happens very often. I would say definitely it happens more than it doesn't happen. So I'll say that. But
there's another trap though. Whenever you're in the broadcast with me, you know it's gonna be long.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, it's going map 5, isn't it? Long Day Factory is inbound. Get that cat gif in Discord right now, production. You know which one it is. But yeah, this is gonna be. I don't, genuinely, usually I'd, post some sad gifs about how I'm hungry or whatever. At this point, I'm just very impressed. I'm genuinely really impressed. The fact that Anubis have done this on the BL side to win this map this easily, not done yet. It's not done yet. We've seen them check many. But the fact that they're even in the position, like, they deserve a lot of credit for even being in the position of a 9-4 and giving TEC nothing. Sure. As I said, it's not done. It's not done. And Anubis have that reputation attached to them, unfortunately, by doing a few goofier things they wouldn't do if the game was like level at 5-5 or something. Different things they do when they hit round number 9. So, for their sake, I hope they don't here. But they are fighting back and looking like they're going to find six.
It feels like they're finding the things that you're talking about. It's always like that. And it feels like them in 3BL, back in Season 1 at least, this year, they've been always that guy. Like, you go for distant, you go for the 9th round, and then you just forget how to play Crossfire. You forget how to aim, how to use your util. You just feel the job and you're like, you wanna do everything at once and your brain stops. You jump into conclusions, you start like overheat, I would say, and just lose the entire thing. But DEC here, they're giving Anubis hard times, I will say that, but I still have faith in Noor. If anyone can bring it home, it should be Noor.
That's the thing that does concern me, that if it's not Noor, who is it going to be? But he has started the round well. That's one of the things, right? Like, if you see your captain, your in-game leader, putting on a performance like this, how replicable is that, further on in the game? So we shall see how that goes for map 5 if we do get there. But what I can tell you is that he's again found an opening kill. They've managed to retain it as well. Keep the 5v4. And they're going to push forward as a collective around B. There's only one defender on B at the moment. 3 players around A. Finally, there's a rotation from Spoxy. He knows that B and mid might need a check. TC are doing the right thing by looking for information. They are going around the map looking to see if they can find what Anubis are planning. Then comes the execute now. They do have that flanking pretty quickly, and the holes are coming through as well. And they might be taking their time with this one in Anubis. They might have decided, look, we're going to stick to a plan and we're going to go for it. But TEC hold on again. Flank comes through, and then it wasn't even needed. It was Flex and Spoxy who were able to bounce off each other's contact and get it done. So as I said, you can never count them out, and you can never count out an Anubis choke. That's 9-4 to 9-7.
That's a big choke. But what's more surprising
be bigger.
that Yusuf didn't speak. I feel like Noor got a lot to say here, and he's done his part, and now it's Yusuf's turn to talk. But for me, I believe this timeout, it might be even bad for Anubis. Hear me out. Noor had like the momentum, had the adrenaline rush, had everything for him to just close the game. Like, yeah, you fumbled a couple of rounds, but like, it's a good time to take a pause. Don't get me wrong, but Noor will be not the same Noor we had before the pause. That's my concern here for Anubis.
Yeah, it's very difficult now in this sort of situation when you're having a conversation like this, when you know that you've been in control of the game. The thing they do know, though, the thing that Anubis do know, is that none of these rounds, ever since they were up 9-4, none of them were close. They were demolished in every single one. They didn't get a plant, they didn't get a 2v2, they didn't get anything. And that, like, shows you the complete switch and flip around, like, in front of your very eyes. It's incredibly evident, not just to them in the server, but to us as well. And I mean, look, I don't know what Penguin would say if they do end up losing this game somehow, but you know, the change in mentality and change in how the rounds ended was so unbelievably evident. It was insane. But anyway, we are going to get back into the game briefly. Can they put out those three previous a few rounds out of their mind and go again?
I believe they might just go for a faster execution this time. Trying to wrap up a round, maybe Noor can do something here, and yeah, just ask it for it, and he's doing it exactly just like that. Rushing toward the stairs, he's waiting for reinforcement here to move through the smokes, but Flex waiting for a boost, gets picked up by Noor, and that's just it. Like, they always leave this part for Flex for him to take out in the first couple of seconds. Now there is no Flex, so that guy been putting a lot of pressure on Anubis. If they have a chance to close this game, it should be right now. Doom and Noor, they have a really good opening spot here. Line close holding the lower box after you just jump into that spot. And I believe not only him, you got the full squad of Anubis trying to rush this spot, and they just got him.
Okay, here we go. They've had a 5v4 twice now. Once in one of the previous rounds, once in this one. And now they've turned that into a 5v3. Attack pause coming in at a great time because Zane gets a really important kill. And look at Spoxy on the side. He just cannot face him. And once again, it's being flipped back. Gain a really important kill back quickly. They can't afford to come to a kill against Zane. They won't. Kiko's in the open. They know where he is. And surely this one will be held on to. There'll be no choking here. Kiko's going to go down. The attack pause worked. And fair play to Anubis. They thoroughly deserve that one. They do avoid the choke. It was 3 rounds in a row where they got absolutely nothing. But the impressive start to the second half, from the 5-4 half to going up 9-4, completely locking TC out of GR rounds on port. Like, that was the incredibly impressive part. And that little streak of the game is something that we're seeing a bit more from Anubis now in the last couple of games they played in previous game weeks, right? They're able to string those together and look like they can really compete. And yeah, I mean, I want to hear now from Volt and Penguin specifically as to how that 5-4 from 9-4 streak happened.
Well, I mean, there is a key point that Trav did mention, and I think we can actually leave with it. They had plenty of man advantage coming into the mid round, coming into the executes, and I think you would agree with me. This is probably where they were able to have such a good BL side. Their openers have been pristine from the moment of this one.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, Anubis, if you're talking about the first half, they had a very good start. It was 3-0. And then I expected that TC might be taking the tactical pose, because usually you would take your tactical pose on the blacklist side on board. But then we haven't seen it. We have seen round after round after round from TC, which went to 3-3, and things were going probably not as Anubis planned, because we're talking about 3 rounds in a row in favor of the blacklist side, and then suddenly Anubis just wakes up 5-4 as an end, which is not bad in my opinion. If you are a TC fan and you see 5-4 for the first half and they were playing on the blacklist side, and especially that they were starting on 0-3, it was very good for them. And then suddenly I would say a weak, let's say a weak mentality coming out from the TC guys when they switched to the global side. You feel that they thought that the game is done already, and they won the game, and they were having fun with the Anubis players. And we've seen Spoxy is trying to have fun with the guys on B side, missing every single shot. He missed like 4 shots of the TRG while he was staying on the fence, and it was a clear shot. And then they took the tactical timeout. They tried to probably change a few things, and it worked. When they played serious, and when they played with a momentum, when they played with confidence, when they played with some kind of let's say game plan, because before they were not playing on any game plan, they were playing on based on the individuals. They trying to get some kills, someone trying to push along, someone trying to push from the B connector, and losing B connector over and over, and still fighting for it. I mean, they did things. When they changed, they took 3 rounds in a row. After that, Anubis, they had only 1 round to close the game. So they took their tactical out, and they instantly got the better of Titan Esports. So I still think that Titan Esports, they could have won this map if they could have just played the same way that they played since they changed their aggressive playstyle on the global side, because you don't need this. Yes, we asked them before to do this, but it was other maps. On port, all you need to do is just wait for Anubis, because Anubis is not genuinely the best team in the world playing on the blacklist side with the 2 snipers.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, there is an indicator when you're thinking of Titan Esports Club and everything that has been going on. A better game from Flex, a better game from Dezane. Lions Claw, again, showing up pretty hard early. The most important part is Kiko's nowhere to be seen. And I have a fear that TEC is basically dependent on Kiko, not really to frag as much as it is for him to be put in adequate positions, to play the clutches out. And that wasn't the case from Anubis. Anubis really didn't lean into many 2v1s and 2v2s when it comes down to both sides of the spectrum, really. When they were playing GR, they were abrasive, they were aggressive, and when they were playing Blacklist, nor as the IGL have found so many openers is unreal.
I believe that Anubis, if you're watching Anubis throughout the entire series, we watched 4 maps, they played 4 maps right now. I think they play the same way. If you watch, Gainer is always trying to be the guy that's doing the unexpected, which is expected because we've seen it from the first map. And through mid, for example, if they're pushing beside, he's trying to be unexpected pushing mid. And still, it surprises me that it is unexpected by TC. But you guys know that Gainer have been doing this since map 1. He've been doing this. They were pushing A side on Ankara, and he was pushing B. He was staying on the BC, or going on Black Widow. They were pushing beside, he was pushing Cat. They were pushing beside on port, he's pushing mid. Gainer is doing, in his mind, the unexpected thing. But I'm watching the game, I feel that it's a complete deja vu. And yet, TC nowhere to be found. Now, not expecting him. Definitely 3BL, if they are watching, Gainer shouldn't be doing this business versus 3BL if they're going to be watching the games. Maybe TC, if they watch the games again, they'll understand it. So watching the games is something, and playing the game is another thing. So that's why I'm saying that I feel that Anubis are playing the same way, and it's paying off very well. Yeah, they almost lost this map. I feel that it's a payback for what Anubis did on the Black Widow. So just TC gave them the port map, so we can go to the big banger game, which is on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I love the fact that you let it there because I think that this is pretty much a prophecy, right? The map that started it all for TEC will be the one to end it all here. We'll have to hear a little bit more about that after a brief break, so don't go anywhere. But he wants to choose. Oh, it's going to be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is going to rain.
Now, right angle, should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, mops him.
Find himself falling. Another Matthew. Tap away. Here we go. The last couple of rounds will be this track too. Last multi-kill.
Able to find out some triple kill action.
Mythos do clash after all, as TEC from China with all of the Chinese mythology clash against the Egyptians. The god of death himself might be on the server, and well, there will only be one soul remaining in the upper bracket afterwards. It has been a brawl. Chances were there for Anubis more so than TEC to close it out in a convincing fashion, Penguin, but they weren't able to do so. They got the redemption that they wanted in port, and now we run into Eagle Eye. Rather competitive series start to finish. Everything that is not the Ankara could have been anyone's map. So how do we feel about the Eagle Eye in that, since this is the original map that made us feel like, hey, PEC's not looking that good, and Anubis looks so good on the Eagle Eye against them as well?
Well, I mean, Eagle Eye is gonna be quite tough for TC because Anubis plays this map very good, and again, it is just insane on Along. He just pushes everywhere in Along, and he just pushes into the house, he pushes into the side, and he keeps killing everybody when he's on the global side. So he gives some advantage for his teammates, for Dirt especially, also to play freely on the side, and for Muffin as well to move and try to get picks. I mean, if you're talking generally, I feel that Anubis are better when it comes to Eagle Eye. And if you look at the statistics, we've seen Anubis beating TSC twice or 3 times on Eagle Eye. 3 times. If you're talking about season 1, because season 1 they beat them on the regular season, they beat them on the playoffs on Eagle Eye, and this season they beat them, and maybe they're going to be probably beating it again. So, my opinion, if Anubis has a chance to close it, it's only this now then, because it's Eagle Eye plus you won the last map, you were almost losing. After the first half, of course, 5-4, it's a kind of loss if you're on the global side. Still, you came back, you did a very good blacklist side. So now it's Eagle Eye. That's where Anubis should close the series into 3-2.
Yeah, and we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case. Of course, I'm just gonna leave one final sentiment here. Usually we say we don't want Pietro to lead the charts when it's unKnights, and I think that is the sentiment from the team. The sentiment for me is I want to see the best of Flex, and I want to see him back to his usual self on this Eagle Eye. So let's see if there will be a resurgence, or if this is Anubis' time to shine for one last time in this best of 5. Lads, let's finish it off.
Yeah, and that's the frustrating and weird thing, right? Is that we associate for previous seasons, previous regular season games, TC/LCK with Eagle Eye. The Spoxy Flex duo bouncing off each other, looking so good, being impenetrable, pushing deep into these games and looking like they're dominating. But not really the case anymore. Like, Anubis have shown that they're good on this map and have shown that they can counter that very well. And TC, I think the main important point, the word that I want to use, is not evolving enough on Eagle Eye. And yeah, we're going to see if that will be the truth or not here.
Yeah, and also speaking of Eagle Eye, even TEC versus Imperium, when they played in that map, they had some very, very rough time. We'll see here, the win probability goes to TEC, but man, I don't think so. Eagle Eye been always one of Anubis' best maps, and I believe they had some very long runs with it versus Nemesis. They lost in that match, particularly, but that was an overtime. They won versus, let's see, who else? Like, they played a lot of teams in Eagle Eye, but it's either they go for distant or they win. So we'll see how it goes versus TEC. They have been on the easy foot on the second half, playing in the contenders group, but right here, this chance really matters since you're going to be playing versus 3BL in the upcoming match. I can't say that it's gonna be an easy one, but in the playoffs, to just and Anubis at the same particular time, it's not easy, and Anubis proves it in a matter of seconds. They take 4 of TEC down, and only his Boxy, that guy, left alone, and he's trying to fight the entire team.
My guy's screwed, even like going into the knife, I think, there, because I knew where he was, stuck in the corner. And that is like a tone setter there from Anubis. It's a very, very common play to make that push into tower like that as a GR side, obviously. Any watcher of CrossFire will know that in these leagues. But to do it in round 1 doesn't happen all the time. So yeah, very, very nice. And they'll start very quickly. That run won't be live just yet. We need to reset quickly. But they start the game well, 1-0. And it looks like the little reset won't take too long, thankfully.
See how it goes here. Dirty on the bridge. Like, the first round was so quick. But apparently we had like a dead round, so not a lot of action here. But Dirty, come on man, like he took Kiko and he damaged it Flex all in one bullet. Just like that. He's a multi-skilled sniper.
Dirty now will reposition. He's all over the map right now to try and find picks exactly like that one. Flex will wander into him. Good starts to, good starts to every single half sort of so far. Just the closes, which are not really been as impactful, but I think every single half that I've watched him today, maybe bar one in the formats we've seen, he's gotten a start of like 5-6 kills very quickly off the bat. But they are still 2v3.
Those two are Muffin and Dirty. No more third. Two taken out. 3 seconds on the clock. And Muffin with the quick scoop. They're playing the wait game now. 10 seconds. Muffin knows that Spoxy needs to plan 40 seconds on the clock, but I believe that he is running on the heels. Muffin is looking at Spoxy and he doesn't know where he's at. And look at the sigh of relief in his face. He knows what he's doing. And that's what he said to his teammates.
Yeah, another one just straight through the line, right? Only 2 players alive, but no problem. Big damage on Muffin early. They know his tendencies with how aggressive he would want to be. And once again, Nor is taking heads-up fights. I think that for me is one of the main things about this Anubis story in this game. The previous map in particular, sure, it was incredible from Nor. He was all over the place, doing crazy work, getting these opening picks all the time. But I think he's been such a positive for Anubis this season. It's not just Gainer. I think it's been not a combination of the two, that's for sure. He does go down this round and gives TEC an opening, but overall, I think my point is valid.
Feels like whenever we bring up some guy, he either get wounded or die. He's just speaking about Muffin. He got like down to 30% HP. Nur got taken out. Spoxy slipped last game. I don't know, is it us or them just stepping on the final touches on their gas? Like, there's no other thing to back them up. They're just got over with this game. Sometimes like players just got overheated and they can't keep doing what they do for a longer time. But for me at least, watching TEC, they have not been that team for so long. On the other side, and they're like taking turns. Sometimes you'll see Doom doing things, sometimes it's Muffin, like they're taking turns in who's gonna pop off in the entire thing.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a good thing overall. Sure, I mean, ideally you want to do them at once, right? But it's impossible. In general, if you have 2 or 3 of your players playing really well at once, it's enough. What is enough is that round for TEC to get himself up and running on their BL side. Dirty wanted to go for his peak with the smoke up. You can see a nameplate from somewhere, and it doesn't even need to be a nameplate. It's a body jumping toward him. And that Lion Claw will need to go in for more in the next round. But I tell you who's going in for more, it's Dirty. They try and put pressure on him, but Dirty refights on the angle. Gets a second kill with the sniper, pulls out the pistol, finds the third. Perfect defense from a singular man.
Just flags on the beam, but Anubis guys are not giving it to him. And as always, Muffin is still, I don't know like how many times did we call Muffin by his name. Muffin this, Muffin did that, Muffin everywhere. And of course, we had the whole squad, like you have Dirty doing some stuff. Here you can hear Nowhere being so vocal with it. How many players are facing here? 1, 2, 3. He takes only one, but he definitely did some damage to Lipo and Zane. I believe he's making his job easier for his teammates, but Dirty won't be having it. I'll just take a bullet to his head and be taken down beside Noor. Oh man, like if he could just take a couple of those kills, it would have been a lot easier for the entire team. Come on, man, like it's always so unlucky for them versus TEC, but TEC, I believe they still got a lot on their bucket.
Going very low. Set Zane and line, Call of Duty Zane's got one. Okay, never mind. He would love to follow up. He's going to get that follow up, and Zane's on the angle too. And yes, I tried to fight. They tried to fight forward to TC, and TC team's reaction. The retake is perfect, and he's on it. So 4-1 start on GR. And I think overall today, right, one of the main things that I've noticed with this BO5, sure, look, we've had every single game we've had both teams using their tac pause. Every single game we've had, actually that's a lie, a couple of the games we've had some tech pauses as well. But in general, the rounds haven't been overly slow. I think they both played pretty aggressive. We haven't seen them time out really at all. We haven't seen them push into a site with making too many mistakes. But in terms of the clock, I mean. But yeah, I think that's one of the main things that Anubis have done well, is that they have been transitioning their pace of the rounds they've been playing quite well. I mean, they did that especially well on map 4. So TC haven't been bad at it either, but they've just kind of been playing their bog standard game. But I think, to be fair, both teams have been playing their bog standard game. It just depends who's going to win on the day. And you can see kind of some tiredness getting to some of these players now, of course, with it being a lot later in the evening. But yeah, chance here after their attack to break that Anubis momentum a little bit, but they are looking very good on GR at the moment.
Hopefully this attack timeout will help TEC. Very hard start, a rough one, I'd say. Here we go, Anubis and TEC. Oh, Kiku's actually playing way too passive in the middle, making a lot of stuff here for their team. Muffin and Dirty left alone, but here, wait a second, Dirty is making some work, and the final shot will be here by Flix. I thought it's coming to Dirty, but no way. The attack paid off.
I mean, that round lasted, what, 15, 20 seconds? Other examples of them playing super fast, nothing fit for Muffin to start the following round, though. But yeah, just want to mention, like, how they played that was really, really good. I think TC were quite lucky to win it. Muffin refused to peek in the corner. Muffin refused to peek in the corner to get Dirty into the action, and he almost got that flank to get all of them, to get the clutch onto Flex, but Flex reacted very well. And that is a very, very important singular kill from Flex in this game. It might not mean they win it. They still could be going down 5-2 here immediately off the back of that round. But there you go. Flex is going to die here, I think. But still, singular kills like that to turn around can save you. They haven't managed to kill Flex yet, and Kiko found Nor, so Nemesis need to be a bit careful not to get ahead of themselves here. This 5-2 is there for the taking if they just stay patient.
Hey, gotta stay patient here. Still a lot of opens for TEC. But here you'll see Gainer go with the long shot. Picking line claw apart. Still got Flex, like, after the boss, he's been shooting and doing some heavy lifting for the team, and he is proven again. Him and Kiko shifting everything around from 4v2 to a 2v1 in a blink of an eye. Just like that. Blink, can you miss it? TEC are closer to the third round.
Yeah, and this is going to be one that we'll look back on and say it's a bit of a mistake if Doom can't clutch it. One that's got away from them. I had Flex dead to rights outside A long when they were wallbanging him through that box. A little bit halfway up where Doom's walking toward now. Yeah, that one. But they didn't full kill him. That would have made it I think a 4v2. Or maybe even a 5v2 at that point because the first player on Anubis hadn't died yet. And that would have basically just closed everything. Now, Flex has not taken any more damage since that point until they've been seen again now by Doom. And they're in full control of the round. Advantage for both Kiko and Flex. Doom will find the first, and he knows where Kiko is. There is time for this fight, but Kiko has all the angles for his favour, and he'll just peek Doom from above. So, there we go. And that is, as I said, one that's really gotten away from them. They just full control of the round. They found a way to lose it and snatch victory from the jaws. From the jaws of victory.
And they're taking the first one opposing ground. That's not going to be an easy one to watch. Line Claw is going with a faster base here, making it even harder. Noor versus Flex. It's a 1v1. Still no C4 planted, so if we see any trades, it will end up to anyone's favor. Noor trying to go for a longer shot with the AK. Man, that's a very tough one to land, I would say. Unless you're very confident whether you're spraying with AK, I'm not sure how can he deal with it. I mean, the EBR is a lot easier to land the longer shots. Hard. No getting caught here. And
Another one.
EBR will close it out. Like, it was just like 4-1 and now we're back into a tie conversation.
This game should be 7-1. In the minds of Anubis, this game should be 7-1. Like, the 1v1 that Flex won against Dirty when they were pushing tower, that one could have definitely gone Dirty's way, even though Flex did a nice shot. But round before, the one we just watched, absolutely should have been Anubis's round. The round we've just seen, again, they had an advantage. Sure, it was a very brief one. It was a 1v1 when the round hit the 2-minute mark, which is very quick, obviously. And that was a very long, drawn-out one. Nor couldn't deliver. Flex finds another clutch. And Flex has been the player that we've been kind of talking a little bit about how quiet he's been in a couple of these games for TEC in the regular season. He's won 2 clutches now, all by himself, and has made a huge difference in this game. Anubis could have been like away with the fairies already. They could have been away enjoying their time in full control of the game. Now, it's again anyone's map. Another start to a round, another 5v3. If they don't win this one, they'll be absolutely swearing into the microphones.
They are already at that phase. And I'm not sure, like, in this 4v2, it feels like it's a lot easier for TEC. There are a lot of plenty low HP players. And now we are down to a 2v1, and somehow, I don't know, it feels like this one also will go to TEC, like 2, like 1v2s or like 2v4s went to their way. So anything can happen, and like Chloe is in a good position here, unless Muffin just like snatch his head, like shoot him in the leg, do something to be a little bit easier for them. But it looks like they're holding a crossfire here. But Doom is trying to use that tunnel to his side, watching all angles, lying close. They're actually tunnel visioned in one place. Muffin is down. I told you I'm feeling that it's going to TEC, but Doom just steps in the right time. Like, wallah, I swear it feels like it's going to TEC. Wallah.
Bro, it so could have happened again, I know. It really could have. That was so close. And I feel like that's kind of what Nor is saying. He's saying, like, I feel like his points to be to his team now, to kind of G them up and give them motivation, will be, bro, we are the better team. We are the better team, and we've been the better team this season as well. There's a reason TEC have been in the contenders group. There's a reason they've been in the position they're in. There's a reason their form's been awful. We know they're ramping up. We know they're getting a little bit better, and they're showing some signs. But we are better. We think we are better, and that's, you know, even if you're a heart of hearts, deep in the bottom of the pit of your heart and the pit of your stomach, if you don't think that, which I think he does, by the way, which I'm not saying he doesn't. But even if you don't think that, you'll be telling your teammates that, because that tries to instill confidence in the group, right? So I think he does believe that, and I think he's right, because I think they've been the better team. They've just chucked a couple of advantages and had two 1v1s that have gone awry. Sure, Flex has played well in them, and Flex needed to play well in them to clutch through that. But anyway, that is all now ancient history already. Focus on the second half, the final half of this BO5, and Muffin knows where Spotsy likes to play. Perfect kill, perfect opening kill, but forcing the issue after that is not going well at all. Dirty and Nor, 2v3. Zane's already held on for 2. He's still alive.
He is. Take him off in too early. It's helping them a lot, but he killed one part of a devil. You still need to take the other one. Yeah, Muffin is out, but Dirty is here, so it's still not an easy one to take. But the problem is there is no C4 in their hands, so Noor gotta try to step in and take it. But the Zayn and the other guys don't really know that. They don't have the C4. They left this spot. They're trying to move as 3 guys squad. Like, it feels like it's a SWAT. Like, they're moving as a one person, checking all angles and stopping Anubis from trying to pick them apart. They're just like that. Like, they're moving. They went through A long, moving now to the attackers spawn, and now they are going to control middle lane. I believe they should already knew that the A side is the place where Anubis is at. There's still only 40 seconds, make it 35 on the clock, so not a lot of time here. Flex is stepping up to the turret and taking Noor apart. It's only Dirty, and like, they know where he's at. They're just gonna pick him apart.
Yeah, good patience from Zane. Starts the second half with 3 kills. And look, man, I mean, my actual prediction was 3-1 to Anubis. It could be 3-2 to them. It could be 3-2 to either team. So I could be very wrong. The one prediction I did get right is that this has been a long, close game that has been very hard to call throughout the majority of it. And again, 2 maps all, 5 rounds all. We've been going for, I think, about 4 hours in this one.
Bro, you still have 5 mappers in the second best of 5.
I know, man. 5 mappers that I'm going to enjoy thoroughly. Haha.
It's very enjoyable to watch. Like, for real. Those, at least this best of 5, it feels close. Like, they're playing, yeah, sometimes you have longer rounds, but at least it's enjoyable rounds. They're not just like playing in the mod. They're doing some really good strats, having some really crazy shots like the one just Dirty delivered through the smokes, through everything, and just took flicks out of the equation. So we would love to see all of those stuff again and again and again. I'm not sure what's happening in the second. Best of 5. Let's not just like jump into conclusion and move further quickly and get back to this game.
Headshot.
Kiko.
Headshot.
Find Doom, and Lionclaw presses the issue on the retake.
Double kill.
And they just can't find their way through. Even if the zone didn't kill them, there, it was round over, because that defuse was being held. Again, good moves from Dezane though. Catching them both on the stairs, and where else they can be.
Like, they didn't even need him to defuse. Like, he's just like, he's sticking to defuse, and the rest of the team is just like, yeah, welcome to the base. Nothing much. Where are you guys? Oh, alright. Just here. So, boom, out. I believe that if they lost this round or like the next one, they need to take their techniques. Take or attack, like anything works for Anubis.
Expecting it too. Nor will find Flex on the swing through into the B-bomb side though. Oh, it's near the B-bomb side. Not yet. Dezane. Seen. Heard. Low HP in that angle. Spoxy still holding onto A, but they're again putting pressure on B. Bomb isn't picked up at all yet though, so C4 will only just be picked up and rotated round. But they are still going B, and look at the rotation change from TEC, right? They thought that the delay was meant to go back A, but they're still going to be planting B here, are Anubis, and only Dezane is close. And he's the player who was tagged up from earlier on, so he can't exactly activate right now without just throwing his life away, really. So, does look like it's with pretty much certainty that Anubis are going to find a 6-6. Foxy on the line, even though it's seen first by Gainer. Kiko's the one to drop from Gainer. And there you go, fully dealt with. So, we're locked together again.
I loved how they actually stepped into the B side. Like, yeah, they had their LA kills, and then each and everyone is holding a certain angle. Like, two guys are always covering each other's back, so it felt a lot easier for them to play the retake. And how this game been going, it's showing us how close those two teams are. Even though it's just the first game of the playoffs, but I believe we're seeing some gold thrown at us. Like, it feels like an early final. Like, those two teams are neck and neck. Their level in CrossFire is very close. Gainer with the opening kill. It came a bit late this round, but it's in a really good spot. Like, having this advantage won't last long since Dirty is already out.
Kiko still waiting underneath the side. One, could be more, it's a second, and Doom is now Nothing will get his one, but Lionclaw on the rotation was there in time. And in comes that tack we were talking about. All this effort for all these hours. Anubis don't want it to end at this point without a W. Sekio talks at great length about the banana power. Bananas are usually things you need to avoid in Mario Kart, but in real life, they are good for you. And in general, they've been good to Anubis. But here, they need all that power that one banana can give them, and what it's given Doom as well. Because they're in a bit of bother. Will it be another story of Anubis losing a game they should have won? I'm still going to be thinking back to all those clutches they had in the first half. I'm sure the rest will remember them too. The clutches that they lost. And when you lose clutches like that, it's very hard to thrust them out of the line. Here comes Kiko. Muffin's going to get caught. This way from Doom, and the aggression already having control of the edge of the B-bomb site is good. They're still being picked off bit by bit. Foxy will find Gainer. Nor wants to fight. We know how good he was at these fights in that previous map. He was such an instigator to make something happen for his team, and in he goes again, right when they need him. 2 kills to make it a 2v2. That is something to work with now. Let's go HP. Dirty will find Flex in the end though, and then Doom finding Line Claw just a second before that. So again, it wasn't easy, it wasn't clean, but Anubis will get the 7-7. Both attack pauses have been used, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. Actually, maybe TC haven't used theirs yet. For my scroll up our chat. You can imagine they'll probably use it when they win or lose this around like this one. And the banana power for Doom, having one last banana at the end of this series, Sekio, maybe will save them at the death.
I believe that. Did he take a banana in the last
He
ball?
did, in the attack clause, yeah.
He should have. Alright. So they're back into the game. And so we're 7-all here. Doom is actually doing some really good flick shots here. Picking another one, but the Zane actually survived this, but Dirty will stop him in a right time. Gainer is regaining the A control here, but look at them on the stairs. You still got 4 players, and this round they can't through. They have the tower, you have Flicks on it, Line Claw on the other side. Come on, like, he need to plant. It's only Line Claw again. 1v4, and it's one probably done here. Gainer will get the best out of him.
Enforce the issue, and he does find one more kill, but there is Gainer, as you rightly said, finding the kill in the end. So Anubis sneaks back into the lead. It's just impossible to call, isn't it? It's so impossible to call. From minute 1 of this series, I was like, yeah, I can't. I'll stick my neck out for Anubis, but I can't call out how it's going to be. Like, to me, it's one of those series that will just go on forever. And right now, I'm proving to be correct about that at least, if not much else in the season. Doom and Dirty. Low HP on Doom after his kill, but they both get 1 apiece to force the issue into a 4v3. And look how far they've fallen back to. All the way back to BL spawn to retain it. Knowing that Lion Claw could be pushed up, knowing there could be snipers on some aggressive lines. Wanted to try and avoid losing a man here at all costs, while they take time to figure out what they want to do.
They're still playing it. The big sill will be more than enough for him and Spoxy, Line Claw to take matters with their own hand, and Ironically, in just a blink of an eye, 3 guys are dead. From 4v3 to 1v3, and Dirty can't get the second kill intact. And now we're back to equal. I don't know, like I'm smelling some overtime here. Maybe Anubis will win this one and fumble the other one. And they always do. Probably. Here in this game, you'll see a lot of smokes invested in the B long, but Noor will have like the spider sense to spot this Zane. A good early frag. And for me, it feels if you need Anubis to win this game, you need to get like a couple of kills from Mutton. Like, if he just stepped up for 1 or 2 rounds, this game is over.
Yeah, this is the big one. This really is the big one in this round. 8 all, 2 maps all. Whoever wins the round gets a series point. It means everything to both these two teams. To avoid the lower bracket, at least at the first time of asking, right? At the first time of asking, if you avoid the lower bracket, it just takes so much pressure off. You know, you have much more time to play in the playoffs.
Super viewers for Anubis. Or TEC, like... one of them gotta lose. I feel like if Anubis lost this round, we lose the game. This is how it feels for me. And taking Noor early in this round is very bad for them. Like, yeah, the Zane was the first to die, but Noor is always a winning factor for the entire team here, using some boxes to trying to shoot, but he can't find the kill. At least he will have some help from Marvin.
Wow.
Thanks for the reinforcement. Him and Gainer will take TEC apart. Just like that. In a couple of seconds, TEC flicks, left alone, and Gainer kills him and jumps off the cliff. Like, it feels like a huge weight that's been taken off.
Bro, I am totally baffled how Doom that long. He's pretty much at that moment. Nearest makes no difference. His teammates were close, but not that close. Nearest makes no difference fighting 3 players at once on the site. He sees 2. He sees he doesn't know about the 3rd on Lionclaw, and Lionclaw doesn't peek him at any point.
That was
and
weird.
I feel like at any other stage of the game, not if it's not an 8-8, any other stage of the game, Lionclaw would peek pretty quick off the back of that one and try and help his teammates. The fact that it takes so long, to kill Doom, it allows Doom's teammates, in particular Gainer, to get up to the site and get into position to get the kills a bit easier. And that is such a huge factor in that round. I can't believe it.
It's all about a mental game, baby. The mental is not in the right side for TEC, and I'm not sure if it fits for Lionclaw since he's having some really good time here. He is 6-3, some good work, but this round was not his. One flex! Uh-oh! It might be over in a couple of seconds here. The IGL is down.
Yeah, it's another one of those examples. And look, Flex in the first half clutched 2 massive 1v1s to save the game. But he's not had a good second half, and that could be the biggest issue. Spoxy finds 1. They now knows where they're coming from, you'd imagine. They're going to try and avoid him. They are going to try and avoid him. This is a very interesting call. They're going to be cut off pretty quickly. The rotations are quick for the GR side on this map, and Dezane's in a great position. I think Anubis are overcooking a bit here. It feels pretty obvious to me that they're overcooking. They're always lurking, but he should go down to Dezane with ease. And they will make their way into that edge of the B bomb site, but they might not even be allowed to get the bomb planted. Let's see if they can, just about. Okay, they overcooked a little bit, but not enough to lose the round before they get the bomb plant and get into an after plant. And the positions here are decent, even though they're 3v4. The positions are decent. They're all stacking together here. That's why Doom on this angle could do a lot of damage. It's 2, that's not too bad. And Muffin is going to step up. He's out of bodies in the last. Spoxy low HP on the corner. And they'll find a way to close it. Incredible game. Massive celebrations, as you can see in the Anubis HQ. And that one was a wild one. It goes all the way to map 5. It goes to 10-8. I think the round that... two factors for me before we throw over to the desk. Firstly, that round where Doom just wasn't killed up against 3 players on the A-bomb site for so long, and that allowed his teammates to come in and push up. The fact that it couldn't kill Doom without him getting... He still got 1 kill from that. Insane. Like, he's on his own fighting 3 players. How has that happened? Finally, we talked about Flex quite a bit, unfortunately, and he's underperforming. First half, clutches all over the place. Critical factor to keeping TEC in the game. Half number 2, absent. And that is the main issue. TEC, this is the right result, because Anubis have been better this season so far. Crazy game. But we're going to throw to the desk to talk about it.
What result deserved? I certainly think so, but the question is, what do you think about that one, Penguin? I feel like Trav really laid the handwork, I guess, for everything that we're going to talk about here. And it really came down to that thing for me. Remember, at the very start of the series, before tossing it over to the lads over at the casting side of things, I was saying that it will all depend on Flex and what he can provide in Hotel. The first half, I agree, it was great. The second half continues to be, to Trav's point, really a lack of evolution, a lack of character from TEC, where Flex is still playing the same style that he was playing from 2 years ago, and teams have caught up to it.
Well, yeah, I mean, the first half was very good coming up from Anubis team. I mean, they started very strong. Usually Anubis starts very strong, by the way. If you watch the games with Anubis, they usually start with a couple of rounds together, because the start was good wise and technical-wise against the team. They know what the team is going to be doing, because they watched them through the season, and they tried to adapt to the system and probably preparing a couple of defaults at the beginning of the game versus them, until the team starts changing its play style, and they start changing the way they play, and then we see Anubis a bit falling, and we see the tactical turn coming from Flex. Yes, he said that he started I mean, he played good on the first half. He clutched one of the most important rounds, because it was 4-2, 4-1 in favor of Anubis, and then it was 4-2, and he came back with his teammates. And then suddenly, when we switched to the other side, we've seen a very close performance from both teams. Anubis, usually on the blacklist side, I say that they are the weaker. They are weaker than the Globalist side, because their Globalist side is way stronger. They have double sniper setup. Usually they start to stopping the enemy teams pushing versus them. And when they switch to the blacklist side, sometimes they lack some firepower, I would say. And we've mentioned how Gainer is trying to do some funny business on every single round. Like, if the enemy team is pushing B side, just expect Gainer probably in base, just holding one single angle, which totally unexpected. So this is firepower loss as well for Anubis, but yet they still win, and this is only because Titan Esports, by the way. So I believe that Anubis, if they play versus any other team and they lack Gainer in such firepower, or Gainer is going to be thinking that he might not be expected for example, if they're gonna be playing for the Vitality, probably versus unKnights, maybe Nemesis, maybe 3BL. I think they will punish Gainer for what he's doing, because we've seen Spoxy, he punished him last 2 rounds, and especially the last round that the Anubis clutched. Gainer was trying to make again some funny business on the tower. He's trying to shoot on Spoxy from a top, just to take his attention for his teammates to push him to B side, but he killed him instantly. And then they pushed it to B side and they won it. So Anubis, they have some structure. This is all what I'm talking about. They have some structure, they are doing it. But I think they are better, of course, of TEC. And this is, as Trav said, throughout the entire season, Anubis is way better than Titan Esports. And I believe that Titan Esports might end on the lower bracket before even getting it into the next round, if they continue playing with the same way, because they're going to be playing versus a very strong team the next one. It's unKnights, Nemesis. Both are strong, and both beat them, by the way, this season. So now Anubis needs to be focusing on the next game. And if the structure continues the same, I guess Anubis can be countered if any team is going to be looking how they play.
Yeah, a deserved MVP here on this Eagle Eye for Doom. of course, my mind is still stuck at round 17, where, yes, the pressure is high. The game is on an 8-8 tie, but Doom pushed 3 people on his own. Nobody swung, nobody traded, and he did a significant amount of damage. Not only did he buy time for 3, he got all the damage in the world, started the trading sequence positively for his team. I mean, it's great to have somebody that is this courageous, but for me, that part is a little bit scary, right? Like, I don't think that Doom is gonna get that same luxury in the next game against 3BL. I think that 3BL are a lot more ruthless, and to that point, TEC is usually a team that is pretty ruthless, but right now they just were playing scared. They were playing not to lose, and that's why they lost against Anubis in the end.
Yeah, we mentioned that TC they should start playing. I'm not saying aggressive, but the way they used to play, Flex he tried to push his teammates to the edge and tried to get some kills, tried to play very aggressive, but he was expected by Anubis and they were waiting him, especially that we've seen some lack of defense, lack of strategies on the defense side from TC, where we've seen one guy dropping from bridge solo versus 3 players from Anubis out of nowhere without any backup, without any flashes, without any help. He just drops, dies instantly, and then he leaves his teammate in hotel just doing nothing, and he dies as well. That's all lack of, let me say, lack of strategic-wise or probably communication issues from TEC. So I would love that these guys, if they're going to be watching these games again, to fix such mistakes, because we would love to see them moving forward again into the next rounds. And now Anubis, they've done way better than the first season already, and they're just in a very comfortable spot. And they have, I don't want to say a game can be enhanced. They're not going to be playing Vitality, they're not going to be playing Nemesis, they're going to be playing 3BL, and it's 50-50 whenever it comes to both teams.
I'll actually say, I think from what I have seen, 3BL should theoretically have the upper hand, but as you said, I think that every time that we've seen the two teams play against each other, it has been its own mathematical equation of sorts. I think the good part for 3BL is that they were able to get the win in Phase 1, because the win in Phase 2 was pretty much a lot more tight when you consider the score, right? It was like 10-6 on Black Widow, 10-8 on Subbase. That might actually happen again. And again, I have my own concerns on 3BL's map pool. I think that we have seen a significant improvement from Anubis on that front. Maybe not the cleanest of wins, but a win against the TEC that was steps away from reclaiming their former glory. And that man has had his moment in the limelight and probably will need to still capture those spotlights to his name. A great game from Gainer, a great set overall, and we've seen how he basically is playing, as you can tell in most of those highlights, behind someone. Yes, they're giving him a lot of resources, but every time they do, he just comes to clutch, right? Multi-kills all over the board, just significant difficult positions that he's playing in when you consider the Black Widow especially. He's given some of the tougher spots to play on GR, but he still actually handles himself pretty well.
Yeah, because he's a flex on when it comes to the weapons. I mean, he plays with EBR, he plays as well with the HK, and he's doing very good with both. So you would put him in uncomfortable situations, because whenever you are having a very tough opponent such as TEC, you would love to see Gainer popping off and just getting the win for your teammate, and this is exactly what happened today. So I'm saying that Gainer is one of the most important members for Anubis right now. Him and Muffin are the ones who is carrying this team since Phase 1, and he already doing very good job.
Yeah, well, let's see how things are actually going to evolve, at least for us. I think that it's a great thing that we actually have Gainer as the MVP, because then we get to talk to him directly here on this interview. First of all, Gainer, hello, assalamu alaikum. I hope that you're doing great. Congratulations on the win. So let's take it over and hear from the man himself.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so I'm just gonna take one question and then let Penguin do his thing, okay? I think the easiest thing to talk about here was this game, right? You guys didn't do that well in Stage 1. You came with a massive switch, nor added to the roster. You guys were talking about how perhaps your composition and your team is improving. Do you think that this was the best of TEC, or do you think that you caught them off guard because of how prepared you were?
To be honest, no, it was not the best of TC. Like, in the series in particular, we didn't do very well. Like, mid game when we lost 2 maps, like we were going. It's okay. No, forget. Let's go next. But I was mad. I was like, no, it is not okay. Okay, like we lost 2 maps. We didn't lose them because they were better. We lost them because we gave them the 2 maps. I was mad. You know, like it is not okay. We need to fix it because I don't want to lose next map. So we will forget it about it. Okay, like I just wanted to make it clear it is not okay. But we should forget about it because it doesn't matter whatever happened. Map's over. Focus on next. But just like focus a bit more. Give it more effort. Like let's not repeat the same mistakes in the past 2 maps. And yeah, like I think it's working. You know, like I was mad at myself as well because I was not doing as best matches because like my sleep schedule was bad today. You know, I couldn't control it, and I was like, you know, like it got into my mind when I started first map. You know, I was like 0-4, 0-5. It got into my mind. I was like, I'm not shooting. You know, like I want to win. But my team stepped up and they carried me. Like, look at me. I'm VB with 1 KD. It's too low. But my team, the whole team was playing. All 5 players were playing. Like, that's why we won. We pushed it together.
Exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. We saw that you guys had a very good individual skills, and me and Volt in particular, we mentioned this on the Discord. Well, I had a question for you that when I was watching you guys, I wanted to ask probably one of you, and now I get to have a chance to talk to you. So, why are you guys starting to play sub-base now? Was it in your pocket that it was the pick pocket for you to play it on the playoffs, or maybe because you guys played it versus Vitality on the last game and it turned out very good? Because we've seen that you guys changed a lot of things, and the way you play on sub-base is completely changed. And now you play it way better than we've seen it in the past few weeks and also season 1.
No, like we are trying to be well-rounded, all-rounded. Like we want to play the 7 maps. We don't want to have a weak map. But yeah, of course, we have some stronger than others. But we just don't want to play the 7 maps good. And like sub-base, we started it like weak. We kept it changing to find like why are we bad at sub-base. We kept it changing GR. Like we change A top player, we change B player,
positions,
we keep switching. Yeah, and we keep. Like we kept changing until we found like our rhythm, you know, like and then it started becoming good in Brax. That's why we like, yeah, we're gonna play it in Elite. Like in phase 2, we were not really aiming for top 3 or top 2 or any position. We were trying to practice. We played sub base against, I don't remember, I guess actually CFWL. I don't remember, but one
yeah,
team,
you played
like
against
we
CFWL,
yeah, we picked sub base. Like to be honest, we went in thinking we're gonna lose it, but we wanted to practice it, you know, like we didn't have the luxury to do this before, but we tried in phase 2 and we are trying to improve it, and you can see that we are improving it bit by bit.
Yeah, definitely. It's always way better. That's why I'm saying maybe it was your secret pick, I would say, for the playoffs. And now you guys are gonna be facing 3BL, the 2nd seed, once again. I guess this is the 3rd time because they were in the elite group with you. You faced them on phase 1, you faced them on phase 2, and now you're gonna be facing them again. But this time is a best of 5. Do you think it can be changed? The results can be changed because the best of 3s definitely went for 3BL favor. Now the best of 5s is gonna be here occurring again. You and them best of 5. So do you think the results can change, especially that you guys added few maps? Like we're talking about sub-base, you said you're playing 7 maps. That means that New Mexico is also on the board.
Yeah, I think it is like okay, I said the same words last time when we lost to O. I was like, this match is gonna be better than phase 1 and we'll be closer, and I still lost to O, but I believe it's the same, you know, like just we're gonna focus, and I think we can compete and win them.
Yeah, well, that's great to hear. Actually, speaking on that point, I just want to hear as a finale, like, where do you guys aim? Are you aiming realistically for like EWC? Do you think, especially with unKnights and now TEC not doing as well as they are, that the floor is open? There's also Nemesis, of course, on the other side. So who do you think are going to be the teams that might cause you troubles as you try to be the dark horse and perhaps reach an Egyptian ascendancy, as it's you, Vitality, and 3BL basically all playing at the top level right now?
To be honest, yeah, we're aiming for EWC. Like, I was in an interview before in phase 1 or phase 2, I don't remember, and we said like we're gonna aim for EWC, even though if it was not realistic, we were down in the placement, yeah. But we will try our best, and we can see that we are a step closer to this goal. And I think it is between like TC is played much better in playoffs, and I think this like in playoffs not same as Fist 2. You know, like experienced team usually play better under pressure, and you know, like maybe TC doesn't play better, but we play like at a lower level a bit. Like, we are trying to get used to the playoffs pressure and mood. And I think it is between us and 3BL actually in Service Bot in EWC. I think Nemesis is gonna make it with Vitality, and like it is between us and 3BL. Just aiming for second is what pick it.
Okay, that's great to hear. Of course, for you guys, you're going to be playing against them next time. We're going to see you. So congratulations on the win again.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for being here. Just before we go, do you have any final words you want to say to 3BL, TEC, or perhaps the Egyptian fans that are watching here for cheering for Anubis?
Yeah, like I wanna thank the audience and everyone watching, and like for TC, like I just wanna say I hope you guys like get back on your feet. You know, like they are good. I respect them, and you know, like I feel sad when I see them like not performing to their normal level. And I hope they step up. Good luck in the next match.
Gainer. And yeah,
thank you.
Of course,
so much,
good luck to you too. And yeah, thank you so much again. Great
you.
work from you, and see you soon.
See ya.
Bye bye.
Okay, so that's it from Gainer. We've heard a fair bit of him. And I think that perhaps that could be a great segue, right? Everybody's talking about Nemesis. And I think that they have been the team that are consistent right alongside Vitality. Yes, they made top 2 in season 1. Maybe dropped off a little bit this season, but even at their worst, they were never outside of the top 4 boundaries. And I think that the stage is set for them, but does that mean that unKnights are going to be playing with a chip off their shoulder? No pressure on names like HDZ, like LSY, like Famous. Could that be the factor that perhaps allowed them to catch Nemesis off guard? Do you think that experience and level should prompt them here? That's the question that we have.
Well, you know that Nemesis have been playing, okay, a bit shaky, but as you said, they are still not out of the picture. They are still on the elite group, and we've seen when probably TC had some issues, they went to the contender group, and they're struggling now, and now they're in the lower bracket. However, Nemesis, when they had some, let's say, issues as well, they are still on the elite group. But do you know that the 2 teams that usually Nemesis struggle in beating are unKnights and Vitality, and they are having both on their bracket. So yes, Nemesis, they are closer into making it into the EWC, but if they drop to TEC, I don't think it can get to this close for them. It's not going to be close for them. It's going to be very hard for them. So they need to get rid of unKnights today to go to the Vitality, because unKnights needs to get rid of TEC. Otherwise, Nemesis will struggle on the low bracket, because if there is pressure on Nemesis, I feel that these guys just play maybe 50% from their performance.
Yeah, well, their path is paved with thorns, but let's see if they can actually navigate it from there. We're going to go to a break, and when we will be back, we'll be continuing with our second Best of 5 of the day. That's already been a quite exciting one. Let's see if the next 2 teams are going to catch up to that same level of hype. But he wants to choose. It's going to be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is going to rain. Angle should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, Mops and all. Find himself falling. Another tap away. Here we go. The last couple of rounds will be this time too. Last play, multi-kill.
Able to find up some triple kill action.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is two really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
By Spoxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Spoxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. How does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Christine! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn, trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. That's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it, gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flicks around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
But he wants to choose 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is going to raid. Should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, Mops and all.
have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because
But he wants to choose. Oh, it's going to be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is going to rain.
Now, right angle, should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, mops and all.
find himself falling. Another happy tap away. Here we go.
The last couple of rounds, it will be this time too. Last play,
Multi-kill.
Able to find up some triple kill action.
Hello everyone, I am Volt, just kidding, I'm CQ alongside Penguin here on the desk. I believe Volt will be jumping on the other chair to just jump into the casting booth, and I will be here joining that handsome guy with some weird mustache. And we have here unKnights versus Nemesis. They have some really long history, and for me watching them fight versus each other and finding a way to play in the first round is very odd, since those guys were the, I believe, 3rd place winner, well, actually no, 4th place winner in season 1 and the runner-up of season 1. So we're having a little bit of mix here, so we'll see how it goes from them. Of course, you have ex-teammates Beck and Alucard clash with former teammates from unKnights, and I believe Alucard played with unKnights, right? Or
Alucard played with unKnights. Yes, Alucard played with full year with unKnights. He played last year with unKnights with Petro, Beck, and all the players there. So he played with Kiko as well. Yeah, it's the clash of the friends, as you can mention, because Petro and Beck, they were playing together for a while, for a long time. They played in the Open. They just pushed their team into the Elite League, which is the West League, and then they split. Petro also had his team Pink Book Pals on the top 4, and he had to fight with unKnights last year on who's going to be going to the CFS, and it was a very close game, by the way. It was 5 maps, and even though when they went to port, it was a very close game as well. But Nemesis, unKnights, in the end, they closed it. Okay, the other unKnights, not this unKnights, because it was back then he's playing with unKnights name. Now, Beck is back to Nemesis with Alucard. They have comics, they have Tipsy. They kind of reformed. They got Raffen from LCK as well, and they are trying to get along. But every single time I see Nemesis playing versus unKnights, or Beck in particular playing versus Petro, I feel that he struggles.
that reminds me of Tom, like when he's holding a blade and he's picking like, yeah, I'm gonna take those from here, this from here, and like, yeah, you're left alone. All right, you're gonna close my form to the team, and that's for of course Team Nemesis. But like, I have something like itching me, or like I feel like an inside god that Nemesis won't go through long in this playoffs. It feels like it might be a curse in Dipsy and Comics, since both of them, they were with Anubis once they finished the second on the first season of 2025, and then they just didn't even qualify to the playoffs, and they missed internationals. Hopefully that's not the same case here this year. Like, they got the runner-up, they're like falling a little bit in phase 1 and phase 2, and it feels like they might be going to the same roller coaster.
Well, yeah, Nemesis is the. I mean, if Nemesis had an icon Yeah, we know that little icon for Nemesis as well. But for us on Crossfire, we will put the roller coaster for them because these guys, whenever they're playing, it's either too good that they can't be unmatched. Like their last game versus 3BL, they played too good, and Beck was so confident, and he said we are just casually destroyed these kids, and then. Or they're so bad because these kids just made them lose 2-0, as we can see on phase 1. So it's up and downs for them. But when it comes to unKnights, it's only downs. I mean, lately it's only downs because we've seen unKnights were struggling this season so hard. Like, look at this game. unKnights beat them 2-0, right? This game,
Right.
unKnights had a game before it versus Imperium, and they lost 2-0 versus Imperium. So they punished Nemesis instead of punishing Imperium. And this is the question marks that I put against Nemesis performance versus unKnights. So I would say it's not because Nemesis is having a roller coaster performance, it's because Beck is playing versus Pietro, and probably Pietro is having a very, very good reads, and he's also leading his team better than Beck when it comes to these guys' matchup. But now, they should be playing onto the playoffs. Okay, this can happen on the best of 1s and best of 3s. But on a best of 5s, the better team should win. Even though if you're leading your team perfectly good, if you have a good IGL, as we've saw from Flex, definitely Flex is just way more experienced than Noor. But yet Noor had the better team, so he beat Flex. Now it's the same case. Beck is having the better team. My opinion, Comics, Dipsy, Alucard, Beck and Raffen, they're way better and more consistent than just having Famous, Snox, HDZ and Petrol. They are doing good now, but they are still not as good as Nemesis, especially that Nemesis also have a gaming house, they have a coach, and they are putting a lot of time into the game.
Well, I agree on you on Porcelain, but not all of it. First of all, like, I believe they have a gaming house, they have everything to support them to win the entire thing. I would say they have the coach, gaming house, the support of Nemesis, but on the other side, you'll see that actually the guys in unKnights, they are starting to find their form. They're playing a lot better than what happened in the earlier season. They made it to playoffs, and also they got back to scrims. We had like that interview with I believe Pietro, and he just said we were struggling so hard, we had a lot of problems in the team, but now we are moving forward and just going with the flow and finding a way to just be on the right foot. You have players going back to play ranked. You have Famous that he's back into playing and streaming. I believe that guy streamed like a week ago besides playing in the scrims, so that's something to put into consideration, that they are scrimming, they are playing. And man, when you have LSY and of course the other snipers stepping up, you know that they are not only going for the full rifle and one sniper setup. They might be playing with the double setup once they have those kind of players. And also, I'm not sure, but can they pull that triple sniper with Pietro? Do you think so? At some point, of course.
I don't think they don't need to do this because they're gonna be losing a lot of rifles. But yeah, these guys, they are back. They want to be screaming. They want to be going more. They have also, of course, experience. The most experienced player, Famous, is above 30. Also, Petru is above 30. Snox is almost close as well. So there are three guys that have heavy experience on the shoulders. HDZ as well, if you're talking about his competitive level or maybe competitive years of playing this game, he's also a veteran player. Maybe only LSY who has 2 years of competitive gameplay, or maybe top form competitive gameplay. So
I mean,
yes,
if
these guys,
they take the
experience.
vitamins, they're fine. If they take the
Yeah.
vitamins.
Yeah, so they're not 30s. If they take the vitamins, they're like mid-20s. So they would still perform and would still do good. And yeah, lately they are doing better. They're trying to get back on their feet. They're trying to improve. We've seen TC try to improve, try to get back, to try to get better, but still they fall versus Anubis. Then they went to the lower bracket. Will unKnights get back from the contender group and go to the semi-finals versus Vitality, or it's gonna be the same for them as TC, because these guys were in the contender group and TC also were in the contender group, and when they meet someone from the elite group, they lost to them. So now unKnights, they need to break this theory in the next game.
Yeah, of course, they need to break the cycle, and for us, you'll see a little bit of tracking on unKnights' situation through the course of the entire season. They had a very rough one, would say. Like, they almost lost to everyone, but Swamp Gaming, of course, is out of the picture already. You have Nemesis, they came back versus them, and it was an upset for Nemesis, and here we are in the playoffs after that 2-0 versus Nemesis that actually almost secured their spot in the playoffs, I would say, because like back in the regular season, playing versus Nemesis, they got Ankara, they got a new compound in the overtime, and I believe that new compound was pretty close to, of course, Nemesis before they went to the overtime, of course. But then they just unleashed the beast in phase 2. I would say like they're not facing tougher opponents, but hear me out. Imperium were not an easy target to get. TEC are definitely not an easy one, and Swamp Gaming, they made them go to distant. That's why I believe that most of the guys will be favoring Nemesis, but for me, like they have done it in phase 1, they can do it in playoffs.
Yeah, I know that you're saying they didn't face a tougher opponents on phase 2, but let me tell you this. They lost to TEC on phase 1, and also they lost to Imperium on phase 1. They lost 2-1 to TEC, and they lost 2-0 to Imperium. So when they get to phase 2, they beat all of the other teams, and they get better. And as we mentioned, if Petro is doing very good, then the team is in a big danger. So Famous told him, you need to stay, you need to calm down, you need to stay down a bit for the team to play. So whenever we are seeing Petro is popping off, that means that Famous is not playing that well. Snox is not having fun, HD is not getting the kills, and LSY is not clutching as we used to see. So we would love to see this again from Petro, just stepping down for his teammates to be able to play. And Famous, this guy, if he's just probably if he's having his, let's say, his best days right now, I think him single-handedly can take them to the semi-finals, probably can do some damage to Vitality. He will get down to the lower bracket, and I believe that they still can get out also of the lower bracket and get maybe even further and probably to the 3rd place. So if Famous is having good days, we can see the good unKnights that we are always expecting them to see, and the better version from them.
Yeah, and even though like when Famous is not even having his bitter days, he's still at 1.17 KD, which is brilliant. I would say it's just like doing some heavy lifting, I would say. But LSY and HDZ, both of them been stepping up way too good, especially when you see them playing on a double sniper setup. I would say in Eagle Eye, they had some really good Eagle Eyes. New Mexico, I believe if you're playing versus a team like unKnights, you need to either ban Eagle Eye or New Mexico, since it's one of the really good maps to be considered played. That's for me, of course, on them. But when you're playing versus Nemesis, I mean, you need to ban the entire globe to be able to win.
Yeah, Nemesis, they have good Eagle Eye, by the way. unKnights usually they ban Eagle Eye versus Nemesis because Petro can't play with probably with this roster on Eagle Eye, because Nemesis usually gets the better out of him. That also, on the other hand, as you said, the Nemesis, they usually ban New Mexico versus unKnights, and as we can see, the head-to-head, it's very close as well. It's just 0.02 difference in the KD, just probably a few differences in the KR, HK, headshots per kill. Of course, the headshot per kill is high for, let's say, unKnights. It's mostly
it's high for Famous.
Yeah, it's mostly because of Famous, in my opinion. And yeah, so it's very close matchup. I feel that the first game when Anubis played TC, it was a very close matchup. It's not one-sided at all. And this game as well is very close as well. So these two matchups are so intense. You cannot expect who's going to be winning 100%. Unlike if Vitality is playing unKnights, or Vitality is playing Nemesis, we'd be going with Vitality. Or 3BL probably if they're playing unKnights, let's say. Or they're playing other teams. So now, I mean, those two maps, or those two teams, when they face Nemesis, especially on unKnights, it's all about the mentality. And usually, mentality and unKnights mentality is better. And Nemesis falls a bit, or probably the confidence just breaks apart after the first map if they lose it. So it's now best of 5, so things can change, and this is what we'll be looking for.
Of course, everything can change between like the sets between the games, and of course watching those guys fighting versus each other will be pretty intense. And especially I would like to bring more when we speak about maps, hopefully we see the V2 closing, but like you have 7 maps. I believe that we might see Ankara, we might see Port, Subbase. If you're playing versus, of course, not unKnights, like unKnights are not that best and Subbase, but I would say, of course, Nemesis, it's one of their hometown depot to just sit in and have some talk with your teammates or just like destroy the other guys. But I believe that's for the maps. I believe for our prediction, we might be saying something else. I believe that I'm the only guy that's picking unKnights, so big faith in those guys.
Yeah, unKnights.
I'm turning into an unk,
sorry.
so I gotta support the boys.
Yeah. If it's best of 3, I would probably go for unKnights. But if it's best of 5, unKnights don't have that. Maybe probably the wider map pool. And yeah, Nemesis, they were gonna be instantly planning New Mexico for unKnights. They don't want to be playing for them unless we see a surprise. And I would love to see a surprise because we don't want to be seeing the regular matches on phase 1, on phase 2. We would love to see a playoffs games. Playoffs games, that means an Anubis is picking sub base, and we don't usually see Anubis on sub base. That's a surprise for us, and this is what we've been looking for. And now we would love to see Nemesis also playing on uncasual maps, or maybe the maps that they don't usually play. Unlike the Ankara pick from unKnights, definitely is going to be going through. Probably a new compound pick is going to be going through from Nemesis. Subbase pick, also Nemesis can pick it. It's best of 5. You're going to be playing only 2 maps. The rest is going to be played. So pick whatever you want, but show us a very good Crossfire game. Not that slow and easy one waiting for the enemy team to just have some mistakes and to capitalize on it.
Yeah, for me also, I have a question for you, Penguin. Why it always feels like at a certain point you'll see a lot of fights in med, especially between, I would say, the guys in unKnights. I was just about to speak about him, especially when you see Famous in the middle. It's always a pressure for anyone to peak Famous. Him, like pair him with a sniper, you know it's gonna be a rough time to play. And of course, that's if you're playing in Ankara, and sometimes in, I won't say New Compound was not his best suit, but we'll see about that. Of course, the player to watch here is Famous. Like he got like a decent record with headshots, he got everything, the rating is high, and all of those stats, like you gotta keep in mind that he got them while being in one of his worst seasons, apparently. And like in his entire career, I would say this is one of his bottom 3 or 5 seasons to have under his name.
Well, the season is not over yet. I believe that Famous, if he's playing like the last 2 games or 3 games, I think he will get 1.4, 1.3 KD, the casual KDs from Famous. So the season is not over. These guys still have a lot of games to be played. It's all gonna be best of 5. So he's having variety to fix his KD if he wants to. Probably fix it into better or maybe into the worse. But yeah, usually when it comes to Ankara, just replying to your question, I said that the meta right now is if you guys don't have the pressure control on mid side, A side gonna be fully exposed, and this is what Anubis usually doing. They're only pushing a side, and they're pushing a side with 3 players. This is so weird for me. I'm watching Anubis, I think that they are playing, and that's why I'm saying TEC, if they watch the games again, they're probably gonna be more mad than when the moment that they lost, because Anubis they push only with 3. One guy is just casually walking mid, the other guy is just dropping to B side. They don't usually do the full commitment strategies, and it works for them because they have the mid pressure control. If you don't have the mid pressure control, you're not going to be able to cut these players, you're not going to be able to get the information, and you will give the variety and the pleasure for the enemy team to push into the other side freely versus you from main, from tunnels, from everything. So yeah, Famous HDZ, by the way, HDZ, he just destroyed everybody fighting him in mid on Ankara, and he was the key factor. I believe if Alucard is facing him today, he's going to be having troubles. I think he should send Dipsy for him.
I mean, we'll see if they send Dipsy for him, but we will go through the map picks and bans. We have Subbase coming out hot here from, of course, Team Nemesis. We have Ankara, the map that we were just speaking about. Eagle Eye, New Compound, and the decider, if you went to full distance, will be Port here. And man, I'm hot in heels to watch the first game being Nemesis home sweet home map, Subbase, and they've been always having some like different strats that they follow. I believe at some points we even saw them play with S3 snipers in sub-base. Like it was like one round they pulled off that thing when they were playing defensive, and it felt so weird. Do you have any explanation for that, Penguin?
Well, I don't know.
I believe you don't. We all
I
don't.
don't have rationale. I don't have a rationale for it. If I said anything, honestly, it's not gonna make any sense. But I still think it's coming to when these players are having good days, they do what he said. They usually go and casually get the kills. But if because both teams, they have roller coaster moments. So I said it. I mentioned this when we were talking about before the game starts, that these two teams, you would never be knowing who's going to be winning, who's going to be destroying, who's going to be eliminating the other, unless you watch the first map. Because both of them, they play in the same certain way. Sit back, wait for the enemy team's mistake. If they're not doing any mistake, just execute. And this play style is probably okay. It's not bad, but it's probably going to be a bit slow. So whoever is going to be maybe running out of patience, he will lose.
Of course, patience is the key and always has been between like those guys. And for me, I believe that some changes might happen in their playstyle. And apparently, when we spoke about Ankara, we had like a lot of things to talk through, but here in Subbase, it like we always say, it's about communication between the players, and always for me, it's about like some teams, they're always having the same setup, which is, I'm speaking about a control, like you have someone down the stairs like crunching here and just hiding his face, the other one is holding the stairs, and the third one is in the sides. It's always been
That's the stake,
like easier to catch. Like yeah, exactly, it's so predictable for them to watch that. But for you, Penguin, what's the perfect way to just hold like the A doors, or like the wooden doors, and the A side?
Well, it's as you said, they just stack two into A bottom and just let one guy get the information from the tunnels.
Alright, it seems so. That's coming from Penguin, and I believe that we have the 10 players ready on the server. We have Volt, we have Trav, so going to you guys with the first game on the second set.
Volt? Sekio? Where have you gone?
Go, right?
What the hell? Who's this guy alongside me? I didn't ask for this. Joking aside, it's great to have you alongside me, mate. Yeah, I think it's going to be fun. It's our first time actually doing a Crossfire game together. You've usually been on the desk. I've usually been on the caster side of things. So, yeah, should be a bit of fun to see how it's going to go. But another bit of BO5 drawn out here. Wouldn't surprise me again, like I said early on in the previous BO5 Vault. Like, this reads to me as like a slightly less quality series, only slightly. But the same result of it going pretty long for me. I think Nemesis will win, but unKnights won't go quietly.
I mean, the thing for me that just screams, unfortunately, for this series, that it is going to go the distance and not in a good way, is just the map pool for the two sides, right? Like, Nemesis had a couple of really good maps that they could contest almost everyone on. Like, they would even give Vitality a run for their money at times, but they just have been looking lost this season. Yes, their record isn't horrible. They're still 5-5. But if you think about their game against Anubis, for example, they didn't really do too well, right? They took the Black River and they ended up losing on the Black River Authority. Right now, Nemesis at least starting with Authority. With LSY out of the round as is. Will control conceded, but first blood.
Yeah, straight off the bat. When he's been on that sniper, that secondary sniper, he has been, last game we covered this obviously, he was playing unbelievably well. That's a factor we definitely need to keep an eye on if we go onto that GR side. If he continues to keep that up, many moments. Where's this come from? Flashing toward A here to try and retake the bottom side. Only live and now only HDZ. Alucard will clear it. for Nemesis.
Oh, they literally played around like shepherds, to be honest. You think about it, right? They corralled them into a pocket of space, forced them to play into that A site, and from there it was a lot easier for Nemesis to start. I like the fact that they're starting rounds with questions posed for the side of unKnights. Apparently, though, unKnights already got an answer. And Famous there, a lot more dangerous in terms of the firepower, of course. Perhaps that's where they could find their key. Wood again conceded. Not really the way that you see most teams play on GR. Despite having a very competent sniper in Alucard, right? Like, I think if it was TEC, whenever we see TEC on this subbase, it's usually Spoxy trying to contest for as much space as possible. Not really the case here for Nemesis. They're more than happy at giving away space for unKnights and just trying to play the fundamental trading more than actually playing them.
Yeah, we'll see. And of course, a point of conversation is always Famous when it comes to when unKnights are playing. He always tends to ramp up a bit for playoffs. We've seen that in a couple of the individual moments he had in the previous games pre-playoffs when unKnights were grinding through that contender group. And yeah, he always pops up for good multi-kill rounds. It's a question of how many he's going to get and how impactful they're going to be, right, over the course of a game. So, another important factor for today as we go deep into the night for
Yeah, they started 2-5 in phase 2. They went 3 series unbeaten, and right now Famous really needs to do most of it on his own. Got support at least finally to break the deadlock on the stairs, but Alucard is still doing well. Switching to the pistol is not going to be enough to take down Famous just yet, and Raffin is taking a deep time to get over to the other side of the map, but from the machine room, he's able to take down HDZ, leaving the American all alone. Up against 2 with the C4 on the other side. Raffin and Alucard happy enough to let this one go for now. Just seeing if they can get a pick off on Famous. Crouch spotting from Alucard. Famous waiting patiently for a chance, and that's Alucard having a giveaway. Maybe Famous is not expecting Raffin from the alternate angle. I think that he spotted his legs, and that should be enough. Famous drops in, immediately plunging for the prawn because time is an issue, but no issue is too much for Famous to handle.
Exactly. It's always the way, isn't it? I mean, in clutches, you don't really tend to see him in clutches too much because of how aggressive he plays and how many multi-kills he gets and just like how happy he is to commit to dying in those moments, right? Which is totally fair. But yeah, like that swing, that immediate headshot, just clicked. Clicked like he's not there. Perfectly done. And we have a little bit of a technical on. Not again, please.
We're already starting, huh? Like, just so you know, guys.
Already starting.
Like for all of our fellow Europeans that are actually supposed to have a weekend, we're already what, like 12:30 over here in the Eastern European time zone. You're over in the UK, it's like 10:30, and we still got a whole best of 5 to get over. So who even knows? The night is very young, I guess, is the only thing that I can say about that one. But hey, let's see if we'll actually get over without any technical humps. That's all I care about. Tactically speaking, I'm more than okay with timeouts, but I just want to see the game pick up the pace, right? It's one of the things that perhaps unKnights would love to have, and I feel like it really leans into Nemesis's favor whenever the game slows down again. You know, like momentum hampered a bit, but at least for now, Nemesis still keeping that same attention towards machine room and those wooden boxes, making sure that they don't really allow, whether it is going to be Famous or Snox usually in that position, to earn too much space on that side. And this time around, they push things around a little bit more aggressive towards those wooden doors, but not really claiming the space as much as we've seen from the other 2 contestants as the previous BO5s. You would see 2 players from the GR like pushing up and trying to set up a crossfire. The best that they can do is have a player close stairs, and that's basically it.
The BL side is vaguely favoured on this map, which is why if we see a good GR side, it will often lean us into predicting that team to win. Aggression is main part of the map when it comes to dancing around those doors, of course. Beck will hold on for now over on his side. No commitment from unKnights yet. And a style that we're expecting to happen. Pretty slow to start. That's the one thing about the previous BO5. I genuinely enjoyed it and thought it was pretty fun, mainly because of the pace that both teams were setting. And Anubis in particular varied it pretty well. But invariably, they played pretty quick.
If you're an Arsenal fan, you're gonna love it.
Yes. I mean, look. I don't like so,
if you're an Arsenal fan, and
so it
must be tough winning the league that way. That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean,
you go from Henry and
mentally,
Bergkamp
yes.
to
Mentally, yes. But it was worse watching England, high key. Beck's going to hold on, and Nemesis will go up 2-1 to begin this one, and they'll try and continue this on the GR side, like I said.
Yeah, and for that round, again, like Nemesis really grinding the game to a halt, and unfortunately for Pietro, apparently his fragging prowess is going to end up frozen in stage 2. So they'll need somebody to make up that deficit. That is why taking the point guard. That's an immediate tackle from that side, but Alucard is able to slow down the pace. Trey's coming in, but Comics hold on for a multi-kill. That's exactly what Nemesis wants. No solid trades for the side of unKnights, and unfortunately, he's a bit too late to this party. He's gonna get blown up by an HE to smithereens on the dot. 3 rounds for Nemesis. And perhaps now a question of a tactical timeout could be asked for unKnights.
Yeah, it feels like it's only a matter of time. Literally, because it's a timeout. See, already low at the beginning of round 5.
I think the poor fella tried to contest things. That's pretty much what always happens.
Yeah, maybe a headshot through the wall didn't fully kill him.
They're making an aggressive push into the vents. At least that's what it looks like initially, but it was just a boost into a peak. So, again, Nemesis really turtling, and you would think that eventually unKnights will be able to find a way to break that deadlock. For the most part, Alucard, as you can tell, is taking even a more passive position. They really do not want to give them anything, right? Like, they would need to go into one of the 2 sites to even spot a player from the GR side, which forces unKnights to go hunting for information, perhaps a little bit more than necessary. But if they just commit to a site, the take should be like miles easier, right? As long as Famous stays around and hangs back to wait for Dipsy to drop down through the vent, it should be a lot easier for the rest of the team going through the stairs.
Well, they're about to make the move, aren't they? 50 seconds left, they're all primed and ready. So is Raffin, to be fair, but Yango's holding. That might be good timing. He'll fall back to a passive position. A bit of help from the heaven, something to work with. Yango's down with the 1. Beck is going to find Famous, and that's a big step to take. They are going to be allowed a bomb there. 3v4 here. Snox, LSY, and HDZ. There's a nade coming in toward Comics, a heat seeker, to remove him from his position. Always the nades going back and forth from that window control room area back and forth. And now they're going to try and make the push down, but time is against them. Clock is above their head. That Callan's in. Damage being taken though. They're getting up with ease. There they go. Now Dips is the one that has lasted the longest, even though he was the one who on low HP from the very beginning of the round. And unKnights will hold on.
And that flash from Snox was the thing of beauty. Perfect time, perfect placement. Was able to shut down the retake immediately off the get-go. And Dipsy again losing that initial engagement. At times, you've got to wonder, right? We've seen Anubis not really being scared of running even 3 snipers at a moment's notice, but that second sniper from Dipsy is not really getting the job done. At least the riflers are able to shut down their counterparts from unKnights. Famous is having his full start so far. And Nemesis start off with a numbers advantage, yet despite that, he doesn't really try to use it to lock down any of the key positions. They're still waiting for unKnights to, I guess, test them a little bit more aggressively. We've seen a double-edged sword when they give over the site, but out this early, I don't think that there's Nemesis to go. Yes, they will. But there'll still be another 1-for-1, so not too bad at the very end.
All three players set up together, and Dipsy will make sure to stop first. Now, Dipsy does get caught by Snox, and they clear back nicely, which they do, to be fair, but they did lose it this way in the meantime. So Snox, he's been clutching pretty well lately. But not this one. Okada's going to hold on and keep their, or retain, sorry, their 2-round lead.
Yeah, I mean, if he had the 417 there, maybe they would have been, because as you can tell, he was really fishing for some of those headshots. Unfortunately, though, the M14 is not really the weapon for the job. It's more of a spray and pray kind of gun. But apparently the prayers are finally answered. unKnights trying to play up tempo. Snox getting caught early, but there's a chance for Famous still to find an opener. He's aware of Rapid looking himself in the corner. Things get very simplified, but Comics is there for support. And now Famous is very wary of taking that boost. On the other side, Pietro's trying to buy some time. Famous ahead of the HE, ahead of the duel, spotted the shoulder of Raffin. It's all about that 50-50. Famous tries to push in and gets it. Really unlocking dimension and nearly gets it done. 39 HP. And Famous will not find a second shot at the repeat. That, unfortunately, is horrific for unKnights in their position because they have not claimed Machine and they will need to use that minute 15 to earn every pixel of the map from him.
Yeah, Famous will be a bit annoyed with himself about that one. Like, he had the drop on the entry. Had the possibility to get that kill pretty comfortably. But his first couple of bullets and then the reposition comes through. He goes down. Force the issue on the side of the map, and how they've cleared Beck is stunning. Not sure how they've managed that. Beck was the sort of third player on the site, the insurance policy in some way, shape, or form. But the round's still not done. Raffin's fighting. Can't find the headshot though. It'll be Snox to hit it. So bomb planted. 1v2 for Comics on the way back through. Easy on the high ground. Sees his enemy and doesn't want to fight that one too hard, knowing that playing time makes more sense. Playing a more advantageous angle makes more sense. And I think he's got that now. Comes back into the heaven. Should be a shot hit from HDZ. It will be. And one of those very important players that unKnights have kind of they've kind of grown into the season, especially in that contender group. HDZ had been superb, and they need more of him today.
He really is making the most out of Snox in the kind of games he's been having. It's great to see, though, that HDZ seems to be on top form. And that's Dipsy. Unfortunately, not really finding any success at all. He just switch back to the rifle at this point, to be honest. That's what, the 5th round that he picks a TRG and either loses the space or dies.
That's a gamble you take. You got it. If you sit back, you lose.
Still sitting back though, funnily enough, Nemesis. The only person taking anything aggressive is Beck, but even then, just a look-see at the machine room. Doesn't really spot much, but it doesn't change the directive of unKnights, who clearly, with the way that Pietro is angling, they want to eventually hit a B-side split. So that timing from Beck is
Beck does get his one. And more as well. Low HP, lovely peek forward, almost finds another, but the famous tapping out wrapping. This should be all okay. Alokov got cleared actually by HTZ. It looked like Alokov was going to jump on HTZ. I'm not sure he had a chance at 1v2, but not going to happen. And as I suspected already, these two teams are locked together. 4-all, not going to be a big first half lead for either. The same for two teams in our first BO5. Like, there was no big lead on, I think, any half in any map in that game.
This time though, this round, a tremendous lead. Maybe an outlier to the way that the rest of the half went, and that's exactly why Nemesis was able to secure it so cleanly. LSY left in a 1-on-4 with very little HP in the so that was always going to be a conclusion. At least around the head, so Nemesis got a bit of a consolation. But with unKnights this hot on their heels, I'm a bit wary of Nemesis's blacklist because they really did not have any gas. It was just all breaks, all patience, and that's great when you're GR, but it could be a massive concern when you're trying to attack.
Yes, sir. In a few seconds, we will be going in-game. There you go.
Yeah, back in. As we said, Nemesis, the slightest of lead so far, and Snox immediately taking that proactivity. I like this from unKnights, right? They're a team that are not scared to test the waters and then adjust from there. It really has been, though, a point of contention for both them and TEC, to be fair. The calling from the IGLs, whether it's Flex there or Pietro over here now, and whether or not they'll all be decisive. Tested, immediate successful comments on that line of sight. HDG got support, but it might not be enough. To take this climb is clean from Nemesis. 3 players for the price of 1. And Famous and Snox, the latter, already found the kill. And the former still stuck in connector, trying to inch his way forward.
Full Famous just headshot everyone. Wouldn't that just be funny? There's one. Ready? There's 2. Okay, it wasn't a headshot, but it counts in my book. 2v2. Alokov Comics know what's about to come toward them. That's why Famous is playing the angle like that, trying to get one bullet off if he's allowed to. I don't think he's going to get any more now. Breaking back into this crossfire is tough, and there's no time on the bomb to actually get defused or even for the kills. And you can tell that Alokov and Comics are playing that one without any gamble to lose it. And yeah, it was always going to work. The clock in particular was always going to work in their favour.
That was beautiful. Very well done from Nemesis. And immediately they put the script full on base, no breaks, and HDG is going to fall to the wayside. Thanks to that, Dipsy somehow going to a connector, evading LSY, who is caught inside the smoke. Did not expect the cross into the server room. 15 small straight kills. Not ready for that one either. Oh, this is a mowdown. And I guess my concerns have all been quelled. Nemesis are able to sell the pace when they need it, and unKnights apparently stunned at the start of this global risk side.
Yeah, this is a very commanding lead they've built, and quite quickly too. Like, we thought it might be a bit of a slow game. It was a slow burn at the beginning, but they've sped into this one a bit faster than unKnights would have wanted, that's for sure. They, of course, are now on the favourable side, which is the main thing.
clearly moving with the objective, right? They deny connector, they have control of stairs. This time, a bit more measured, and they have enough utility to make Famous's life a living nightmare, but let's see if he's able to hold it there. The back of the sub base is a great position for Famous to play out with his tile, and he's even got some more support, but the hit is on.
Here we go. And it's only really Famous in position. He's got a lot of work to do on the A-bomb site. It's a bit different. That's why. Taken down as he tries to jump forward. Slock's also cleared, and now Famous will attack us. You know what's coming. This is what you're made for. This is what you're built different to do. He's found himself 2 already. The nade of Pietro will find Raffin 2. And immediately, that switches it back to an unKnights advantage.
Top quality from Famous, but he's going to be pressed here. Comics with a spray down is going to find that enough. And Ipsy, pretty tough position to clear. Pietro not aware. The recovery wasn't there. But Ipsy's buying more than enough time. One from the USP, a second on the headshot. And if Famous can't do that, apparently Nemesis can even do it better. In the best of times for unKnights, they were not hungry enough for the win. And Nemesis now double the tally of unKnights, who really have been still stunned. It's for now 3 for 0 for Nemesis. This time Famous taking the duel head on and performing much better. unKnights had a massive stack towards middle, anticipating a replay of that same round, but it's going to be a different case this time. A massive number of players going throughout that B-side take, but all of them shut down thanks to HDZ and NSY making their way at the right time. It's Alucard on deck to remain. Now just the IGL left.
Finally a bit of a hit back. It's a bit overdue, and they've got a long way back to continue to grind. I haven't seen them use their attack yet either. And you would maybe see a team use it when your opponents are on 8 already, but maybe they kind of know it's a bit of a lost cause and are more focused on Ankara. Not yet. Still 2 more to find for Nemesis. Way up as his teammates are with him on the right if you look from Alucard's angle, but Famous will be caught on the retreat. Right, they can be cleared here. There's one already. Unless you have teammates with you, and they all just get chased away.
Somebody gets the scalp. Pietro and HDZ trying to do their best to hold that line, and Comics finding most of the success on those entries. Pietro will be able to find a 2K. With that brace, the C4 lays flat beneath his feet. Beck and Alucard trying to combine together. Maybe to hit radio, but doesn't seem likely for now. Alucard goes back towards the stairs. Those 2 1v1s. Not really the way that you see Nemesis usually play it. But maybe that would be the factor to catch them off guard. HDZ closing in the line of sight, trying to play for the CQC. Not really CPRG's play, but it's going to be enough to catch Alucard off guard. And with it, that should be the round. The wraparound from Pietro. And might not catch Beck off early, but HDZ will seal a wounded animal. And finally, unKnights are off to the races. 2 rounds back to back. And it seems that they've cracked the code.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they've won that actually. That was a crazy recovery. And look at the quick aggression in the following round too. Snox is all the way through. HDZ will find Dipsy. Beck is down as well, having to call from the sidelines now. Damn. They flipped the switch all of a sudden. And I didn't expect, honestly, they'll be able to find that switch, but they have.
It's great that they are this decisive, and the C4 down. unKnights really need to make quick work with whoever's going to stand in the way in the radio. 2 players in the crossfire. Some damage on the Comics graphics. Perfect timing here for Comics. One, 2 more on the other angle. Oh, it's messy. And it's going to end up with HDZ left in a 1-on-1. The shots from the USP. Nearly enough. Raffin edges the angle, but it's not going to be there. He repeats. And there's just about enough time for the Chinese to take it over from there. unKnights somehow coming away with miracle after miracle to bring the game to a 1-round difference.
Well, that was like totally valid. That I was dismissing that round somewhat. Then I saw the setup. Then I saw that Alucard had already planted the bomb. They'd already got a player of Raffin up into the heavens. They'd already got a flanker in comics in a weird position that could have caught them off guard. All of those things kind of came about. Unfortunately, they couldn't close the 3v5. Just a little bit too much to do. And a shame, because their positions were absolutely perfect. And honestly, I don't think they would have changed how they played it. The way they dropped in from behind, the timings in which they did so. Yeah, not honestly great attempt. But now, it's only an attempt. It's not a round win. It just counts as any other loss in the game. So, they now will call their attack to try and stop unKnights' recovery.
How much does it do, though? From here, of course, Kevin is going to try to perhaps set the tone, right? Because I think that Nemesis didn't do anything that bad, as you say. I think that they've actually played nearly the perfect call. Just the way that things go, that's where usually unKnights, I guess, find a method in the madness, and that madness might be too much for Nemesis to handle. Of course, for me, now my eyes are set on Beck and what kind of round is he called. Do you just go to that box standard Nemesis style of, hey, let's just put Dipsy and Comics and Raffin in places where they can slow the pace of the game, pick off an entry, and then if you leave Alucard late in the clutch, things could work out well for them with how good Alucard is in those spots, or they just go back to what they're trying. Apparently, it's going to be a bit of a mix, right? Like, they get the machine room early, but they don't really overexpand from there. After putting 4 players to earn that bit of space, I wouldn't really mind it if they just try splitting on towards B. And it seems like that is the idea for now. Comics stayed on the flank, and everybody else trying to put some pressure towards middle, maybe trying to sneak through the vents if possible.
Yeah, setup for Nemesis is very defensive at the moment. Or for unKnights, I should say. For Nemesis, it's a little bit of map control. Alucard is ready. LSY is going to need to be more ready. So a few players creeping toward his position. He's got a good setup with a teammate, having HDZ on the quick rotation. And of course, having Pietro right next to him. There you go, on the stairs. So with the smoke up, that'll delay them a little bit further. Let's see if they can hold on, because with a minute to go, usually that's when a bit more map control is looked for. And it will work well. We're on for one though. Range. Can they run down Pietro? They can. The main 2 opening prongs of that hold of LSY Pietro has been found. And guess what? It's not to get. In these rounds before until Raffin, he gets the trade. Famous is there immediately, but thankfully Beck wasn't occupied with the bomb plant. He was able to get that frag straight off the rip, and then Nemesis are up to map point.
Just able to barely scrape by over there. 80 minus that one, 20 on the IL and Comics. Perhaps a big clarity duel. Pietro still struggling up top on the balcony. He's not going to have any remorse for that one. Thankfully, HDZ at least shuts down Beck afterwards. But really cannot find much else. They've locked out that part of the map, but it seems like Nemesis will actually finally close off that game. At times, it looked a little bit messy, but they've taken that tactical timeout. They've closed it from there. Just very concise, hammering home at the weak point. And maybe not the most exciting way to close the game, but it's the most effective.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, in general, I would say a pretty bog standard map with how it played out as a whole. I think most things I expected to happen did happen. The scoreline, I'm not surprised. the performances from all the players, not surprised either. Like, it was a pretty, like, that feels like one of those maps in a BO5, which is like a tone setter, right? Like, it's going to be one which we'll just settle into, play it out, and then try and, like, maybe ramp up a little bit more as the series goes on. So that will be the case, at least in unKnights' mind, looking to try and bounce back. So for now, over to the desk for a brief interlude with Sekio and Penguin.
Yeah, for sub base, we had like a bit of going back and forth at the first half, but then it felt like that Famous is starting to take things by his own hand, doing some really good stuff, but then like you had a small pause. Nemesis, they just turned everything around and won the entire thing. So for you, Penguin, how did it feel while those guys actually closed a very close first half?
Yeah, I mean, first half, I loved how Nemesis played this half. They played very good. Honestly, I was surprised how they played this half because we've seen Raffen, he pushed from A side, from A down multiple times as a global side just to get the kills. We've seen also Beck trying to push into the BC to get some information, and he got double kill out of it. The peak, the double peak from Machine. Yes, HTZ catch one guy off guard. These things, by the way, it was each on one round, so talking about 3 rounds now. How proactive were Nemesis on the global side is actually surprised me because I expected them just to wait on the side, just to wait for the execution from unKnights, because probably unKnights, they don't have the best executions in the league. So if you wait them on the sides, that's completely okay for you, but no, this was not the case. We've seen also pushing into the spiral. Not only the spiral, they went to the spiral stairs. We've seen Nemesis going to the spiral stairs as a globalist side. They pushed them to the edge, they take space, they take the port, they forced them not to take the map easily from them, which kind of let, let's say, unKnights struggle a bit, and then they switched to the second side, and they went to the Blacklist side, they played more comfortable. Yes, after that, Nemesis is the team that's not gonna ever get an easy win. We need to understand this. It's not the team that usually casually gonna be winning 10-3, 10-4. If they have this so much lead, you'll see Tipsy probably suiciding, Comics probably just going solo into 1v1, Alucard probably gonna be trying to get a duel versus a sniper, and then they will fall a bit. They will think that there's some danger coming. The tactical pose will be there, and then let's say Kevin will coach them into the right way, because we've seen how we managed the tactical pose. It was perfectly good from him. The faked wood control mid round to push into B side, into an ease B side, because they know that whenever they go to the woods late round, they usually check into machines, so they were ready with the flash. They pushed into the side and they won the round. So Nemesis, credits for them because of their proactivity on the first half. I loved how they played. This has completely surprised me because we haven't seen them doing that much. But when they switch to the second side, that's Nemesis what we used to know. Sometimes they do very good, sometimes they struggle, and Famous almost had to catch them off guard.
Yeah, like he had like some very silent rounds from the side of Famous, and some other ones that he humiliated Nemesis. But speaking of Nemesis, I had 2 guys always in mind: Comics and Depsy, especially Comics. Like, that guy's been throwing multi-kills along the entire game, I would say that. And of course, for him and Nemesis, it was it's something that really helped them a lot. Of course, was a deal breaker for unKnights not to know how could they actually go with the same pace that Nemesis has been doing. And for Comics, I mean, he's not famous when it comes to headshots, but he is very effective by his own ways. And of course, like, going back to the woods control and the plays that we have seen from Nemesis, it's always about the angles that they cover. It's always between him and Depsy or him and Alucard with the dynamic duels, like the guy with a sniper to hold like a really tight angle and him just covering 1/3 of the part of the play. So that's been always a thing that we have seen coming from them. And Comics been doing some pretty aggressive plays, and I have seen him doing some couple of flank and like certain rounds. I was like, huh. So he's flexing in rules, flexing in positions, and helping his team to accomplish all of that. So that was something to watch. But that's for sub-base. For Ankara, we talked before about mid control. What's the approach here for unKnights to close this one?
Well, they'll need to fight for mid. They'll need to try to send some fakes into mid and try to get the underpass from Alucard. If unKnights did it, if HTC won the fights, I believe that unKnights can have an easy, not an easy, but a good game versus Nemesis.
Okay, so we'll see how it goes in the middle, and we will see how it goes between Nemesis and of course unKnights. So game 2, Ankara's ready, and I believe that we have all the players set. So going to you lads, Volt and Trav, take it away.
All right then, let's see if there's any bounce back from unKnights. They need it. They've played, very, very well in that contender group. We talked about it quite a lot to get to this point. We thought that at one point they wouldn't even be here. But Nemesis, they're not unbeatable this season. They've had their up and down, so they'll feel like they're not out of this game whatsoever.
Yeah, and it got dangerously close, you gotta say, for Nemesis there at some points, because they played it tactically so well. But mechanically, of course, unKnights are always a force to be reckoned with. Let's see if that is going to be a case here on this Ankara, one of the maps that I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of Nemesis whenever they have actually shown it in earlier phases. But at least for now, I have a feeling that it might after all be enough. Of course, for this Nemesis side, we have seen the Ankara against Vitality, a 10-6 score. And honestly, don't let that 10-6 fool you. I feel like it was just Vitality perhaps not being as ruthless as they should be about that map. And with how hungry unKnights would be to tie up the score, this one truly should all about, just as Penguin has said, can HDZ and Alucard find some supremacy over that one. Of course, Alucard is going to be more of a dangerous factor later down when he's on the GR side. But apparently HDZ is going to be a true pivotal component wherever he is.
That's what he hopes he wants to be anyway. I think more recently he has been. But it's not easy when Nemesis is on the other side and you are locked out of the competition. When they look so solid and they're countering you over and over. We'll see how it works on Ankara when it is the unKnights pick. This is the map they kind of like having second pick in the BO5. Unlike another team that we were talking about earlier with Anubis having sub base, right? Which didn't turn out that way anyway. If you have the first pick in the series, you don't pick your absolute best map. But for unKnights, it's a bit different because they have second pick in the BO5. So that's probably fair to pick your best map as second. Knowing that second, whatever happens, and you will definitely get a chance to play it, and really to bounce back in the series, that's what they need. But as we said, Nemesis could easily just turn around, show up, say no, and outperform them. We'll see if that's the case or not. Famous down already, 4v4 recovered by Comics.
Yeah, maybe a room. Some more for unKnights, but unfortunately it's not going to be the case. Raffin with a solid opener. A couple of wounded players can go, but can he hold down the pressure? Two more players on the other side, worried about the left side stairs, and eventually Beck is going to swing there for the trade, but not before Pietro have basically put the ringer on this one. Beck have got to fall back towards where Dipsy is, who has taken an advanced angle, and well, that might be the mishap that would cost them the round. HDZ could have held down that angle and played it with confidence, but now the way is open back towards that B site, and Dipsy have got himself a TRG to try to deny those two players from crossing through.
Yeah, that was almost a bomb caught, right, on transition. So it would have down quickly with 4 seconds left. But Beck has managed to plant it in the end after fumbling it on the first occasion, and he's managed to kill HDZ as well. So LSY 1v2. There is a trade, but should be information that the damage is significant, and Dipsy's playing it as he so should. On the stairs, not necessary. 1 bullet is all he needs, and he'll connect it with ease. Nemesis will start Ankara with a successful first round.
Yeah, Nemesis picking the right pace for their attack. As I said, like, he almost did everything so well in this round. Just needed to be a bit more confident, and that was what we're seeing out of LSY. Taking matters into his own hand. The quick tap deletes Raffin off the board. Another man advantage for unKnights. This time around, though. And Nemesis have not really captured much ground. They're going to try to work their way through the bridge, but the information from the flashes and the smokes should let unKnights know what they are up to on the other side. Not that that will stop them, but it will allow Famous an earlier rotation, maybe to catch the rest of the side off guard. One found. Second from the other window on Dipsy, and they have really boxed them in and then deleted whatever resistance remains. Pietro is known, and it's not going to be a problem for Comnix. That was the perfect game of tug of war, just pushing and pulling all across the map, and unKnights really playing the entire round a step behind.
I don't think I've ever seen in games of Ankara ever seen a fight for CT spawn like that. Usually the fights are a little bit further forward, and sure, you can get into that position, and it happens when there are alerts and flanks and stuff like that. But a fight in it like that, not really. That was an incredible push through, and when Beck was that far forward, the first like free-fire spray down he got was beautiful. Like, he got the kill, didn't get caught by the other two players rotating in. He, you know, retreated and got out of dodge just in time before he got caught. So very, very nicely done. And a quick move into A as well. Won't be able to be held onto by Pietro. Dipsy deletes him. Raffin finds the trade on Snox as well. Famous is locked out behind the smoke easily. Fight before they go for the bomb plant. That could be the way back in. Look at that. All of a sudden, blink your eye and it's a 1v1. And I like that from unKnights. They didn't want to respect Nemesis anymore, right? They wanted to fight for it really quickly. And a way going about it, but it still won't be a successful round victory. Alucard's going to hold on, and look at the reaction. You can tell that was one that could have gone awry, and the fact they held on to it means everything.
Sorry, buddy, of course, as you said, but I always put my money on Alucard in those kind of positions. Not the cleanest, but still good enough. This, though, much more decisive from LSY. Again, another early advantage for unKnights, but it's always been those early kills that really tells the tale and their play. Last time around, Elbow was the problem. This time, they're not really gonna approach the A site, just feigning some presence and bringing themselves back, perhaps towards that underpass where HDZ is posted a bit more defensively. Usually you'd see the snipers taking the angle that he's looking at, so then if they climb up back onto the site, they still have a second shot to take. He's playing all the way on the site itself, meaning that there's a massive reliance on LSY actually holding those hotel stairs.
Factors that I mentioned earlier, LSY on the secondary sniper, been very slow. Already, that one with the pistol. Onto Beck, and there is a famous entry. And a famous entry. And also remember a Sox double kill. I just see one in front of my very eyes. Raffin and Comix will go down. And unKnights are on the board on GR Ankara.
They got on the board 5-0, not even a single casualty at that. Of course, Nemesis still adamant in terms of their initial structure. They basically established the rules of engagements with their defaults. But one of the things that I really like about that Nemesis team is that they're not scared to break the conditioning every so often. And that could be the difference maker here. A lot of early control towards middle. LSY, at least for now, trying to take his time, but if he's going to be caught between two mines, he would need some support. Players are encroaching on that underpass. HDZ should be doing okay, but the fact that both LSY and HDZ have to worry about an alternate angle at the same time bodes massive cracks in terms of that defensive setup. So LSY is going to forsake playing for middle, but that was clinical from him to open.
Raffin is going to find a double to respond. That 4v2. Damage through the box with that M14. Bomb plant can now come through. Famous is on the rotation. He's going to have to get there a bit quicker because he needs to activate when Pietro and Snox take contact. They're going to do that now. Beck is pretty much in the open, and to be fair, he's a good into Rapid as he drops into him, but thankfully Dipsy on the look all the way back round is going to find both of them. And now Famous, can he really find 3 seconds? It is a 1 in a million shot. And Dipsy will run him down as well. How imperative has Dipsy been early map here on Ankara? 7 kills already for him. So many important ones in the outer plants as well. And Nemesis have hit 4.
He's been such a good factor in terms of also first time to compound. A lot of the heavy lifting for the team. Again, that setup from unKnights very flawed. And that's not the first time that we say that. Sorry, really has been a factory all throughout. Maybe that's the thing that is worrying me the most, right? Like we were talking about back in Pietro and the calling styles, how different they are when you compare it to the other game that we've just seen from players like Nor, for example. I think that this style fits the rest of the lot better. Unfortunately for HDZ, this position only fit for death if he misses, and that is going to be the case. So now everything on the hands of Famous. He's already spotted Alucard, but not be aware of another player this up close, and that is going to allow Comics to find that immediate trade. And that could be the round done. Dipsy in a great position at middle there. Could take a massive timing on Pietro if he's aware of his whereabouts, but for the time being, LSY playing the point man. And again, having to worry about multiple angles at once, which is never ever a good sign when one of those angles is actually the site itself.
Yeah.
I'm just not a fan. I don't know about you. I feel like all of their holds have been not even rudimentary, just bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the fact they're just missing, it's the fact they're not really in favourable positions or having a chance to play off each other, right? Like, they're just solo holding and dying. Round's not done, but it's near as damn it. Because they've got B, Bomb Plant will come through. Again, I mean, how many times have we seen it so far in this one? Disadvantaged on the retake.
To the snap, and Pietro is able to scrape away a kill onto Alucard. Ever so important in that sequence. Pietro trying to take a push, but Raffin beats him to the punch, and that leaves LSY now boxed in from corner. Great timing for him. Already spotted that smoke, but that was enough for him to find that round. The end of half domineering, you gotta say, no matter which way this is gonna go. But for now, unKnights are gonna try to salvage whatever remains of that first half. Only 2 rounds on the board, I believe, and really disappointed in the way that they're playing. And you were saying that they're not putting themselves in advantageous positions. I will say the only thing that they're doing good is being proactive and pushing, but everything around that feels like it's openly quality. I just have to be honest about that. Like, this Ankara is not good.
Yeah, feel that too. I really do. They're being outplayed in pretty much every facet at the moment.
I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to see that, hey, if LSY needs to hold 2 angles every single round for 5 rounds in a row, then there's something that we're doing wrong. Especially when in 3 out of those 5 rounds, they even get a kill. So they should have even less pressure on them, but apparently not the case. And that struggle bus might carry them over into an 0-2, and from there, it might be a rematch between unKnights and TEC, but funnily enough, for who is going to be eliminated first from the playoffs.
Yeah, and like honestly, whoever is in that lower bracket first, it would be very, very deserved whoever like got eliminated, right? Because I mean, unKnights looked a little bit better in the contender group, sure, but they both just not had very good seasons as a whole. And of course, the main thing, even though, you know, I have my thoughts about all these playoff games, every single one of them being a BO5, I think you might be able to guess what my thoughts are on that one. There's nowhere to hide, right? If you lose and get eliminated when you've played basically all the maps in the pool, but for bar one, right? Then you can't say, oh, we should have done this, we should have done that. No, it's a shoulda, coulda, woulda at that stage. Like, you've been eliminated because you deserve to be.
On the day you were guys, I certainly do agree. And here's the thing, I don't mind the BO5s. I just mind us starting the day at like 4 p.m. and then we'd have to basically have what, like 8 hours of sleep to do the next broadcast tomorrow for another best of 5.
I know.
Like, that's all, you know, like it's good when it's a single BO5 a day, right? You get to know the structure and everything.
That's perfect.
Like,
absolutely
and
perfect.
here's the thing. Does it actually then pose a question, you know, for someone like Famous? He's used to playing a lot sooner than this. And even if, like, this is a good time for an NA player, like, this is basically prime gamer hours right now, right?
I know. I know, but the thing is as well is that I don't think it's good for the players either. I mean, obviously we've had conversations about it. You know, some of the players not ready because they've got other work commitments, right, and they wouldn't be home in time. Blah blah blah. That's that sort of thing. That is valid, and we totally understand. But same port of call and same like thought process. Think about the team that has to play the second BO5 and how late that goes to. I mean, I saw LSY. Bless him. He sometimes even appears in my own Twitch chat when I'm streaming something else, and our Twitch chat, CF Online. You know, just basically posting like, you know, funny sleeping emojis, and you know, I think one of Famous's emotes where he's like, with his eyes closed. Like, you know, he's tired, bro. He hasn't played yet, and he's tired, and that's the thing. Anyway, let's see if they can activate their brains and try and get back into this one. As you rightly pointed out, only one for unKnights so far, and guess what? They could be about to make it 2 because Beck is last alive. He's only got the M14. He doesn't even have the C4, so he's about to be C-dead.
Well, at least now, seeing enemies and shooting, thankfully somebody puts a stop to his campaign. Considering how low Pietro was, that could have gone very wrong if there was no trade on that side. Doubled their tally, they have. Still have 2 more rounds, hopefully, to get. From there, 5-4 wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Hell, even if it goes 6-3, I don't think we're going to be too much about it, but HDZ have not really been finding success at the underpass. At least LSY earned valuable seconds to go back for a rotation. That's a more strategic, more established defense, and at least for the time being, the A take, something that unKnights were able to stop the last round. Let's see if they're gonna able to do the exact same thing here again.
Now we're going to push through the vent together. These are so good, right? Look at the take. Look at that take. It's another example of unKnights just not being able to hold on, and Nemesis's main attack being way too good.
He has a whistle. And there's 30-something seconds for unKnights to try to make a retake. Unfortunately for them, Alucard really playing keepsake on the other side, so those 2 other players crossing through middle are going to have to walk into the crosshairs. One of the most dangerous snipers in the league. By the time they do that, he's already got support. Nothing to stop Nemesis at that one. An impeccable statement of the back of that round from unKnights. As he said, clean take from their side. And despite unKnights probably not having the worst of spots in terms of having 2 players on site, as he said, those flashes. No opportunities here for unKnights to play. They tried to push through the smoke, but all 3 kills have been immediately found. And ATG blind as a bat. Down to the darkness he goes.
What a clean half from Nemesis, man. Complete. I was about to accept the nade death, and I was about to go for 3. But Nemesis are full happy with that one and in full control. That could not be better for them. A 2-map lead is on the edge of being grabbed here. And it would have been grabbed at a canter too.
I mean, a game of bricks and buckets, I guess, is what we're playing right here. And if we're gonna go with the basketball analogy, you would say that unKnights are playing like what, the 90s kind of NBA, right? Like all the drives, like very miniature tactics. The players on Nemesis feel like that they are truly just shooting threes all across the board. So everything that they're doing feels like it's 2 steps ahead. And sure, a lot of people are going to say, and I'm on the sentimental camp of liking the more inside play route. But I think that there's also a lot of merit to the evolution of the game. And funnily enough, that evolution is something that unKnights didn't really keep up with. Neither them nor TEC. We've seen what happened to the latter. And unfortunately right now, we'll have to adapt and improvise, because any round wins here for Nemesis means that they are within touch and distance of finding a serious point this early on.
Yeah, especially now going on to the GR side, you'd think it's a pretty dead set guarantee that they can find 3 from here. unKnights waiting for aggression early, as you can see, holding all the avenues to see if Nemesis want to try and use one of their early rounds in this half, with the fact they've got a big lead to throw in a bit of aggression somewhere. But no, bog standard defaults from both.
Now, Comic spotted HDZ on that line, and you can tell from the side of Nemesis, they're happy enough with that little bit of information. They don't really see any real necessity to, I guess, push the agenda. Not that much time left for unKnights. They'll have to split through middle. No HP on Dipsy, but I think at the second time of asking, he's gonna do better, and that's Pietro also being scathed heavily. If that was a clean connection, Alucard would have always found that kill. That puts Pietro off the play, most likely.
He might just choose to gamble. Yeah, he does. He's low anyway. Push through, gets punished for it. So up here is good. Damage, in comes the big lineup for Raffin. Everything is going swimmingly for Nemesis, and they are very much swimming toward that finish line right now. And I'm afraid I don't think unKnights are going to be the grizzly bear that will catch that fish.
In that analogy, you'd say that this is basically leaps him down the head.
Yeah.
That Nemesis probably be a whale in that one. And poor little goldfish unKnights are just trying to run away for their lives. At least from the way that it started, not the best for unKnights. Nox takes plenty of damage, and he don't even take that much space for it. It's good work to bring Dipsy down to his knees to half health with that first nade. Forces him all the way back up the bridge, but even then, he is able to find a kill regardless. And it will not slow up. Trying to scale up into the area. The smoke doesn't actually pan out well for Dipsy. He tries to take his chances, gets punished for it, but after all, still a 4-on-4. Very slight edge to the blacklist side with that. But apparently Nemesis have already made their own call. It's a bigger stack towards the B side. 2 players there. And Comics is going to try to play bridge just to make sure that there will be nothing too innovative from unKnights side.
Oh, what a reaction. Beck would have felt like he just has a guaranteed drop on the push forward there. HDZ, he's having a good round here. They need to find some way back into the game. Get sure for an yellow card. And something to shout about here for unKnights. HDZ, I get the impression that with Beck, the way that Beck had that fight, the way he was going for it, I think if Beck had found the kill on HDZ, even though HDZ did end up getting 3 kills in that round, I feel like it wouldn't have changed much. I still think the space was available there to be taken to actually win that one out. So obviously we'll never know. It's an alternate universe to figure out. But fair play to unKnights. That one was well put together, and good shots were hit.
Will HDZ be able to find that same level of efficiency again? Baffin early on ahead. Then Snox is not ready. That's a bit lazy, to be honest, to not have a teammate to swing the other side of the 50-50 alongside you. And even more sloppy from unKnights not to be prepared for a thing. Anubis is the only member that really has some signs of life, but all that he's done is just stave off the hounds. 2 kills are great. It brings it back to even in terms of the players on the map, but it doesn't change the fact that Nemesis still own nearly full control of the map. You look at how starved unKnights are for information, for space. The only thing that they have is that area towards elbow. Maybe they can try to reroute towards mid, but even then they'll have to worry about perhaps Alucard or Comics not being that close. And look at how far Alucard has taken the issue. He wants to make sure that there's even more information for his teammates to play with.
Both teams pretty much grouped up together. You look for that information now. They are bypassing each other a little bit. They really are bypassing each other a little bit, but Comic still should have a play. And yeah, Spectre to hold on. And that's, you rightly say it, like the timing there probably couldn't have been worse for unKnights. They were making their move forward as a group. They would have probably felt like it was all fine and dandy, but that was in the process of Nemesis going searching.
Nemesis left in the A side open at that, right? They were almost going there. Unfortunately for Nemesis this time around, it seems that Fingers and HDZ finally find their spoil, and this time they are aware, and that level of mental stability is the thing that they will need. It's Alucard and Comics left alone. The former, USP in hand, usually makes good. Now he'll need to be perfect because he's got 4 more to play against. Got the drop on LSY. HDZ rather low himself. And there is a massive flank being held by HDZ. He's not allowed to go back towards those double doors. They have to go through that GR spawn. Honestly speaking, Pietro slated for that kill. It's not going to be that complicated after all. It's not the cold era anymore. That means that Alucard is not really going to have any terror. But even then, unKnights know what is at stake. Just a single round will be enough to get them across the finish line.
I remember covering, I think, the first CFWL day after the balance update. And obviously, like, everyone was saying, oh, Famous is going to be so back, the HK is so back, you know, all that. Obviously, that's kind of been the same ever since. But some of the other weapons, as you said, just slowly faded out of relevancy. You know, TRG, objectively better. The USP over Colt, like you say, so still see some players occasionally still buy the Colt. But
and the AK at that.
And the AK, yeah, the AK also completely fading out of you know, relevancy. Just occasionally bought by players who want a bit of you know, personal preference.
Placebo. Yeah, placebo.
Yeah, placebo, personal preference, exactly. Like M4 is a way to go for nearly everyone now. Not many AKs anymore. So I'm just gonna find Dipsy and Pietro. I'm not sure quite how he's found. And that means there's a chance to win the game here and now because Beck has gotten that kill and he's quite close to the one side. 30 up to block them off. 30 seconds left on that bomb. There is a healthy retake here for Nemesis. Pietro not going to be helping too much. That's why he's going to try and cross the angle, but he could still be caught when Beck goes over these boxes. There is 1 and there is 2. Brilliant movement from Beck. Perfect time to drop as well. Pietro is 1 HP from earlier, like I said. And Nemesis, I said they're winning at a counter. Well, they're really running up a speed now.
Yeah, one-way traffic on that one. A couple of speed bumps from unKnights, but it ended up being nothing more than that. Truly solid for Nemesis, and you gotta say, truly, it feels like a team from the contender stage against the team from the league stage. I feel like the nameplates might be a bit deceiving. but there was a clear favorite, unlike the sub base, which perhaps due to the more hectic nature of the fight by the wooden doors, can lend itself to some of unKnights' antics. This was a map that I felt like one team just had a stranglehold on, and they were just able to surgically dissect the map piece by piece and never allow unKnights to have any moments. And well, those moments were not that many, so let's understand why as we go to our intermission with now Sekio taking it over with.
To be honest, Volt, it was kind of one-sided map here on this occasion, and of course we saw that GR side was not the best for unKnights, I would say, and they had some very rough time dealing with the mid control. Like the things that we were mentioning before the game, it happened in the game itself, and at the same time I believe that also Volt mentioned that they were having a lot of rough time through like mid to a tunnel that stopped them a lot, and I believe that unKnights like been struggling so hard in this game.
Yeah, it's not only mid. It struggled on the global side on all aspects of the game, in all the aspects of the game, on A side, on mid, underpass, on hotel, and we've seen also when they were having a big numbers downfall. It was 1-4, I believe, when they took their tactical pause, and yet after that we've seen Nemesis also playing very fast, and they went in and they took hotel for free. Yes, I know that Nemesis, after that, they went to a site. I guess they just left Hotel and went to a site. But still, the fact that after your tactical pause, you still have lost instantly one of the most important areas in the map without a single fight, without a single bullet have been fired from any of the both teams. So this shows that unKnights, they had some struggles on their global side. And let me tell you that this is the first time we've seen Nemesis having a casual, easy win versus one of the top tier teams. Of course, because they had once against Swamp Gaming. But now they finally, we see them kind of activated in such games, and they are not playing slow. We need to mention that Nemesis are not playing slow as we expected. And by the way, if Nemesis is able to get the 3-0 win, it's going to be the only team that did 2 3-0s on the playoffs on Season 1 versus 3BL, and again, they might be doing it versus unKnights. Why? Because they changed their playstyle instantly when they locked in into the playoffs. And they did the same for the 3BL Season 1. We've seen them also playing that much aggressive. They're trying to take the fights. They're only relying on their duels, on their controls. They're playing fast. They're not scared to take the map control. Even though when they're playing on the global side, we've seen Beck unleashing himself to retake the side, jumping from the triple boxes on B side, dropping underpass and getting 2 kills exactly this round. This shows that unKnights are kinda scared a bit, but Nemesis, they are not taking any step backward.
No, they're not taking any step backwards, and for me, I love that how Comic's been very consistent through the course of those 2 games. I won't say the entire series, since they're only 2 games, and he has been delivering some really good things that I would love to say that he's up. You have Alakir doing the same thing, and you have mentioned the mid to A, and you have mentioned like all the things that happened across the map, but for me, I had a lot of questions in the second half. It felt like the unKnights can't find a way to hold the game back.
They have nothing. I feel that unKnights, they're coming here, they have nothing. They have nothing for the playoffs. Like TNC, they had something for the playoffs, but now I don't think they have anything to show that much. Yes, of course, they have some game plans, but I'm saying they have nothing in particular new to show us. Not special strategies, some kind of sorts of fakes, probably some kind of fast rounds, aggressive rounds, maybe crazy plays by one guy, leading by the other. We haven't seen anything from them. And okay, first map, I didn't want to mention that because we said, okay, maybe first map, or maybe because of that sub-base usually puts you in some fights that you don't need to do some strategies. You just go for your aim and try to fight. But now it's Ankara, it's all about strategies. It's not about, it's okay, 50% aim, but Ankara is more relying on strategies because it's a very big map. And you need some sort of fakes, some sort of executions, fast pushes and everything. I like how Rafin is playing, by the way, since even the first map, he's just also never stopping. He's just holding his W key and just pushing everywhere, getting the kills, moving spaces, putting his team in front when he's entering the sites. So he's doing very well. And by the way, Raffin did the same. He was excellent. He was perfect on the playoffs on season 1 as well. And now he's excellent and he's perfect till now versus unKnights.
Yeah, and I love that how Raffin been playing this game. I remember 1 year ago we had this conversation that would Raffin still play in a competitive level, or he will just quit and do something IRL, and now we are talking about him being one of the top fraggers, one of the really good talents that's been performing so hard and so good for his team. But I believe we will head to a small break and get back to you with a game number 3 on our second set for today.
But he wants to choose. Oh, it's going to be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is going to rain.
Now, right angle, should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, mops him all.
Find himself falling. Another Matthew. Tap away. Here we go.
The last couple rounds, it will be this time too. Last play, multi-kill. Able to find up some triple kill action.
We're back again with the third game on the second best of 3, best of 5. Oh man, what best of 3 am I talking about? Like, we're here in the playoffs, so this where all the action gets through. And of course we had sub-base Ankara between both unKnights and Team Nemesis, and it looked like the unKnights been washing Nemesis, making them just I'm sorry
Nemesis been washing unKnights.
Yeah, of course, like they've been making them wash the entire floor with their faces, and now we're heading into Eagle Eye, the third map in this best of 5. And for me, I would say that It's a map that we should be looking to see something coming from unKnights. Hopefully, not this third lose in the row.
I mean, it's hard. It's hard to say that because it's Nemesis pick, and we've seen sub-base Nemesis pick. They did very good, and they had a very good game plan. And they said that they were proactive, and they had actual adaptive game plan. They didn't play their own style. They didn't go and play the just basic game. They had some strategic-wise just made for unKnights, and it worked out very well. So I believe they have the same on Eagle Eye. And definitely, if you are playing best of 5, you 100% know that you're going to be playing Eagle Eye, because you will be expecting the enemy team what they're going to be banning. So Eagle Eye, of course, they have some strategies they're going to be showing, and I believe Nemesis, they can just sweep team unKnights if unKnights continues the same way, which is 90% they're going to be continuing the same way, and I don't think they have some momentum or anything to push them into a map 5 or map 4, let's say.
Yeah, of course, we all feel that. Like, I was the only guy that believed in unKnights. Like, I thought that the fairy tale like story, like that team that been struggling so hard in the early season, and then in the playoffs, boom, they just shows the entire world what they're made of. But it looks like they might be facing some tough times here, but I believe this one should not be the toughest. Eagle Eye, we have unKnights, we have Nemesis, and now I believe that we have Volt and Trav ready, so we're going back to the boys.
You know what they say, Sekio? They say that hard times breed better men, and I guess that is the hope for unKnights, that they're gonna be the better men, perhaps better than most of us, and actually are able to somehow make it a reverse sweep. That is the hope for themselves. Realistically speaking, though, everything swings one way.
Yeah. Very true. And also, Volt, another thing people say, right? Tough times never last. Only tough people last. And that is the truth we need to take with us into tomorrow. But tomorrow's not there yet. It's there for me in about 12 minutes. We'll see if this this map lasts into a bit further into tomorrow, and this series lasts a bit further into tomorrow. And let's see if unKnights are able to bounce back in this one. I have a feeling the answer's no, but I've been proven wrong before.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if they are going to be as heartless as they are. There's supposed to be a Nemesis in the name. Unfortunately, though, I don't think that there's a true rival for them in this matchup as of yet. Better sample size, better teams, and most of all, their blacklist win rate is the thing that we can definitely talk about and say that that is my worry for unKnights, because unKnights usually win on the global risk side because there's one man that is sitting in the rooms, you know, just hanging around. Famous just finding multi-kills all over the board, and at least for now, he's been pretty quiet to boot. And the other thing is that a lot of shooters are on for Nemesis, whether it is Comics at times, Dipsy at others, Raffin has been finding his entries, and most importantly, of course, the linchpin himself, Mr. Calm as a cucumber, Alucard has been having a couple of really decent performances, and I think it's only going to be better here.
You feel like that would be the case as well. I think one of the main things about Alucard, right, something we noticed with him during the regular season, is that he was playing kind of the same, but a little bit more defensive. That's always been his style. He's not like, you know, an in-your-face sniper like a Muffin or a, you know, a Spoxy or whatever. Excuse me. Alucard is a player that, you know, very much is like second or third in, maybe sometimes even later in, and plays for the clutch. And that's why he wins so many clutches, put simply. So today in particular, the way he's been set up, perfect. And that, talking about opening picks, this time, a bit of damage done on the spray down from Beck. I thought for a second there, Pietro and Snox getting 1 kill apiece is going to be enough to keep this running in contention, and it has been, to be fair. Look at Dipsy's angle. Immediate trade from Snox again keeps the round in a 1v1. Who will it be clinching it? Beck has got 2 kills in the round already. Getting that 2k spray down before they rounded the corner was really important to even give this one a chance for him. Now, as you can see, Snox is going searching.
Didn't he know where the C4 is? I feel like he could have been a bit more patient.
I think he might have done, but, you know, It's fine.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, now he's a very long way away.
Yeah, he's trying to be the subversive way, I guess. Like, language is difficult. But, you know what's not going to be as difficult as this one for Beck. 20 seconds on the timer. Bunny hopping. Shouldn't be that off his duel, but Stonks on the drive-by. Well, that's quite a way to start a campaign. And perhaps there is some life in those stunts after.
Well, we'll see. And look, I feel like in a situation like this, when you've been blown out of the water, 10-7, 10-4, if you're playing a third map, which you're probably not favoured on either, you may as well go down swinging, right? You may as well just see what happens if you go even more aggressive than you would usually. I feel like I don't see that enough from certain teams in CFWL. When they're in a position like this, it's like, why go down playing the normal game? Be a bit more ridiculous in some ways. And there, the way Snox played that round, getting 4 kills, very aggressive, taking every single fight he possibly could, and the 1v1 went the long way around. It worked.
Yeah, you know, it's a great way to start. 4 kills from Snox in that round, mind you. But I really like what Nemesis were doing, right? It had some remnants of what we've seen on the Ankara, where they were playing one step ahead the entire time. At least for now. Same ideas again, a lot of pressure on that middle. And if you look at that, it's a big bunker from unKnights. And Pietro's playing where we'd usually expect Famous to be at. Things that perhaps is a bit more intriguing about that is that you look at the way that they're playing outside of LSY. Really, nobody to trade him, nobody to help him here, so he needed to find that kill. And with that, it slows down the skill on one side, and they could even get Alucard on the other. They're very wary of some presence from Raffin, which is going to be that tug of war. We've seen masterful play on that from Nemesis. They're able to play that push and pull. Somebody's going to poke. Let's see if Famous is going to find success. Apparently not, because they pulled back. It's going to be a B take.
Yeah, I kind of pinch it in a way, though. That's like a block on 2 guys. It's going to be a kill that needs to come through, and Alucard will find it. He comes in charging now from Rapid, and maybe the second map in particular. He needs more here. It's only 1, but again, quick trade from Alucard, and again, they've wrestled this round into a 2v2 in the afterplant. They are set up. Famous and HDZ on the recovery. Famous has got pretty good timing here. Or not anymore. Usually when we watch the POV of a player, like we did with Famous there, he's the one that gets the kill. He just got deleted there by Comics. That was a surprise to, I think, many people watching, including myself. HDZ has a slight chance. Tiny gaps in the site to try and shoot through, but time really is dwindling away. And if you don't get a clean fight, when are you finally going to pull the trigger? There's the answer. And now he's going to find 2 headshots. Really close range. Could still be possible. Low on bullets. Alucard playtime. He knows the playtime. Look at this 1v1. I think he's got it. Just 0.03. Okay, huge round for HDZ. Now unKnights, it feels like they're playing with a bit more freedom, and it's working out for them.
And that's what we're actually working out for them in that Ankara, right? You remember the couple of rounds where they were actually able to stretch their wings, and how Nemesis were able to deal with it is that they shut them down before they even started, but it doesn't seem likely here. The match scale, look at how far they're trying to go. Famous, I think, spotted the early footsteps, and he's going to be able to shut down any further aggressions from down low. And now he is the one ascending into the 2 Egyptians, coming towards the staircase. That's one. The next might not be too much of a worry. Famous, of course, vintage in that position.
Very much unfaceable. If you put him there 100 times, I think he would get a double kill 95 of those times. Too good.
How many times have we seen Dipsy here, though? 1v5, perhaps too far, right? Like too far.
If we put Dipsy here in 100 times over, I reckon he wins it 0 of those times.
He's got plenty of time, right? He can definitely try to farm a freebie, but
that's the one time he wins.
Yeah. He sees. No worries. And Nemesis decide that, hey, enough is enough. Let's see if we can actually do something about that GR side, basically owning this town.
Yeah, and 2 massive clutches have gone their way and have kind of changed things a little bit. So, that gives Nemesis a need to think. And it could be a combination of 2 things, right, Volt? Like it can be neither, and it can be both, sure. But in circumstances like this, it's what I talked to you about with how our Knights are playing earlier, with a bit of freedom, with nothing to lose, being 2-0 down, like they're just completely freeing up their style and their ability and their individuals are popping up a bit more. You combine that with Nemesis being 2-0 up and resting on their laurels a little bit, and maybe being a little bit lackadaisical, that can compound. That can compound. No new compound, but compound.
Hey, let's not go that far, okay? It's there in the veto. But when it's due, okay? When it is
I know.
due, then
I
we can
know.
talk about it. It might be up next, actually, if it's not gonna be for this Eagle Eye. And I think you can tell, like, game faces for Nemesis, they really want to close it off here. Remind you guys, they are here in Egypt. The gaming house is here in Egypt. It's 2 in the morning right now. Like, imagine you're up from like 6 p.m. right? Like even earlier, probably. You know, warming up, getting like the good muscle on, putting some hours in the server before you get into that one, and you have to wait for what is basically an entire broadcast base worth of extra 5.
Yeah.
Just to go on after that, this late in the day. Especially, you know, like Gainer was talking about it. Like, your sleep schedule absolutely matters for things like these. But I guess no rest for the wicked and no rest at all for unKnights. Immediate hard push from the side of Nemesis. Clean 2 kills from their side. It leaves probably the more dangerous 3. All on the rifles outside of LSY on that secondary TRG. There's a hope that at least the C4 is not put down immediately, so that's enough time for a big rotation. Will that rotation be enough? Like, Snox really needs to do some miracles here.
And it's very unlikely. They even delayed the bomb pot a bit to see if they could find one more kill. They need to go for it straight away. They had loads of time to play with. Famous, how many taps can you get this time? You've got a couple of players not really looking your way. It's in a little bit. Just takes matters into his own hands. Easily done. Well, that's their first one on the board, but they call the tap for that, don't forget. And it can't just be that one. It has to be a multiple round streak in a row, otherwise the Knights will be getting away with the bottom and have at least 1.5. Fourth is not good enough for them at the moment.
Feels like a repeat of round 1 in a good way, right? Like the first pacing, very solid in trades, making sure that there's nothing really allowed for unKnights. But unlike the last time around, no clutch allowed. The trades don't really get as hectic, so Nemesis are able to perhaps grapple this one a bit more cleanly. And from there, perhaps looking to find a clean takedown. But that means there's really some ground to perhaps start to put their footing. The rest of the team needs to scale. Famous, not a factor. Known, and as a known quantity, it's very easy to even any attempt to immediately shut down. Nemesis go back to back, and now perhaps some worries in the unKnights camp.
Yeah, it's a really important one to get their second in a row like that in particular. One kill since the pause, by the way. That's why I should be a dead man. Beck kind of didn't know which angle to take around the desk there, but anyway. And it's staying, as I said, wow. So 3 rounds in a row, they've found a maximum of 2 kills. Metro, have you got one on you? No. They found 2 kills in 3 rounds. That is like, it's not like there's even been any close round in any point. And it makes you wonder, right, in these sort of scenarios, it's a complicated game, but it can also be very simple. And you know, the facets of it can be a bit more complicated, but at the base core of Crossfire, it's a simple game. What could they have said to cause unKnights to somehow get 2 kills only in 3 whole rounds? It's kind of insane how an attack pause and a quick conversation for a minute can just change them. Anyway,
It's very
it's also
obvious,
going back
right?
and forth.
It's just say, hey, why are we scared of them? Go push. That's literally
Yeah,
the
I mean,
entire conversation.
it feels like in more words, that's kind of what they said, genuinely.
I mean, to be fair though, there are definitely some subtle nuances that you can tell, right? The pre-fires
for
are
sure.
a bit more accurate. The tradings, at least the trading packs have been a lot tighter from the side of Nemesis. But most of all, it's things like these, right? Like delaying the C4 a second time. Now they know where one of the 2 players are, and they are even aware of where Snox is. But he finds that kill. Push off the flash should be easy for Alucard, but they bypass him for now. Still on the stairs, and now he's expected. And suddenly, this one realistically complicated. Bypass Comics, very close up. 417 cannot find the shots to the head. Goes for 1. Pistols on the next, and it's gonna be enough for Comics. Finally, Nemesis find the clutch of their own, and that is the one to give them the lead.
1, can't believe that round was that close, and he kind of trolling slightly, which is unlike him. Usually he's the one that plays, you know, pretty stock standard and doesn't make too many errors. Kind of sound like he wanted to move forward because it was unpredictable, but he lost his timing and should have fallen back. 2, Comics has been a player that is playing this whole season playing okay. Like he's not been lighting the server up. He's not been bad either. He's been directly in the middle, totally just like slightly above average. More moments like that in the clutch, I feel like will really help propel Nemesis a bit further in this in these playoffs. As Penguin said, right, they always ramp up a little bit, don't they? How they ramped up in class for Split 1 this year as well. So yeah, looking forward to seeing more of that from him. Good composure in that clutch. And they had a lead, and it felt like it's taken them, what, 3 minutes?
Yeah, those 4 rounds literally gone by in a flash, to be fair. But speaking of flashes, we've seen a lot of flashes of brilliance from LSY on that TRG. Longer angle taken, player spotted, but that's an immediate trade. That's much better than the initial 3. And even adding on to that, Beck is trying to run back to safety, somehow getting away with his life. That's going to pose a lot more trouble for the side of unKnights. That's why they really are hungry for that kill, and they know that Beck is still somewhere around that angle. So they don't want to give up mid completely, but that means that they'll need to concede a C4 plant. And this is the first time in what is now, what, 5 rounds that I'm actually against them delaying a C4, because it allows for shenanigans like these, and this is exactly where unKnights do thrives. 1 for Petro, 1 for Snox, Beck on 40 HP. We'll have to get the job done. Yes, Snox is very much wounded, but it's all about timing. They're not going to be looking at it initially. Petro off the angle. That's 1 on Snox. Petro still healthy. 25 seconds on the 1. That's on 14 on 9 points of health, and it's going to be a very easy peppering down from the IGL. Finally, unKnights back on the board. Not really allowing them to run away with the lead, and it seems like another 5-4 is going to be the one on the cards. The question is, which team is going to actually take away the lead?
Yeah, 1 more round and a half. Oh, I know Card C's famous hopping over the box onto the corner. That's a great pick to grab. Slow half from Famous. It's attack pause anyway, to be fair. A couple of moments earlier. Which was in a good position. Gets himself into 1. Then going down. He's from under the side yet. Only 1 kill in the entry for Comics, and he's been seen and very much known about by Snox. Dipsy's found LSY pushing through though. Unfortunately, Comics not able to stay alive for too much longer, so it's all down to Dipsy in the 1v2, and the worst part is for him, he hasn't got that C4 and is in the possession of the unKnights side at the moment. Snox has got full control over it. In the windows you can see. Very hard angle to clear out when Snox is ducking down like this over and over.
Well, the Dolphin Dodge might at least make it a bit more difficult for Dipsy on the blocks, but that kills everything so low in HP. But he got the job done after all. And it's gonna be a lead. Perhaps very hardly earned for that side. It puts Nemesis in the slightest bit of advantage. And I guess the advantage is gonna compound even more that, you know, we're talking about Alucard's playstyle early on. That on Global Risk is probably the aggressive rifler's nightmare, right? Like Alucard on the angle, he's basically a turret, and there's no avoiding him.
Wasn't the easiest in the world though. They still made a 1v1 and the spam through the box had to come through to close it. Either way, I think unKnights will have, considering they've been outplayed in the whole game so far, they would take a 5-4 lead. I think if they were offered it on map 3, they only got 4 rounds anyway on map 2. So getting one more at half time is already good progress.
How do we feel about that one? Like, where do we put unKnights now for that, right? Like, a couple of decent rounds at the start. But for what is the second time now, the timeout basically... It feels like the timeout has been brick walls for unKnights, right? But sure, they've got 2 rounds of that. But considering where Nemesis were when we started the map, it didn't look that convincing. And Raspin right now, very convincing to boot. Oh, a little bit of labor on that spray. He's able to tame it in the end. One trade from Famous, but still advantage for the Global Risk early on. And look at how far back unKnights needs to play, right? They only got tower. That's all the control that they have. And they'll need to have Pietro basically being the omnipotent IGL now of the game himself.
Yeah, Raffin there, that was another example of him being super proactive in this series. It's good to see, right? I mean, he's come under a little bit of criticism. A couple of games he couldn't even play either, and that didn't help the team. Not his fault, obviously, but still. And yeah, this game in particular, stepped up. He really has. Lovely spray down with the M14, controlling it at range. Not that easy. To find both crossing the angle, and Famous will walk into Alucard's angle, and the card that is dealt, end of round for unKnights, immediately dealt with, dispatched with ease there, after even finding a third.
Hard up. Immediately, all that hard work for unKnights could be for naught if they're not able to, I guess, establish their footing on the map. So far, so good on this one. Early hotel control. Look at the way that Nemesis are playing it. They really want to give them hotel and then try to play a later crunch.
Shots!
This why waits for Comics to move forward, and Beck needs to find both. Oh, and luckily for him, he probably couldn't have lined up much better. He's found 3. Pistol is now drawn. HDZ knows he has to get rid of him, and he finally will. Okay. Now, Raffin's in a funny position. He's quite literally in between the both of them. He's found a clean duel on Pietro as well. Now, HDZ knows what's up. Raffin's been pretty nuts so far. HDZ, very reliable in the clutch, however. So, he'll immediately take the bomb back to B, but Raffin is going to be hot on his heels, encroaching closer already. Bomb committed to. Raffin now knows where it's planted.
I think he saw him.
Logically, yes. I think, with a slight glimpse of him, he can only really be in one position. He's also on the stairs still. There is utility available for Raffin as well. He's going to use that first piece. I'm not sure he's seen him walk up on the stairs, though. That is the one factor. He's giving it a glance now. Early tap. HTZ. And HTZ's missed his line, I'm afraid. It's going to be another clutch for Raffin, and HTZ's movement also was a little bit goofy on the stairs. Didn't really work out too well for him. Had to try and clear the bomb a bit wider than that, and didn't. Raffin clears him wide enough, and Nemesis is back in the lead.
One man got a killer's edge in that one, and unfortunately for HDZ, he was not. Raffin is 5-0 now, off the back of that side swap. Hotel Stairs working again. Look at how fast Nemesis is going for that one. The problem is, they got obliterated on the cross. Raffin, Dipsy, and Comics all gone. And Beck, usually the mastermind behind the operation, now will need to become the operator himself. Two players dropping into his crosshair, and he's able to find two. Good damage on HDZ, with an HE on top, could actually ease his way into another duel. Him and Famous are trying to play a little dance, but it's not going to be enough for Beck. At least he survives with very little health. But still man advantage for unKnights. From there, I think it should really be a lot simpler for him to execute, but Famous gives away a city kill. And HDZ is also low as is, trades at least on Beck. But this is a place where Alucard thrives the most. Patient, waiting, committed, decisive, and even ready for the next. That is Alucard on a scale, and he will tip it for Nemesis.
Another one. Make that 2 in a row. Clutches all going Nemesis' way. Alex was a little bit hard done by. They didn't have a say in that one. He was just so quickly on the flank, so early. And yeah, just cleared easily. In comes Raffin again, holding W like we've been talking about. Right, he spotted him, but so he's trying to peek anyway. He's killing everyone. Anyone that goes into his line, he's double killing. It feels like. And he'll finally be dealt with by Famous. But it's another advantage gleaned by Mr. Raffin.
Alucard here might just goes around on his own, but Beck is there for support. Gotta be careful though, because Famous clips from that position, and look at that, accurate as ever. Dipsy trying to find the right time. Beck between a rock and a hard place, at least. Does battle the vote slightly, but it's not going to be enough for Dipsy to do any further work. We're saying that Comics has been having a big game so far. Let's see if he can actually add a little bit more to that. There's one tap, and now he's against the tapster himself. Got a minute to play for. And look at that. He made a judgment call this early on. He's letting Famous strike this 2 over the round.
Not again. Can we really have 3 in a row for Nemesis? Dipsy overpeaked a little bit to make this one a 1v1. But Famous, he needs this badly. He can't allow his team to be clutched upon 3 rounds in a row. Has he seen him? No, he's still looking to his left. I don't think he knows. Comics is waiting. Bomb plant not being fully committed to yet, and now he's seen him. And I don't think Famous has seen Comics. Look at this mind game now. Can Comics flank him in time before Famous sees him? That is the question. Oh, he's played him like a fiddle. He's played him like a fiddle. Dearie me. I mean, I don't even feel like unKnights have played these rounds even that badly. Like the ones they've been in front here. Sometimes you can be pretty heavily critical on how teams and certain players play clutches. I don't know, man. They've played them relatively normally, and Alucard's outpositioned them, and now Comics are just completely outmaneuvered.
It's a big gambit, but it paid off for that one. Fortunately for Nemesis, though, not that much payoff for Raffin's position, and a lot of pressure onto Alucard. Gotta be wary of the A-side. Saw 2 more at middle. Too many bodies for him to handle. 417 from the other side. Trying to the aid of Beck, who goes down immediately. Comics found a pair, and that's a little bit more playable. This time is Dipsy in the clutch against Famous, but he's not gonna go down twice. When you give him a duel, he's gonna win.
Finally they've won one. Even the fact that round got to a 1v1 was a bit surprising to me. Oh wow.
Massive
Is that 4? Is that 4 rounds in a row? Have we had a 1v1? One from Alucard was a 1v2. Obviously, it had to turn into a 1v1 for him to win it. And we had a 1v1 4 rounds in a row. Yeah, that is insane. That really is insane. Can we make it 5? Got a 4v4 here. Beck is well behind the line. That's a surprise for everyone. It's not in a great position. Famous to catch him this time. So this one's being a little bit more comfortable. Famous and SY alone. Alucard is close. Can you make something happen again? Okay, not this time. Alright, Bomb is all the way back in spawn, and I think Nemesis got a little bit too hard on the hunt for that one.
Yeah, I feel like this pretty much is an indicator of the kind of game that we're playing. Look at unKnights. I know it's like a minor detail, but like you got 3 417s. Those guys are not spraying down. And one of the reasons I'm talking about this is because one of those M14s, I believe it was Beck, who pushed all the way into the BO spawn, should have really had a multi-kill. Unfortunately, I don't think that the spray downs have been the best for this Eagle Eye. So let's see if things might actually turn around for the better for Nemesis. They've played a bit more defensive on Hotel this time. Last couple of rounds, they allowed them to take the stairs and then try to contest the space. This time around, they've conceded it fully. Seeing the smokes, it seems like they have been bluffed, but Beck, perhaps a step ahead. Him holding middle there. It's a lot more serenity for whether it will be Dipsy, who's a bit wounded, or even Comics, perhaps, to play with Beck for middle.
Yeah, this is the longest we've had a 5v5 sandbox, and it's like 1 minute 20 first fight. Beck's gonna hold on, so will Comics, and now it's very hard to break their way back through because all of the 3 remaining players, Famous, Nox, and LSY, none of them in a position to get an instant trade anywhere on the map. They were all grouped up outside into Hotel. So, yeah, right now, you just feel like it has to be a kill back. Dipsy's been giving a few picks back in response that he probably shouldn't, but if he goes 1 for 1, it would be enough. Doesn't get anything. Okay, here we go. So that leaves the B-bomb site totally open. Flank from Beck is good, and now I think it's just the manpower. That's why they're all going to come together. Never tries to do the same. He gets found with ease. But for a second, with the fact they're clearing through Dipsy, there would be a chance. But they're already very, very well in control of what was happening, and we're on that flank very quick.
Yeah, gonna say though, and this is me nitpicking, but I'm not a fan of what Dipsy did there. Like, you have a TRG, yes, you're low on health, but you might as well try to stall, especially considering the rest of your players are at Hotel. Well, now one is known to be outside of that same Hotel, and look at that util. Sahel on Dipsy, but yet somehow he survives. They actually don't shoot, they just toss flashes and HEs, and it doesn't do that well for unKnights. I mean, they're burning through so much utility here, Trav, that I don't even know if they'll have enough if they want to play a structured take towards B.
That's a very good point. Yeah, they've burnt through so much of it. They've got a little bit left, like just enough, but will they use it accurately? And maybe they won't. Alucard's going to find Pietro. I think that next round of playoffs calling for Nemesis Vitality. Another matchup could be pretty high quality, but shouldn't call it yet because Snox and LSY have battled their way back in. How many rounds have Nemesis been able to retake though? This time the clock's above their head, which could make it a little bit different. So up here is a little bit strange for unKnights. One that Snox only goes 1 for 1. There we go. He does get that 1 kill, but now Nemesis realizes his teammate going down. He's giving him 1. Oh, he just started in the corner. Doesn't avoid dying, but obviously he was in the middle of fighting HDZ, and that's why he was able to hold the line. So no problem. A chance for OT. 1 chance left for unKnights.
It's do or die for Nemesis in that line, right? Cold game from Dipsy. So far, on the GR side, despite Bex and Alucard's best attempts, it has not been enough. unKnights now commanding a lot more authority. And perhaps the one thing that I'm most worried about is that you look at this Nemesis. This is probably the most reserved that they have played on the A side the entire half. They've been sending little pushes the whole way.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm not too fussed about them not having map control. At least most of that is just going to be how long can Dipsy survive and whether or not he'll actually be presented a duel this time around. Doesn't spot him sending into Hotel. Oh, but does get the pick, which is the most important part of the round, and he even doubles down. What a time to come alive, but unfortunately, his time will be short-lived.
He really should have fallen back there. They might still win the game in the 4v2, but he's been absent in the second half. Completely absent, and I'm surprised he didn't fall back. Anyway, 2 kills to start, delivering when he absolutely needed to, will be the way this series comes to an end eventually. And came to an end incredibly quickly as well. Nemesis are your winners. They're through to the next round of playoffs to play Vitality. And look, everyone, what goes around comes around. You can have a long BO5 that lasts for 4 hours and a half, and you can also have a BO5 that lasts for like 2, if that. And that was the latter. Nemesis will destroy them very comfortably as well. And I think, you know, it shows the quality difference when Nemesis warm up for playoffs. I think that's something we've been talking about quite a lot. When Nemesis have playoffs on the way, yeah, we talk about all these teams ramping up, all these teams, kind of having an opportunity to realize that there was time, and know that these games are the more important ones for EWC and for CFS and all these other slots, right? So that doesn't surprise me in any way, shape, or form. And I think overall, unKnights Vault will be a little bit disappointed that it was that easy.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Of course, we'll see them tomorrow again against DEC. Not really the matchup that you'd expect at round 1 of the lower bracket, but I believe that this is our expectation. Now, let's hear it from the specialists themselves as we take it over to the desk one last time for the day. Good night.
You can see how Travis is very happy that he's talking to us. He's like, alright guys, see ya tomorrow. Like, I'm gonna head to sleep. I'm not gonna watch whatever you guys are gonna say since he's just like done with his part. But I believe like he will be watching from bed. Like, he's like, huh, alright guys. That's some really valid point here. But of course, another best of 5, and it went 3-0 fashion. It looked very bad for unKnights to watch them at this state, and man, like, it feels so bad to say that we have unKnights playing versus TEC tomorrow on the final day. Like, one of them is gonna leave this tournament at least tomorrow, so this is a bit of a shocker here. But of course, let's get back into some highlights from this game. You'll see how actually the first half was going back and forth between Nemesis and unKnights. You see a round go here, another goes there, and at some point it felt like unKnights are finding their real time and the real opportunity to take. But out of a sudden, we see unKnights actually just stepping back, or like, I would love to say that Nemesis just got the best out of them.
Well, we expected it, right? After seeing the first map and second map, unKnights, as I mentioned, that the guys are coming here. This was not the day. This is not unKnights. Probably if unKnights plays tomorrow, or maybe after tomorrow again versus Nemesis, yes, probably Nemesis is gonna beat them, but maybe 3-1, 3-2. But unlike what we've seen, 3-0, and this is the second time I mentioned that Nemesis are coming here with some specific strategies and some adaptive gameplay, and again they show some dominant and they win 3-0. Again, they clean sweep their enemies. They did it first versus 3BL, but it was in the quarterfinals. Now they are playing on round 1, which is round 2 mainly. Now, unKnights, as you mentioned, sadly they have to play versus TEC, and if TEC loses this game, their chances of getting into the EWC might evaporate tomorrow, and we might not see them on the EWC, which is gonna be a complete surprise for all of us, because we've seen these guys just going into international stages for the last 3 years. Now, Nemesis, as probably Gainer mentioned in his interview, that yes, we are kind of sure that it's Vitality and it's 90% Nemesis gonna be locking the space. And after I've seen Nemesis playing versus 3BL last game, how they played and how they played good, and now after seeing them again versus unKnights, it feels like it's a contender group team versus an elite group team, unlike Anubis versus TEC, both were very close from each other. So Nemesis, they kind of booking their places into the AWC, booking their places in the top 3. unKnights, they were very shaky, so in my opinion, even though if unKnights is going to be playing versus TEC, I still think that TEC can have the upper hand if unKnights continues to play the same way. So clean sweep by them, well played, and the tactical timeout that came from Kevin after the 0-3 is just was magical.
I mean, they're giving me Baisha gaming same type beat, or like same vibes. Like, if you remember Baisha back in CFS 2025, they qualified as third in CFS China 2025, and they had a short run through the group stages. They just got knocked out, and they had a really big roster. They had N9s, 577, Chow, and like those guys were just like, yeah, like the goats, and they just boom, they lost, and it feels like the TEC are going to the same road, but of course that's for TEC. But for the second series that we had today, you have of course the third map winner, not the third map winner, the third map MVP will be Beck, and funny enough, that's the IGL. He did some really good shooting. Plus, I believe that I have seen him going as a secondary striker, like the second guy, the secondary entry for his team to try and get as much kill as needed. That's at some points, and other points he was like the flanker, so filling multiple roles plus being the IGL. It feels like he's not going with the same path that his mentor went to.
Well, yeah, exactly. You mentioned that I think that Beck, he was feeling. Sometimes he's second, sometimes you see him lurking, sometimes you see him just playing solo because he's the anchor of one side and he needs to find some, let's say, information. As I mentioned on some base where he was pushing BC, trying to get the information, trying to find the kills for his teammates, and also the information that makes him win the round. And with the help of Comics, this guy that you mentioned also, that he stepped up very good. And I mentioned that Comics needed to step up because the regular season or phase 1 and phase 2 Comics was kind of below average for me. He was not doing his best. Now he's unleashed, and he's Comics this is Comics what I'm expecting from him, because yes, he wasn't playing bad, but I really expect more from Comics as a player because he is so talented. He was so talented, and he's still so talented since season 1. So that's the Comics that we need, and definitely when Comics is playing, when Dips is firing, we are seeing Nemesis on a clean sweep versus unKnights.
Yeah, I've seen them doing that, and of course, Nemesis has been always one of the really good teams to watch. Even back in season 1, they had some really good run in the playoffs, and they are proving that that's where they belong. But I believe, I'm afraid on 3BL we have after what I saw from Team Nemesis today. But for me also, I would love to be very fair. It felt like unKnights are giving us some openly quality that's unKnights that you're supposed to be waiting from them, or like not the same quality, not the same things from those guys. But we'll say that it wasn't easy, of course, to win versus unKnights, even when it's 3-0. But I believe that Alucard got a lot of insights to bring it to us, so I believe we will have him shortly. Alucard, assalamu alaikum, how are you doing, brother?
Alaikum salam, hello.
Of course, congrats on the win. This is a special day, I would say. Like some new records been broken, and your team actually just made the second clean sweep in the entire, of course, CF West League playoffs, and you're the only team that made that. The first one was versus 3BL, the second one is here versus unKnights. So, like, walk me through what happened today. And I know it's not like, even when it's 3-0, it was not easy for you guys.
We guys wanted you to sleep early, and everyone in the casters as well, so that's why we tried to finish it 3-0.
Man, I love
Nice,
you.
nice. You are keeping your promises, man. Thank you. Because he promised me before the game that I would sleep early. I said, no, bro. The first series was 5 maps. What's gonna happen the next one? He said it's gonna be 3-0. I said, okay, let's see.
Yeah.
So yeah, he kept his promises, exactly.
Yeah, of course. Like I love when a man actually keeps his promises. That's something that we really love. Thank you, Alucard, for that. And of course, you guys, you're having a rematch versus 3BL Galaxy on the playoffs. I believe the last time it was your first clean sweep, but in season 2, like I would say, season 2, like things not that easy, like in most of your games, especially if we are talking about the I would like the first phase, it went for 3BL, phase 2 it went for you guys. So now we're back into playoffs. What should we expect, or like what do you have in mind for 3BL for your next match versus 3BL?
I believe our next match is against Vitality. Yeah,
Vitality?
so about
I'm
Vitality,
sorry about that.
Yeah, so against Vitality, to be honest, we did it season 1 with big comics, and now we can do it again in season 2. We'll do our best, and we're looking forward to playing them. We'll not be scared or anything. We'll show them that we deserve to go AWC. Because to be honest, speaking also about other teams, playoffs is the place where, like, it's the finals. Some teams are shaky, some teams are good only in group stages, but playoffs every team shows. About 3BL, you mentioned them. It's still a new team. They are still young, and I think they will be a little bit shaky. I hope they do good. I really support them. I like them, but they have to prove that this playoffs is different for them. They did a good run last season, and I hope they can do the same here. I believe they will play against Anubis. It will be a good match, but I think 3BL will do it.
Because I mean that was my question, because seeing TEC, I wanted to ask about TEC, and if you're saying the downfall of TEC, and now they're playing unKnights, and if they don't make it, they will be taking 6th place, which might be putting some other team into the AWC spot. So I wanted to your expectations, who's gonna be going into the taking this EWC spot if TEC didn't make it, because looking at TEC, I don't think we might be seeing them just going to the finals, for example.
Well, seeing unKnights and TEC and one of them taking the 6th place, that opens really a spot for another team to join. And to be honest, maybe 2 teams, we still don't know. We have to secure it ourselves. Anubis, they really improved this season. I like how they play, the change they made. 3BL are my favorites, to be honest. This match will decide a lot for both teams, and I said before, I think 3BL will do it, but both of them are really improved. I would say they had the most improvement between all the teams, like top 3 teams. For me, I think 3BL will have the spot. I mean, they are really closer because they got 5th place in the season 1, so they are more closer than Anubis. And if they really beat Anubis this time, it's kind of decided for them.
Oh, actually, that's true. But of course, that leaves us to another conversation that we will be having for tomorrow. But of course, for you, Alucard, thank you for your time. And of course, thank you for closing the series in a 3-0 fashion. I believe it's already 2:30. You live in Egypt, right? Like the whole gaming house is in Egypt. So.
Well, Penguin messaged me. He wanted to finish fast. My mom has work tomorrow, so she also asked me to finish fast so she can sleep. So I did it for her and Penguin and everyone. So yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, man.
All support to you, and of course, it's a big thing to have like your mom watch you play. It's always an honor to see that, like see your kids grow, and of course, thanks to her, she made like a really good man. Thank you guys, and of course, thank you for your time, and see you next time, hopefully.
Bye bye.
Bye.
A big shout out to his mom, and of course, any player's mom that's watching him. That's huge support. Like mentally, you don't really know how it really matters for the players, and for us even, like even you or me, Penguin, like if you know that one of your families watching the stream, you'll be super happy. I did actually that one time when I had like a LAN event. I brought my sister. It was like a big thing to me. But of course, that was it for today. Of course, we had like 2 best-of-5s. The first one closed in a 5-game fashion, and it went to Team Anubis versus TEC. It was not an easy task for them to close it out, but of course, we have seen TEC struggle a bit, and now they are back to the bottom bracket, and we had a clean sweep 3-0 coming out from Team Nemesis versus unKnights. And of course, for tomorrow, this is the playoffs bracket. For the guys who have been not following, we got in upper bracket round 2, 3BL versus Anubis, Vitality versus Nemesis, and yeah, this is the reigning champion versus the runner-up. So this is an actual early final. We have watched it a couple of times in the past season. This one is gonna be more interesting to watch, of course, since they still have a lot of time. And for Titan Esports and unKnights, There is only one ticket to EWC, one ticket to CFS, and one of them should try to keep it to his side.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the brackets, by the way, if 3BL loses to Anubis, they're going to be dropping to match 8. They're not going to be dropping to match 6 based on the placement. Mr. Presto told me this season 1, and now I'm saying it again. So if 3BL loses, they still have a chance to go to the top 3 while going to the lower bracket final. And if Anubis loses, they're definitely going to be going to lower bracket round 2, which is match 6, because Nemesis will take match 8 if they lose, or Vitality will take match 8 if they lose. So 3BL Galaxy, it's kind of they are having better chances, even though if they had a loss tomorrow versus Anubis have to fight versus them, versus the other teams as well, in order to get their spot, because as Arokal mentioned, he took the 6th place on season 1, and they took the 4th place, I believe 3rd place on season 2, while 3BL Galaxy took the 2nd place. So higher seed goes to the match 8, lower seed goes to match 6. So it's kinda not easy for Anubis, but they can make it.
Of course, I believe it's not gonna be easy for Anubis or for anyone else. We have an early final, we have Egyptian Derby in the playoffs, and this one is gonna be one of my favorite games. Anubis versus 3BL Galaxy. Those two teams been neck and neck for almost any game that you would ever think of in esports, especially in Egypt, and those teams been fighting together for players, for spots, for everything. To have them in the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs is something interesting to watch, of course. As I've mentioned, if 3BL lost, they will drop down to match 8. If Anubis, they will drop down to match 6. But of course, that's for another story. But tomorrow we have a match decider for one of the teams that will leave us, either TEC or unKnights. They had a rough night today, and I believe our unks needs to rest. We have unKnights, we have TEC, more than a decade of experience for, I don't know, like 5 or 6 players of both teams, so you need to have like some of the old guard in the playoffs.
TEC, they faced the same situation last season. They also played the first playoffs game and they lost it. And by the way, they were 3rd, so they weren't bypassing the round 1. They still played round 1. Last season they played round 1 and they lost with the 3BL 0-0. But it was even tougher than this game. And they went in, they played Anubis on the lower bracket round 1, and they beat them. They went in, they beat until they faced 3BL again, and they beat them. They went to unKnights, they beat them, and they took the 3rd place. So still, we might see a different phase of TEC on the low bracket. However, in my opinion, unKnights, if they played the same way they played today, TEC will have no problem sweeping these guys and just going it forward into the next round. So unKnights, they need to wake up, they need to watch these games, and they need to remove this day and try to start with a new day and get things together. Otherwise, they will be leaving early and they will be securing 6th place.
I agree with you, man. Like, securing the 6th spot means that they're not even closer to, I wouldn't say not EWC, since EWC is almost out of the picture for them, but CFS itself will be hard to reach. So no international event for Pietro, for Famous, is a big thing. But for me, for us, I believe this is it for today. But for tomorrow, we still got Pietro versus, of course, Team Titan Esports. So we'll see whether we will have like our guys here trying to do some wonders. We will see the Turkish warrior trying to reach another round, or like trying to go for the longer run, or we'll see the mixed team does some hurting damage to of course Titan Esports. So guys, see you tomorrow.
but he wants to choose. Oh, it's gonna be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is gonna raid.
Now, right angle, should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah.